Welcome to the Patient Empowerment Summit and the first Advocacy Day in DC. Thank you all for being here with us today, and thank you to all those who are with us virtually. My name is Aki Smith. I'm a caregiver, patient advocate, founder, and executive director of Hope for Stomach Cancer. We are on day 2 of our Patient Empowerment Summit, so I apologize for being a little bit tired. Yesterday, we focused on the mental health, nutrition, and wellness. And today will be a little bit different with much more presentations, but I assure you the focus is still on you. For all the patients, thrivers, survivors, caregivers, attendees, this patient summit is for you because you matter. Raise your hand, ask questions, speak up, but also please take a break if you need it. We're here to support you every step of the way, and this is your time. When my dad was diagnosed with advanced stage cancer and told that he had less than 6 months to live, my heart was absolutely broken. We quickly found there was no standard of care and the options were limited. Today, much has changed: biomarkers, clinical trials, targeted treatment, and yet so much of you are on a path untraveled. It's still very lonely, but together, all of you can change this. I really want to thank our pharma and industry who are here today and who supported this summit, not only for their support, but for their dedication and commitment to a rare cancer. Clinical trials, more options, this is a team effort. I truly believe that the cure is out there, and together we will find it. Additionally, outside of these presentations, for those of us who are here, we have some great offerings. We have a photo booth, a wellness room. Everybody try that. An interview room with Lindsay, our producer. And if you feel inclined to share your story, just take a moment, or a testimonial. Please share your story because your story matters. Your story raises awareness. Your story is everything. So before I introduce you to our co-patient chairs, Irasema Chavez and Camilla Rowe, here's a quick video. Thank you.
From December 2019 to September of 2020 was me constantly going to my doctor being like, hey, this is not feeling better. Hey, this is just getting worse.
He did endoscopies, ultrasound, what's called the HIDA scan, which is a gallbladder test. I had colonoscopy. None of it showed up.
I said, you know what, doctor, there's something else I'm not telling you. And this wasn't true, but I knew this was the only way that I could see a specialist. I was like, I've been having black tarry stool. No one coached me. No one said, hey, to see a doctor, you have to lie. It was something in my heart telling me, like, don't leave this doctor's room without getting him to send you to a specialist.
A second cousin reached out to me and said, your mom passed away, and the hospital is doing a study on our family. You might want to go and get yourself checked. I always tell her, thank you. You saved my life. Like, you really did.
He said that surgery probably was not going to be an option, and he gave me like 6 months to live, to be honest with you. He scared the shit out of us.
Told us to get our affairs in order, and we have 5 children, so it was really scary.
Stomach cancer is a rare cancer in the United States, and it is very hard to find physical connection with somebody who actually understands and gets what you're going through. And so having a conference where we get together and we learn is very therapeutic.
It's always exciting to be around, other patients that are familiar with what you go through.
Have access to top researchers, scientists, pharma reps. And there's no other place where you got this kind of like intersection of these kind of people.
Getting to meet the doctors face to face, ask questions, they're so open with us. Having Aki there to maneuver us through to people that are in the same boat as you, that is so personal, and you never get that.
These are real, honest, raw conversations happening.
At whatever stage you are in your journey, we all have so much to learn from each other.
I meet people who were diagnosed within like the past year, so I guess just sharing my story, being able to help them, it makes me feel like my story is helping somebody, and that's really nice.
I just want to take a second again to
welcome you all back today. And I hope you had an amazing day being on. Just had an amazing for me that I understand how important it is, the educational component about this, but I really wanted to make everyone feel welcomed in this community and to feel like they weren't going alone in this journey. So I hope everybody can take a little bit of yesterday and bring it with them today. So thank you again for having me. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be here with everybody today.
Good morning. For those who don't know me and weren't here yesterday, my name is Camilla Rowe, and I'm a stage 4 gastric cancer patient. Just so thrilled and honored to be serving as a co-chair for this event, and so happy to just connect with all of you in person, familiar faces, new faces, names that I've been seeing for years and years on social media. You're all near and dear to my heart, so thank you for being here. And with that, I'd like to introduce to you Suzanne Berhane. Suzanne will be moderating our town hall. She is from Bristol Myers Squibb, where she is a part of the global patient advocacy team. Her previous experience in the public and private sector, now she works in patient engagement. So please give her a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not going to stand behind the podium. Should I use the podium mic? No, here. Thank you so much. Hello. I'm sure my voice can carry on its own, but I'll use the mic. So good morning, everyone. I like to start off any time that I have the opportunity to speak to people to just forewarn everyone that I am a former 4th grade teacher, so I have no problem calling on people. I have no problem reprimanding people, changing your sticker from green to yellow. And I am hoping that we can all contribute in this wonderful conversation today. And thank you, Camilla and Aki and Irasema and everybody else for welcoming me here today. I know she gave this lovely background bio, but I'd like to, connect with you on a more personal level, if that's okay. So my name is Suzanne. I am the oldest of 10. While we do not have, fortunately or unfortunately, we have in our family a history of sickle cell disease, and I have lost 3 siblings to that disease. So I say 10, but 3 are no longer with us, and I understand the importance of advocacy groups. When I think of what the Sickle Cell Disease Association of America has done for my family, how they continue to show up, how they continue to support, how they continue to educate and encourage us, I can't help but feel somehow more than grateful to be able to talk with you all today. So I hope as we get through this town hall discussion, you know that we are here to support each other, and you know that more than ever, the stories we share, the way we engage with each other, and the way we uplift each other means more than you probably can realize. And the stories do go on and on and on. So with that, we are going to start our town hall discussion. Okay. All right. So reading is fundamental. Reading is essential. So here we have a question on what were the most helpful resources that you used in preparation for or to learn about your treatment? And I want you to just take a moment and think about what that means to each of you here. Even now, as you're on the other side of it, when you think back in hindsight, and we all know hindsight is 2020, what are some of the resources that you found were really helpful that you're willing to share with us today? You never know who's listening or in the audience that may really need that insight from you. So, do we have any volunteers on our first question? Yes.
So I, well, Lisa was diagnosed. I did a lot of research on my own. The internet is not always your friend. So I did a lot of research and found a lot of articles, which were helpful. But I have to tell you that in August, I actually reached out to Camilla. She was my first. She was my first contact to find out more about her story, just to see what could be the path for my daughter. And that's what led us here. So thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Is there anyone else that'd be comfortable sharing what resources help them?
Hello. This might not be the answer you're looking for, but I just want to draw a distinction between when I was first diagnosed and where I am now, because when I was first diagnosed, I was so close to death that I was too overwhelmed to do any research. So if you want to get somebody to run the mic, and now I'm very proactive with research. I ask a lot of questions, and I just switched hospitals because I wasn't getting answers to my questions. You know, I would literally email a question and it would just be like radio silence for 3 weeks. And they'd say, and I just got the word no a lot. So I switched hospitals and I hear yes, and I get all the information I want. And it's in language I can understand, and that makes a big difference to me. So just drawing a distinction between the initial stage of being diagnosed and then when you live with it, you know, you sort of get up to speed, and all the resources are there if you are diligent in looking for them.
Would anyone else like to share a resource that helped you?
After we hear from Camilla, I'd also like to go back to what you were saying, if that's okay.
Good morning. Even though it wasn't easy while undergoing chemo to concentrate and focus on research, I try to surf the web and read as much as I could. And one of the most significant finds that I attribute my progress to is the book written by Jane McClelland, How to Starve Your Cancer. She's on Facebook. She has like a following of 88,000 people on and a lot of YouTube information that I found from the doctors who were specialists on the subject, and especially the ones that I could understand in the plain English.
I will after I saw Camilla stand up.
Thank you.
I think one of the greatest resources for me is other patients. If I'm presented with information about a treatment or I'm going to start a new treatment, one of the first things I do is like comb the social media support groups for people who have had it. I know we're all different and we respond differently and we have different side effects, but I get kind of like raw feedback, not the oncology PC, polite way, I guess. And so that's been so helpful for me. I mean, just to hear it firsthand experience from a person who's gone through it before me. So I'm so thankful that we have an ability to, in this day and age, to just like reach out and collect the information from whatever source we need.
Forgive me, I just want to pause and take a second and go back to the young lady in the white. Yes. There was something you shared about the trauma of a cancer diagnosis and not being able to absorb the information right away or be able to seek out information. And I think that's something really important we need to focus on for a minute here. And I understand also it's one of the large main benefits of an advocacy group. When you were in that place of you were not able to seek out information, maybe you were not interested, or maybe you didn't know where to go, or maybe you were just in that shock of it all. What is a resource that helped pull you from that?
I guess to Camilla's point, after a few months when the chemo started working and I was in a better place, I did sort of reach out to support groups and hearing from other patients. But when I was diagnosed, the treatment was not offered to me or discussed with me. I was just told, here's what you're doing. And I had a pile of papers, and one of them said prognosis not very good, and that stopped me in my tracks. I just thought I was given a death sentence. So, the first 3 or 4 months were very bleak and very, very challenging. But when, as I said, the chemo started to work and I started connecting to other people, I was able to evaluate my own experience, what was working for me, what wasn't working for me, what was working for other people. And as you can probably tell, I became very vocal, and that made the biggest difference. I'm extremely proactive, and as I said, I ask a lot of questions, and that's why I switched hospitals. I wanted answers to my questions.
Thank you so much. I think, yeah, there are some hands in the back.
Thank you. Good morning. And I think this is such an important question. And the answer, in fact, may be dynamic or changing. I think Camilla and Betsy's points are so important about reaching out to folks who are contemporaneously undergoing treatment. Speaking, I'm a patient with, as we'll hear a little bit later, with a history of stage 4 disease, but also a doctor. And a lot of what we rely on in the medical literature lags behind, sometimes by as much as 10 to 15 years for relatively rare conditions such as gastric cancer in this country, lags behind what the true contemporaneous experience is. And I think it's very, very important to reach out and solicit information from folks who are currently undergoing treatment. And I applaud Camilla, Betsy, and everyone else who has been through this process and is persevering. I will say from the medical perspective, there have been attempts certainly to update the availability and currency of these resources. Two that come to mind in particular are a database called UpToDate, which is available as physicians, we use it, but it's also available on a quote consumer patient basis. And certainly there are a number of our partners in terms of professional oncology organizations have guidelines, including ASCO, and in particular the NCCN, National Comprehensive Cancer Center Network. They work very hard on updating guidelines frequently, including after meetings such as ASCO GI, where there may be breakthroughs. They'll try to incorporate those within a couple of months. So it's an attempt to at least address this important issue.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kirsten. And I just want to build on what's being said about folks connecting with other people who have gone through it. I think when I had already had surgery by the time I discovered the support group on Facebook, and it felt like my entire world opened up when I joined that group. I still sort of tentatively post, as we all have different levels of comfort in social media, but it's just been such a literally hopeful, right? The word hope, I think, is part of what drew me in, because I was really hopeless when I got my diagnosis. And it just showed that there's so much nuance to this diagnosis, and there actually are so many different tendrils of information that comes off of a gastric cancer diagnosis that you're not aware of when you're really given that experience. I think that Betsy described so well, where you're just told this is your option. I was given really one option as well and didn't understand. And as a researcher, I was like, well, I want to know what where are the variations here. Chemo is such a blunt instrument, and some of the surveillance tools that are used are as well. And it feels really isolating when you aren't aware of what the nuances are. And so I'm just so grateful for the Facebook group specifically run by Hope for Stomach Cancer that has truly made me feel not alone.
One more here and one more there, and then we have to go on to the next question.
Hello. I just wanted to touch on everybody's talking about connecting with other patients, and one resource that has really helped me out learning, new information that's out there is taking part in the support group calls that Aki hosts twice a month. I kind of just lurk on there and hang out and ask a couple of questions, but I've learned so much just listening to everybody else ask questions and listening to the doctors answer those questions. And there's a lot of commonality between all of our treatments, and there's a lot of differences also, but just hearing everybody's different situations and where they are in their treatments and how doctors are treating those and new things that are coming down the pike. So anyway, I just wanted to mention those real quick, and those have been a great help. So
I saw you with your hand up.
Well, so I'm David Hall. My wife Pam is my beloved patient here. But the question is in preparation for or to learn about your treatment. So after the oh shit moment, when you find out that this is a road you're going down that you didn't ever anticipate. I mean, I give a shout out to. I'm just going to go ahead and mention them. I mean, the team at Moffitt Cancer Center. And they truly were a team, and we were a part of that team. And if you don't feel that you're not part of that team because you're the major player in that team, then you hopefully do have the ability to go elsewhere. And Moffitt, the folks there pulled us back from Dr. Google, because you can get what's scared out of you when you start looking at survivorship and so on and so forth, and your mind can go down a lot of different paths. And I think the team there did a fantastic job of pulling us back in and saying, this is what we're going to do. And part of that is to Pam's credit, and I think to some extent to mine, is we were, again, back to the team concept. I mean, you own this. All of us own this. And so you have to be your own advocate. And once you set those boundaries with the team, then the dialogue changes, because we know, and even we've had in our family others that just went along and 100% whatever the doctor said, that's what I'm going to do. I'm never going to question anything. Well, we asked questions, and we wanted to know what the expectations were, and we even triangulated that with other great facilities, Mayo and Baylor and so forth, and they were all worked together. And to that, I think that we lose sight of that a lot of us are sitting here because we've had fantastic care. And so that doesn't mean you shouldn't keep looking elsewhere, and we have. And our team has been part of looking at trials where we go outside of the family of medical care and go into somewhere else that we don't have the ability to explore on our own. That led us, and I guess Pam can answer this, but it was probably 6 months later after the oh shit moment that we met this group, and another level of care and team comes together. But in the beginning, we really were dependent, and thank goodness we were with a facility that was open to discussing and explaining why. And when we had questions, they answered them. And when we were looking elsewhere, they knew that and they were okay with that. We all came together for one cause.
Now I'm gonna let you slide with the use of the foul language this time. This time.
The sticker color.
Oh, thank you. But I think we're gonna have more questions. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I didn't know if you.
Thank you so much. Oh no, I'll be okay. Thank you. I think that's a good transition to the question of the satisfaction level of the information you received. And I understand how wonderful it is to be part of a great care team. I think I'm very fortunate living in this DC area, understanding that we have Lombardi Cancer Center here and we have Duke in North Carolina, and there's just so many great opportunities. But I'm also very aware of those who are in the pockets that may not have access to that or have to go great distances to have access to these wonderful care teams. And so there's an opportunity to look at what level of satisfaction, or let's talk about the word that doesn't feel so good, dissatisfaction, that you had with the information you received, especially if you went to the University of Google first, how overwhelming that might be. But does anybody want to share what information was something that really made them feel good and hopeful, or likewise anything to kind of also steer away from information that might bring you down? How about we start with June?
June. There's June.
Yes. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much.
I'm just trying to stay on green.
A student.
So I think that the most helpful resources, literally, for my daughter Chul, who's not everybody knows, she was 16, so she didn't have access to many of the options because of her age, simply just because she wasn't 18 yet. But when I got with Aki and she got us connected to Dr. Davis, who we're going to get to see a little bit later on today, but they were able to get her into the NIH, and that significantly extended her life. And it was just very important because many things weren't available to her until we were opened up to the NIH and Dr. Davis through Hope.
So what I'm hearing is you were satisfied with Aki and the information. Well, I'm just going to take a second there and clap for Aki for all the things that you were able to do for so many people. Thank you so much.
Hi, Aki here. So I was dissatisfied with my dad's original team of doctors. He was diagnosed in Los Angeles at a local community hospital, and they told him he had 6 months to live. And initially, they didn't even start with what your treatment is. They said, here is an advance directive. Just make your arrangements, and you're really old, so you probably shouldn't try chemo. And here he is, clinically cured 10 years later because I took him to an NCI institution that gave him hope. So I think that so many doctors are just so unaware of diagnosing and treating patients with a rare cancer.
That's important to share. I mean, we started off this conversation with focusing on what a comprehensive cancer center does, but also acknowledging how many people are within the community settings that might not have access to the certain level of support. And that's why the advocacy groups are important. I think it's important to speak aloud, truth to power, what you were dissatisfied with, and hopefully people who have a fear of speaking up or a question in their mind of, well, can I get another, a set of eyes on this? Do we make the drive? Do we make the flight? Do we even have the ability or the resources to make the flight? I think it's really important to acknowledge all of these feelings. So if there's anyone else that's willing to share what they were, gold stars for efforts for all three of you who raised your hands at once.
Thank you. In my wife's case, when she was in the hospital after just being diagnosed, the hospital originally assigned a particular medical oncologist to her to visit her. And this medical oncologist came to the hospital and obviously had not read her complete chart because there were some gaps that even I knew were incorrect. And basically she said, we're going to do chemo on you, and come to this location for chemo in 2 weeks. No information on it whatsoever. Just basically, this is what we're going to do. So that was dissatisfying to us. And I know a lot of other people would just trust their doctor, trust the first doctor that saw them. But if a doctor comes to you and doesn't give you information on options available, that's troubling to us. So we right away looked for a different doctor, a different cancer center, and we found one that actually was in our area, UC Anschutz, and the difference was just breathtaking, because this doctor met with us for an hour and a half, went over different options that are available, went over clinical trials that are available, explained in detail, even with drawings, as to the kind of cancer and how it spreads. So that was a big difference. And so I think if you don't have a doctor that's willing to sit down with you and explain options, that's a big red flag.
Hi. Yeah, so I was highly satisfied with my the information I was received from my oncologists, from my my OBG oncologist, to my medical oncologist, to my surgical oncologist. Dr. Martin, my OBGY oncologist, she was the one that rushed me into surgery and was like, we need to get this, because they thought it was fibroids. But then once I came out of surgery and everything, and even after I visited her in the office for a checkup, she was, she didn't say yes. Before I went into surgery, she didn't say yes, it was cancer, no, it was cancer. She said we had to observe what it was before she can even say I had something that was like, she's like, it could be fibroids for all we know, So she was very knowledgeable on that. But then once I got out of surgery and she came in and spoke with me, she let me know. She's like, yes, it is cancerous. She's like, I don't know much about this type of cancer. So the oncologist you will be seeing is very knowledgeable. So and they were all in the same network, which I'm so grateful for. But she was the one that let me know about Krukenberg tumors and her knowledge on them and how those work. And then from there, when I saw my medical oncologist, Brian Denley, he was highly knowledgeable about everything. And he let me know, because I also wanted to do the holistic side. And he let me know, okay, if you do this route, I don't know much about that. I know the medical way and this and that. And he was very open to me seeing other doctors. He was not like, no, I felt like I was cheating on him because I wanted to go see another doctor. He's like, no, please do, let me know. But he also has a lot of colleagues throughout all different types of medical facilities, which I was very blessed about. And he was like, yes, go see them. Yep. And he would play chess with them. He had to do peer-to-peer moments, and he would play chess and he would always win. And he was like, yeah, because I'm better. I'm like, that's what I want. But and he was very knowledgeable about the procedures, and then when it came to me getting my options of gastrectomy, he again was like, just like how Dr. Martin was, he's like, I have patients who've done this. I don't know the techniques of everything, but let me refer you to the ones I do know are very good about this. So I was highly satisfied about my education and the treatments I received. He let my family know everything.
Wonderful. A little bit of friendly competition is good. It's good. Over here.
One other resource, I've talked about it before, but I just went to any drug that I was on. I went to that drug company's website, and then most of them, have great resources on their website, and then an 800 number where you can call a nurse, and the nurse will explain to you quite a bit. They send you packets in the mail. And then it helps me go back to my doctor because I'm a little bit more educated. I don't have to get the basics from him. I got the basics from the drug company, the drugs that he recommended. And then the drug companies, they also gave me, I think I found Aki through Opdivo, not the opposite. I'm pretty sure, it lists the support groups there, because prior to reaching out to the pharmaceutical companies, I only had my local breast cancer community supporting me, and they tried, but it's different, Um, and even Garden, that does my circulating tumor DNA. They will, after I get my report, I call them, they send the local clinical trials, but then they'll send me more clinical trials. And then they set up a time for me to talk to one of their doctors. They won't go over my report. They go over everything that's offered. Your doctor, they won't tell you specifically about yourself, but they'll give you a lot of information, and they want to help you. Those pharmaceutical companies are not the bad guys.
Any other comments before we move on to the next question? Great. So our next question, what are some of the unmet needs or gaps in care that you experienced or observed as a gastric cancer patient? And I think we've started touching on some of it, just by some of the answers that you've shared. We hear a lot about maybe not receiving all the information or being discouraged possibly from seeking out more information or not knowing where to seek information from. But what are some additional gaps that you've experienced both on the patient and the caregiver side? Because I think, the caregiver journey is equally as important. So I saw you raise your hand first, so gold star for effort.
One of the things for me was, after I had my TG, was nutrition. That was a big one. They gave, I had a nutritionist, and they give you the standard packets, and we're actually working on something like that right now as a patient group to try to come together as people without stomachs, I guess, or with very little stomach, and give other patients information about what works for us. But it's such a wide range of foods that work for some people and not others that it's kind of hard to pin down. But at least there might be something. Right now, there's just not a lot out there, and I know that probably all of us struggle with that at some point. How to eat, what to eat, how to handle dumping and all that kind of stuff. So that was a big one for me, and it's still a big one. This is 2.5 years after my TG, so I think there's a big gap there.
To kind of piggyback on what he just said about nutrition, because that was probably the biggest gap for me after my gastrectomy, and ongoing, is the supplements that you should be taking. Do I need iron? Do I need B12? And you just don't know. And my primary care doctor can look at my blood work and give me some guidance on that, but he's not used to treating people that don't have a stomach. And sometimes when you take a pill and you don't have a stomach, you're going to metabolize that differently than everybody else. So I still kind of grope in the dark a little bit to understand what additional vitamins or supplements I need.
Yeah, I just learned something new about B12 today talking to Camilla this morning. So
Yeah. I think that also goes for medications. A lot of primary care doctors don't know how a medication is going to work with your body without having a stomach. So that's been a little challenge for us. My daughter had the same issue. She went to an urgent care and needed antibiotics. And Dr. Wu is our doctor. And Dr. Wu had told her, have IV antibiotics. And the doctor gave her such a hard time. And it just ended up, I don't have time to explain to you. You have part of your stomach at least, and stormed out of the room. And she was like, luckily she's pretty strong-willed. And finally she said, I knew he went out there and researched, because he came back and he was apologetic. And I'm sorry, we'll get you hooked up right away. But, patients shouldn't have to deal with that kind of
attitude when they say, I don't have a stomach.
Besides the fact of Jewel being under 18, and that was a lot of hurdles, but we were also in rural Georgia, and that is being served at a community level hospital. Is they really had no idea. I mean, absolutely none of how to treat, and honestly weren't interested in working with people or getting the information. It was kind of, it's our way, this is what it is. And it wasn't what she would have needed whatsoever. So luckily we were able to get to a different hospital with better people. But that I feel like that is huge for so many people in these smaller areas, not as, and with isn't as much money, not as many doctors, not much access. And it's really hard. I see many cancer patients that are in my hometown, and they don't have any access. They believe the first thing they hear from whatever doctor, and that's that. And then they continue to get sick, and it doesn't go well. And so I think that is such a thing that needs to be addressed, is, more of the rural and community level, and being able to get access to more specialists.
We have counties in Florida. This is Florida, not the backwoods, but you think about it. They can't hear your live stream. We have counties in Florida that do not have doctors. I mean, zero.
We do, yeah, it's like right next to me.
So that's a challenge. In my comments earlier, I mean, we were extremely fortunate to live in the Tampa Bay area, and we're able to, like many of you, but not all of you, of course, we're able to get on airplanes and go and scout out other options, but realize that it's a scary thing, and just medical in general, in terms of serving the rural communities. And I know that's another discussion for another day, but that is a fact of life that's just unfathomable for me in this country.
And also not just like, I know medical is like, there's gaps in the medical part, but just the community part in general. Like where I'm from, Dutchess County, New York, like you go online, you look for support groups, and you find, like these types of groups, but you don't find local, like I want to be able to go into a little group and like, I'm an in-person type of person. I want that community feeling, and there's just nothing there. And my social worker agreed, and she's been trying her hardest, but she's one social worker for a whole entire oncology department. And it's just very like she keeps trying to get it and saying, they're like, yep, you're going to get approved from the state. Nothing. And they just like, same with the nutritionist, she's one nutritionist for the whole entire department. And it's very frustrating because like she's like, yeah, like, and it's like I'm like one of maybe 3 people in the whole department that has the gastric, but like even she wanted to just do one general cancer thing, but like it's frustrating because we just want that community feeling to be able to say, hey, let's go get a coffee and let's talk. But now I found one person that's our own support group. Yay! So we're getting there. And that's what I'm really happy about, being able to participate here, because the connections, like, and my mom just wants to say something.
So I just wanted to talk about just general doctor knowledge, just in general. I mean, for instance, Alicia went to a GP. She was going to the GP for a while, complaining about issues. Not once did anybody say, well, maybe we should refer you to this kind of doctor because we're not sure what you have. And I think this is the problem, just in general, is that our overall medical community who's serving as a GP really need to have a better way of understanding when these problems are presented, that it's not just acid reflux or it's not whatever, that there might be something more important here, and we need to understand and refer people. And if we're wrong, okay. So that's one of the things I would say. It's just people in general aren't focusing on
something more serious than just a GP would normally diagnose.
Just briefly, because I don't want to be beating the dead horse, but for me, the biggest unmet need is the lack of patient-facing language. In addition to living with a disease and managing it, you're expected to be a biochemist on day one. It's overwhelming. Your doctor, you have 15 minutes and you're like, what, the what, the what? And then you go home and you look it up or you look at a CAT scan, and I've gotten better at it and I'm not, an idiot, but there's just a lack of patient facing language across the board that contributes to the feeling of being overwhelmed or being an idiot, which isn't helpful.
Yeah.
I have a couple things. One is so I am very fortunate to be able to go to a National Cancer Center. And it's been amazing. And also I find it extremely frustrating that you can't schedule your own appointments. I don't know if other people have had that experience as well, but with a young child at home during the school year, having to coordinate travel, and I'm about an hour and a half away from where I would receive treatments. That was just incredibly difficult. And then I would get to the infusion center and there was always a 3-hour wait. And so it was an entire day affair. And I was very lucky to have people rally around me and really help. But I don't have parents. My partner doesn't have parents in the area to come and sort of help with childcare. And that was just really, really difficult trying to make that happen and coordinate all of those parts. So it's sort of ancillary to the, immediate care needs that you have perhaps, but that I feel like the whole person is not always looked at. And that also has to do with other chronic illness and things that were mentioned before about other medications are being taken or other conditions that happen. I'm a migrainer. I sometimes get between 10 and 15 migraines a month. And that became something that was in addition, it was really tough during chemo. I actually had way more every month that I was going through through treatment. And it was sort of like this, we're just focused on chemo. There wasn't really a discussion about the interactions of the drugs or what I might do, how to keep myself even further hydrated that I might normally be thinking about, et cetera. And now that I'm through chemo and sort of in the surveillance stage of my treatment, I'm experiencing really significant neuropathy. I didn't during my chemo treatment. And it's sort of like, well, we'll wait and see what happens. And I'm learning more from the support group from what people have learned anecdotally than really through my doctor. And that's really frustrating. I mean, just yesterday's presentation made me think, we should be testing my B12 levels. We're not. And that's sort of shocking to me that I have to advocate for that, given the knowledge that we have about gastric cancer, stomachs, and B12 and the relationship there. The last thing that I have like a list of 4 things, but I'll cut it off here. The other thing I think is just the insurance piece. And I don't know if we'll talk about that with the next question as well, but with switching jobs in the middle of my care, I happen to be on my state insurance. I work for a municipal institution, was phenomenal. It was completely covered. My union had a relationship with the state where I didn't have to pay a cent. I just dealt with gas and tolls, to get there. My new insurance is a little bit different and just an absolute maze. And it makes me think about, I'm incredibly privileged to have been a part of a union and be able to have taken a full medical leave during the fall semester to be able to get through my chemo without having to work. That is not what everyone has access to, and they absolutely should. I know some people want to work to sort of keep I wasn't able to physically. Everyone's different, but I wish that everyone had access to that, and that insurance wasn't a barrier sometimes to the care that you need, because it's hung up my medications at times, procedures, et cetera. And I'm sure I'm not the only one in the room that's had that battle.
Are you sure you don't want to share your 4th point?
Sure. Briefly, I talk a little bit about this in my the monthly videos that came out, which was also an incredible resource. I will add that the YouTube video library for Hope for Stomach Cancers, I just poured through it at the beginning of, finding this group. But as a queer person and a member of the LGBTQ community, I don't always feel seen. I use both she, her, and they, them pronouns. And when I was filling out the intake forms for the care at the cancer treatment center where I am. They were, so much care was given to like, what's your gender? How do you identify? What pronouns do you use? And then I was just ladied and womaned, and lots of assumptions were made about my gender when I was in the hospital and since, and that has been a challenge for me.
And I know you were mentioning, and I get really nervous, so sorry.
Don't be nervous. Hold on, take a
I'm
second.
trying.
Let's take a second. Everybody, let's clap for her.
So my sister was a patient, and we're from Texas. And she was a patient at MD Anderson. And I have mentioned to a couple of people that I've met that, MD Anderson is known for being the best. Unfortunately, I don't feel it was. And looking back now, I think that because they are known all over the world, they're so overwhelmed. And I really feel that in my sister's case, if they were so overwhelmed and they couldn't take care of her the way that they should have just referred her out to someone else. And she listened, as someone said, you listen to your doctors, and she was one of those patients. She listened to the doctors. She followed their directions, like step by step. She didn't do anything else that they didn't advise. But although it was the best, it's known as the best one in the nation, I just feel like they have so many patients. They are not taking care of each one as they should. And I don't know what I can do to bring awareness to that. But they are overwhelmed with patients, and it's I don't know the right word, because there are other hospitals in Texas, right? If they're not going to take care of someone the proper way, then just refer them out. But also, as patients, to switch hospitals. And you mentioned Dr. Wu. We did get to see her. We flew out to California. Unfortunately, at that time, she was the third opinion, and it was too late. But she did say, I wish I would have met her sooner, because she could have done more. And I really do feel like she is very empathetic, knowledgeable. She was the only doctor throughout the whole 2-year process that not only showed knowledge of the medical field, but showed that she had a heart, that she was human, that she had empathy. And I just wish we would have met her sooner. So I'm so happy that you guys are seeing her.
So fortunate. So fortunate.
Thank you. I don't mean to pile up against MD Anderson, but I was there twice, and twice they made no difference. My assumption that when you come to the doctor's office with the expectation that he is second after the God, and whatever he says or she says, you have to follow, you're doomed. That's my assumption after 5 years, plus 5 years experience with the ordeal with stomach cancer. I've seen many people who I was talking to who called me through a word of mouth. And if they said, oh, no, my doctor is very good, I'm going to do whatever doctor said, they're gone. That's one thing. The other thing of the subject, back to our discussion regarding nutrition, I'm yet to meet a single doctor or nutritionist at the medical facility who is as knowledgeable as simple me, who educates myself through YouTube. It's a horror story to me. What are they saying? What are they serving to patients during chemo? I mean, we're so grateful for them serving us food during chemo administering, but what are they serving us? They're serving us poison, which was authorized by licensed nutritionist. My hair stand up when I had any, and it's just not right. It's just not right. Every doctor, every oncologist that I met, when I asked them for the nutrition advice, they said, "Oh, you can eat anything." There you go. So educate yourself, be your own an advocate. Yes, you can't come to the doctor and expect them to be right. It's just one of the opinions, and you're the judge of all of it all. You're the ruler.
So along those lines, I'm a vegetarian, and having gastric cancer and having had my stomach removed, or 80% of my stomach removed, there were no guidelines for me on what I could eat. Throughout chemo and immunotherapy, they were like, we just need you to eat something so you have energy. Now I'm in the survivorship phase, and we have a lot of gaps in care for survivors. What do we do now that we're out of treatment? How do we prevent other comorbidities? How do we prevent any cardiotoxicity that might come from all the food that we're eating and all of this, I mean, terrible food that they allowed me to eat? And I find a huge gap in that space for survivors. They are with you until you finish treatment. And then once you're done with treatment, you're kind of on your own. And you have to now seek out all other specialists to deal with all the other side effects that you have from just being a cancer survivor. And when you talk to your doctor, they say, unfortunately, this is the life of a cancer survivor.
One of the, I think it's a sort of unique unmet need, but maybe it's more common than that, is that cancer patients, you know, they live a life. We live a life. I mean, my wife lived a good life, and so we travel a lot of times. And one of the big unmet needs was that when my wife traveled, she liked to get hydration. She needed hydration to go through chemo. So IV fluids she would try to do three times a week, and that really helped her a lot. It really gave her a lot more energy and everything like that. So we would try to. Our doctor said, when you travel, go get IV fluids periodically. We found that it's more difficult than that, because if you go to the emergency room, they don't have a clue what to do. They do a full workup on you, and they scare the heck out of you, because they say, do you know you've got stage 4 cancer, and you get your affairs in order and you're going to die? And it's like, no, that's not the case. You know, we're living a life, we're getting treatment, we have hope, and there's options available out there. So at some point, my wife decided that instead of doing that, she was just going to go to an IV bar and get hydration fluids that way, and that actually worked a lot better. So I think there needs to be some understanding in the medical community that for things like hydration and fluids and travel, we need to make it easier on cancer patients to get the kind of supportive care when they're traveling.
I'll just piggyback one other thing on all of that. My oldest daughter had her gastrectomy this past July, and she does have a local oncologist within my cancer center, and then also her surgeon, Dr. Davis at NIH. And, you know, the guidelines for when you get iron infusions with a gastrectomy is very different than the guidelines for the general population, and therefore what insurance will cover. So you just have to be ready to know what the guidelines are and fight your insurance company and make sure that they know, you know, we have different guidelines, here they are. And, you know, my daughter should be able to get her iron infusion when she needs it at our local center. Luckily, we're only an hour from NIH. But What if she gets a job in West Virginia at some point? She needs to be able to get what she needs to get when she needs to get it based on the guidelines that NIH has come out with. And that's a problem. And, who wants to fight that all the time? So.
Any other comments before we move on to the next question? The celebrity who took the selfie in my phone, is your name John? Yes, you. Jeff, would you like to share a comment? I haven't heard your wonderful voice yet.
So something that industry representatives need to know about gastric cancer patient journey. This is true about cancer in general. We as patients do not live in a neutral information environment. We live in an information environment that is filled to the brim with false information, misinformation, and disinformation by people who are trying to make money off of us. Finding Hope for Stomach Cancer as a group on Facebook was a breath of fresh air after the other groups that are filled with botnets of fake patients that say the same things over and over again, trying to sell something to us. The truth is that patients who follow, just in general in cancer, follow what their doctors say. About half of them live, about 5 years, and about half of them die. And that is the standard of care. That is just how it is. Cancer is tough. But those who ignore what their doctors say die at twice the rate. And only 25% of them live for about the same time. So what I would want the industry to know is that this swath of very friendly frauds is there. And we have to be better at being very friendly truth tellers early, before the frauds get there. And that is a gap that is there.
Thank you, Jeff. And you kind of teed up the next question, so thank you for that. What is something you want industry representatives to know about the gastric cancer patient journey? And when we say industry representatives, I'm sure maybe some of us are thinking pharma, but let's talk about the medical providers, let's talk about the insurance providers, let's talk about the pharmaceutical companies and the pharmaceutical supporters.
Well, everybody's different, which is one thing, but everybody's life also happens as they have stomach cancer, and their needs change. You know, Kirsten was talking about her migraines, and there's certain protocols that you have to follow through for your insurance company or with pharmacy or something like that. And I know if you have to go out of town and you need to get more medication to be able to go out of town, you can't, you know, lately my mother died and my doctor wanted me to go on a little bit more anti-anxiety medication to handle it because she wants me to be very, very calm all the time. It wouldn't get approved, you know, to increase the option of having more anti-anxiety medication. So it's hard for me to convey or to try and figure out how to get the journey and what's going on behind the scenes with the chemo and everything up front with the life. You know, life is happening to all of us, and it's very strict. The leeway is very narrow of what you're allowed to do.
And my point follows up to yours. It was very hard having insurance at the table and making tough decisions, right? So there's so few options with gastric cancer. And I wanted my dad to live, and insurance wanted to save money. And it was just that friction all the time to get pre-approvals, have to defend ourselves. Okay, my dad is getting the power port, not the regular port, the power port. I think that was just super frustrating because it's like it was already really tough making these decisions, and then having insurance denying it was so tough.
Yeah.
I realized to my horror I said some numbers wrong, so I want to correct them right now. I blame chemo brain, but just bear with me. 25% of cancer patients die within, I think it was 72 months, a little bit over 5 years, as long as they just go for oncology in general. And 50% of those who say, heck with it, I'm not doing that, I'm doing something else. Those are the ones. So those are the two numbers. It's not 50% of people dying in 25. 50% of people with that don't do what the doctors say in general, they die. 25% that follow it. It's actually if you just do one thing, that's the best thing you could possibly do. Follow your doctor in general.
What did you say earlier? Friendly truth sharing? What did you say earlier? You said we should be friendly. Does anybody remember what you said?
Tellers of truth. Yeah, we need.
But you said friendly, right?
Well, early, friendly, kind. Yeah, all those things. Early.
I think that was a perfect example.
All in the adjectives.
And my apologies.
I have no idea what the answer is, but I think a lot of what we're highlighting here is if there's someone or entity or entities within the industry representative, quote unquote, that can help the average person navigate the medical industrial industry. And what I mean by that is all of this, the insurance, the doctors, and so on, to help bring common language or something just to navigate through, because there are other challenges in life where you can go to a central repository, if you will, and get assistance to help you navigate certain challenges. This is so complex. And it's a horrendous battle. And to Aki's point, having to navigate everything down to what port your father should have to dealing with an insurance company and fighting against it. I realize there's all these federal regulations and what you can disclose and can't disclose, and we get wrapped around the axle on that. But there has to be a way, if someone can help solve for that, whether it be pharma or whomever, whether it be Moffitt or whether it be whomever, there has to be a way to, or an insurance company that can help you with that. Now, there's someone that would be, you're in good hands if they can figure that out and help you navigate. And I realize there's a push and pull, and they're trying to not pay, but there's ways that you can, I think there's an opportunity out there, to say the least, to help folks navigate through all this, because the last thing you want to help deal with, you're in this journey, it's almost like 10% of the time you're undergoing treatment, and 90% of the time you're fighting against the industry that's pushing back against you, and it should be the other way around.
Yeah. Thank you. One over here.
And also, what I would like the industry representatives to understand is, we're finding this more and more in younger people, and more people in general, but I'd be hearing more and more younger people getting it, and to hear 16 is insane to me. And then you hear their grandparents or their parents live to 195. Well, what's the difference? The food we're eating. And it's and I know that's a huge hurdle we have to get over, and it's a lot of different steps with it. It's political, it's the FDA, all that stuff. I understand, but nutritionally, we need to do so much better. And just be oh, you're going to get penalized if you want to make your own, save rainwater or to garden. I don't know if you guys ever heard about that, but I heard people are getting fined if the government finds out that I'm not trying to be a conspiracist or nothing. I'm just, it's just but it's just mind boggling that the older generations, my aunt, she lived to 95 years old, and she got over polio as a baby. She had skin cancer multiple times. She was going blind, but she lived to 95, and she would literally, she almost ran down her halls all the time. I was like, can you not do this? Like, but not just nutritionally, but also financially. Like, there needs to be more grants readily available to the patients, and research is obviously very important as well. Like, we need more grants to help assist financially for people, because it's hard out here. And especially the people who are single and get this, like, you know, and then that goes with insurance. Can they afford to get someone to come in and help them? Can they afford to stay at a facility? It's insane. It's just, and I want them to understand that. Like, they should, you know, when prisons open, they have people go in and pretend to be prisoners to be like, oh, like, how's it feel? They should have people do that when they want to open and start new things for this industry as well.
Yeah, thank you.
What about me?
So where Alicia goes, couldn't be happier. They've been extraordinarily kind to her, open to her seeing other doctors, whatever. We've done a lot of different things. But the other thing is that they have one dietitian and one social worker for the entire center, and they treat every kind of cancer, and they're extraordinarily well known in our area. And it's just a lot of work on their part, and they helped Alicia with grants. They helped her, and I can't imagine, I know she doesn't have time to help all these people, but if she could, she would, so there needs to be more funding for people to help those people who
Community.
are in these situations.
Turn back there.
Sure. Like, you sure you want to hear from me again? Okay, I'll try to make this brief again. But one, I think just more transparency about what's happening in research would be really helpful. I know everybody, again, is different in terms of the amount of information that they want to have, but I do feel like it's just, I've gone down the rabbit hole on Google Scholar and PubMed, and I'm fortunate to have a sibling who is in the medical field and has been, using her networks to get information. Obviously, the support group has been so helpful, but I'm still very much in the dark about what my options are going forward. And I'm aware of the statistics for my particular type of cancer not being great, and really want to know what I can do to advocate if there are trials, et cetera. It shouldn't be, figuring out from a support group, like, what are the trials that are going on? There should be like a flow charts, and maybe these exist, for what types of possibilities there are out there around drugs, trials, access to doctors, et cetera. And the other thing I wanted to add was, this is maybe a more personal thing, but it's really hard when you walk into an office and someone's like, but you look great and you're so young, as if those are things that are just going to magically make my cancer go away. And just to remember that we're whole people and that we live lives that are very complicated, and this sucks. And having some empathy goes a long way.
Again, just briefly about the language. I am not a gastric cancer patient. I'm a person who lives with cancer. That does not define me, and it pisses me off. And the other thing is that word journey is just BS. That's a journey is a vacation in Belize, and that is not this. Just tell the truth in simple language. Call it an illness. Call it a chronic disease. Don't lie to me. So.
So there's a hand over here.
I'm going to pile onto the insurance industry just a little bit more. But one of the experiences I had early in my diagnosis, my doctor ordered a Guardant 360 test. My insurance company refused to pay for that test. They said it was not necessary. And I appealed that decision, and it went to a doctor who said this test was frivolous and we're not going to pay for it. This doctor being paid by the insurance company to review it. So there was no one that I could find in that process of trying to get that test paid for that was familiar with gastric cancer.
Mm-hmm.
This was just a test that was new to them.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't understand the value, so they weren't going to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're fighting a disease like this, the last thing you need to do is go to battle with, or face financial ruin to get the kind of treatment that you really need. And I think that is one of the biggest problems that people with any kind of terminal illness face today.
I have a couple of things. First, to add to that, my husband's CDH1 positive, and both of our children are also. So our daughter had her gastrectomy and then opted for the bilateral mastectomy and reconstruction. She was active duty military at the time of diagnosis. So the insurance company, TRICARE, they said her bilateral mastectomy and reconstruction were not a necessary procedure, not medically necessary. So, they'd rather her get cancer first, go through the chemo, go through all the treatment instead of trying to prevent that. And that is, I just think that's unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, City of Hope is awesome, and they said they would duke it out with the insurance company and not, we didn't have to worry about it. So, but my second thing is also for the industry, for doctors in general, that I know we as patients don't expect them to know everything, but we had a very good experience with my husband's first surgeon. As soon as he heard CDH1, sent us to Dr. Wu. She's the expert on this. I will not be able to do your surgery as well as she can. She's the cutting edge doctor in this, so go there. And I think more doctors need to be willing to send patients to someone else that and it's not anything against them. I mean, you can't possibly know everything from medical school about every condition, but being willing to network within themselves with each other for the patient's best interest.
Yeah. Thank you. One more up here.
Raise higher. Oh, thank you.
Sorry, I'm kind of repeating myself again, but talking about Garden and the insurance companies and my doctor, and they don't want you to get these tests because they're so darn expensive. And I just so happened to be at my cancer center, and there was a pharma fair for the doctors. But I just talked to them anyway. And the Garden representative was there. And I said, hello, I'm a gastric cancer patient. And I did the Garden one time, but my doctor doesn't want me to keep getting it. It's too expensive. And she said to me, she told me flat out, she said, we don't even have a collections department. Just get the test every 3 months. We're going to get what we can from your insurance company and then throw the bill in the trash. She told me that. Yeah, we
didn't pay it.
They want, it's a newer thing. They want it being used. They want it to be used so it can be successful, so that then in the future, the doctors will see the benefit, because we can't wait for these trials to pan out. We don't have that luxury of waiting for trials to pan out, that's all well and good, but it's not realistic. So, that was my experience with Garden, and they've been great. I've never gotten a bill. I doubt they're getting much money from my insurance company, and they don't seem to care.
We have time for one more comment. Who wants to take us home?
Just listening to a lot of people talk about insurance and their doctors and stuff like that. On the flip side of that, it almost makes me feel like we hit the cancer lottery with our doctors. We got super lucky, got Dr. Wu at City of Hope, and I know that not everybody has the same experience that we did at City of Hope, but we're very thankful for that. But in the insurance side, yeah, we haven't had to deal with basically anything. I mean, it's been smooth sailing for us. I have a lady that her name's Leanna. She calls me like every 6 weeks from, yeah, she's a nurse, and she asks me how I'm doing and if I have any questions and if she can help me in any way. I mean, it's like, she doesn't help me directly, but just having her call me and check on me and stuff like that, it gives me, peace of mind with my insurance company. So if any insurance companies are listening out there, that really helps people out. I think it helps me out. So that's about it.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everyone for sharing your voices, sharing your experience, your beliefs, your thoughts, your feelings during this town hall session today. I feel like I learned a lot. I always tell Aki that anytime that I can be in the presence of others, I feel it's an opportunity for me to learn. So thank you for leading from a place of empathy. Thank you for continuing to support each other. And I look forward to continuing to learn more from you all. And I cannot solve all these issues that were shared today. And as I started in the beginning, as somebody who's also benefiting from patient advocacy and dealing with our own, I understand your issues, and I just hope that you feel comforted in knowing that you have a support group. So thank you all very much for the time today, and I will give it back to Camilla. Thank you.
Our speaker is Tiffany Chu from Novellia. She spent the last 5 years in her career creating digital health space, leading organization. Her current focus is on building tools for patients and providers to empower individuals to live healthier and happier lives. So with that, here's Tiffany.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful intro. And if you guys are wondering why I look a little bit different than the Novellia speaker that's on your brochure, it's because Sashi had a personal emergency and is so sad he couldn't be here, but sends his best wishes to everyone in this room. Hi, everyone. First off, thank you so much for sharing all of your experiences and your stories with all the individuals in this room today. I feel so honored and privileged to be able to learn from you and hear from you over these past 2 days. I'm Tiffany. I'm the current Chief of Staff at Novellia, and we are a free personal health tool that is designed to put individuals back into the driver's seat of their own health journey, one medical record at a time. Oh, I'm pressing down, but it's not going down. There we go. And our mission at Novellia here is really simple. We created Novellia to really help seize the moment and help individuals say goodbye to early goodbyes. I can't figure out which button is working. There we go. So this right here is a really quick high-level preview of the technology that Novellia has built. And I'll get a little bit more into this in just a moment, but I really hope that the most important takeaway here for everyone is that this patient right here in the upper right-hand corner has access to all of her health records all the time, and it's always updated, and it's stored in a single secure place that's really easy for her to access through her phone, through her desktop, through her iPad. And as you can see, that's what this preview is right here. Just press all the buttons. One of them has to work, right? Thanks. Cool, thank you. Maybe this is just a little slow. Technology, you never know. So I want to move back a little bit and start with a story. So picture this. Anna is a 43-year-old mother of 2 who's just been diagnosed with breast cancer. And like many folks or individuals, especially in this room, unfortunately has seen a lot of doctors. So she's probably seen her OBGYN, her primary care provider, a couple of specialty oncologists. The list could go on. This means that if she wants to look into something from her health history, let's say she wants to recall a prescription that she was prescribed by one of her doctors 2 years ago. Or maybe she just wants to look at some doctor's notes from a visit that she had last week. She would likely have to reach out to a lot of different clinics, a lot of different health organizations, and log into different patient portals. Some of that information may come back in the form of faxes or printout or emails. I think an individual earlier had referenced, managing a huge stack of papers to track all of their health records. It's really cumbersome, and it's no easy feat to collect all of that information. And even if you do, there may be some gaps. Next slide. I'm just going to refrain from pressing any buttons from here on out. So let's say one of Anna's oncologists, Dr. Chen, actually refers her to Novellia, the all-in-one personal health tool. So Anna can actually register for Novellia in about 30 seconds. This is probably faster than she can make a cup of coffee in the morning. And right here on this mobile display on this iPhone is all of the information that she needs to register for Novellia. Super simple, super straightforward. Things like her name, her sex assigned at birth, her date of birth, her phone number, her address, and information from any doctor that she has seen and wants to collect her health information for. Next slide, please. So not only is registration for Novellia really simple, but the magic really happens after Anna signs up and logs into her patient health portal at Novellia. So with Novellia, what does Anna get? She can get all of her doctor's visits and records stored in one place up to 10 years. So this includes everything from any doctor's notes that her physician has made throughout her visit, anything she was prescribed during her course of treatment, maybe observations about her vitals that her doctor had made, medications that she's been on, not just currently, but even previously. So it could have been medications that she took 5 years ago from another doctor's visit, but maybe it's something that's really important to her treatment right now, can all be stored within her portal. And we make it much easier than any existing portals out there so that it is all in one place. It's longitudinal, so you can see things in a chronological order, and everything is organized by sections. You can see there's a place to house her doctor's records, which is the doctor visits tabs. There's a place to house her lab results, any medications and prescriptions that she's been on, any documents. So this could be like CT scans, lab imaging. So gone are the days for Anna where she needs to carry around a huge binder with all of that information. Next slide, please. And so as you can see here, this is another preview of what Anna would get from using Novellia. So you can see that she has an interpretation of her vitals here that she has imported from one of her health records. She also has a section below that where she can see her labs. So things like her white blood count, her red blood count, her hemoglobin. So this is obviously blood work results, but again, this could run the gamut of a lot of different types of lab results. Next slide, please. And something that we're really excited for Anna too is that she can also track every medication she's ever been prescribed. So again, it's not just medications that are part of her current treatment, but any medications that she may have used that were not part of her treatment journey, but may be relevant to her health history and helping her make a decision that's best for her course of treatment right now with her providers. Next slide. In addition to this, Anna can also find all of her allergies and immunization history in her health portal. So we all know that there's the more obvious allergies, like if you have a peanut allergy, you probably won't forget that, and neither will those around you, which is a good thing. But maybe you had an allergy to a medication that you were given a couple of years ago and you couldn't quite remember what it was or what the dosage. or the dosage your doctor prescribed for that was, that would be housed right here for you to access at any time within your health portal. And you can share that with your doctors, with your physicians, and even with your caregivers and any family and friends who may be involved in your care journey, so that they can really support you in your decision making and help you figure out what the best course of action is for you in your health journey. Next slide, please. And last but not least, so thanks to Anna, thanks to Novellia, Anna no longer has to carry around printouts, binders, log into multiple patient portals to access all of her health records. Novellia has helped her build a comprehensive portal with all of those visits and all of those notes in one place that she can access at any time. Next slide, please. And I also want to note that at Novellia, we're really proud to be trusted by not just amazing patients from different advocacy groups across the US, but also amazing oncology and cancer researchers at top institutions across the country that we partner with for really amazing research grants and clinical trial development. And so we're so humbled and so excited to be trusted and working with so many individuals and patients and researchers across the country. Next slide. And so finally, if you're interested, you can actually scan this QR code, and I'll also pass out some brochures that have more of our information on there to sign up for our wait list. Our amazing engineering and tech team is actually making some updates that's going to make this portal even better and more powerful. So unfortunately, right now registration is down, but if you scan this QR code, and I'll also pass out a sign-up sheet, you can get on our wait list, and we'll let you know when registration is available. And when that's available, anybody will be able to sign up and register and use Novellia to support their health journey. Thank you guys so much for the time and the space. Does anyone have any questions?
So do I have to import all my information myself, or is it automatically once you type in your name or whatever? And can the information still get printed if we need it?
Yeah, so okay, sounds like the first question is, can your doctors access the information in your portal? They can access the information in your portal if you download it and share it with them. So that kind of goes to your third point, is when you log into your Novellia portal, everything in there, every document, every image, every note that is from one of your medical records, or even one that you make yourself, is printable, it's downloadable, it's emailable, and it could be shared with anybody that you give permission to. So you can give permission to your doctor, to your physicians to access it. You can also give permission to your mom or your fiance to access it. Let's say that they're accompanying you to a visit, so that's all accessible. And to go back to your second question on whether or not you have to input any more information. So how Novellia works is that when you sign up for Novellia and you put in your name, your address, your date of birth, and you type in the name of a doctor that you've seen that has your health records, maybe it's part of their health system or their health clinic, we'll import that automatically with them. We're integrated with a system and national database of health organizations, insurance companies, hospitals. That's pretty comprehensive. We're always adding new ones every day. But any doctor name that you type in, we should have access to, and we'll be able to import those records on their behalf. So there's nothing else you have to do aside from type in your doctor's name. Yeah. Correct. So right now it has to be the individual doctor name, and that's because some doctors may also be at various health organizations, and not all of your health records may be at that single institution. So currently it's by the name of your doctor, but that's a really good point, and that's something that I can certainly take back to the team as feedback, is that maybe it would be helpful to type in the health organization as well.
Because if your doctor no longer belongs to that practice, it's still associated, you know what I mean? Anyway, the other question was, you said 10 years. So I do have a question, because obviously all these people are more than 10 years old, but they have like immunizations or certain things. Do you still maintain that for future use? Like, they had, smallpox or whatever kind of thing.
You're saying, do we maintain any health information that's older than 10 years from the current date?
Right, like just general information. Yes.
For sure, that's a really good question. So right now our technology that we've built only allows us to pull records for up to 10 years. However, we also have functionality for individuals to add their own health records in there. So let's say maybe you have a document that's like 20 years old, you're not even sure which doctor's office that was from, but you have the printout or you have the immunization record. You can actually import that information yourself. We'll save it, and that can be part of your comprehensive health history at Novellia. And you can still take that information to your doctors, to your caregivers, to yourself to have there and to use.
Maybe you've answered this question already, but so after you set up your, one of your doctors, then new information that comes along, do you guys pull for that, or how does that get pushed to your system? Is it just an active connection, or?
Yeah, it's an active connection, and you actually have the ability to refresh that connection as many times as you need. So let's say, you sign up for Novellia in May, you get all of your health records for the past 10 years from up until that date. In June, you go see one of your doctors that you had already imported medical records for. But let's say in June, you're like, hey, I just saw this doctor again. I actually need to refresh my medical records to import those new files from my visit in June. You can do that at any time as you need and as many times as you want.
Thank you.
So I have a question that others might be thinking, but it's a little bit of a maybe slightly adversarial. But so I'm wondering what assurances are there that the data stays within the system and is not being used elsewhere? In this moment of AI, it's such an exciting and terrifying time all at once. And I'm just curious, almost every medical organization has their own portal. Are you working with them? So that's, I guess, two different questions. Is our information safe? And what pushback have you been getting from other medical groups like Optum or health, about perhaps being in conflict with their portals?
100%. So really good question, not adversary in any way. We're in a room of friendly truth tellers, and I'm going to use that from now on because, it's so, I know, he's like, yeah. So no, thank you for that. And no, we're so transparent at Novellia. And, I want to be so clear, your data is 100% HIPAA compliant and safe. So it is never sold or shared in any way to any organization, to any health insurance company. All patients sign a HIPAA consent, and we have a very, very detailed privacy policy that we are very, very honest and show patients upon the registration process so they can have full understanding of how our system works. The only people who have access to I don't even have access to your data. The only people who can see the data is our backend engineering team who's building this, and they are obviously also under very strict HIPAA compliance and only using your data to build this platform to visualize it to you. And then to answer your second question, I think it was about any pushback or any sort of conflicts from maybe insurance companies or health systems that may have their own health portals. So it's actually interesting that you asked that. Great question. We actually have not seen much pushback from insurance companies or health systems. If anything, the feedback has actually been really great because there's such a gap right now in a patient being able to view their comprehensive health history. So a lot of those systems and organizations that exist right now, whether they're from a hospital or an insurance organization or like a clinic or an urgent care, they are so limited in their view of what they can provide for the patient in terms of their own health records. That's only encompassing their organization. They've actually had really amazing feedback on Novellia and almost welcome it as an additional tool that's really complementary to what their individual organization can help with the patient.
Just kind of piggybacking on her question. So what is the business model then? How are you guys going to make money? Is it going to be a subscription thing or?
Great question. Unfortunately, we live in a capitalistic society. But no, great question. So our fundamental belief at Novellia is that this should always be free for patients. we were actually started by our founder because his grandfather, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, went through a really similar journey where he saw his grandfather just have these stacks of files and documents on the kitchen counter. He was schlepping all of those to different clinics and doctors' offices, and it was such a burden, and dealing with the health insurance and the payments that came with that. You know, we really believe that Novellia should be free for all patients. No one should have to pay $20 for their health records or $50 a month for their health records. It's your information that you own and that you should always have access to. But how we make money is we're actually supported by independent research grants from incredible life science communities that are doing the drug development and the clinical trial fit research for patients and folks like yourselves who are undergoing or living or surviving with cancer. And again, any insights and things that we partner with them on never use an individual's data, and your identity is never revealed as part of those partnerships and part of those grants. And I think we're all out of time, but be sitting at one of the tables during break. So if anybody has any questions about registration or how Novellia works, whether they're hard questions, easy questions, please don't hesitate to come up to me. And thank you guys so much for the space and for the time.
Thank you. Just two quick announcements. I wanted to let you know that our medic, Adrienne, is here. She's right there in the gray shirt waving if anybody needs. And we also wanted to let you know that the wellness room with Cinnamon is open, so please take advantage of that. And we will take a quick break and be back at 11.
Well, good morning again, everybody, and welcome back. Can everyone in the back hear us? Thank you. Super. Well, as we all know, we're fortunate to have a number of partners supporting our efforts to face stomach cancer. One of our key partners is ASCO, the American Society of Clinical Oncology, which is actually the world's largest professional organization dedicated to the mission of conquering cancer. We are absolutely delighted that Dr. Pam Mangat of ASCO is able to join us today. Dr. Mangat received her undergrad degree in cell biology from Simon Fraser University prior to receiving her master's degree in epidemiology and biostatistics and PhD in translational research from George Washington University. Dr. Mangat currently serves as the director of Centra, ASCO's Center for Research and Analytics, and will be educating us this morning about a unique and dynamic program that she has spearheaded that is helping literally thousands of patients with cancer access cutting-edge therapies. Pam, thank you again for joining us this morning.
Well, thank you for that very warm introduction, Dr. Woog, and thank you for having me. And I should clarify that I am ABD, all but dissertation, so coming soon. So I oversee ASCO's the American Society of Clinical Oncology's clinical research program portfolio, which includes a couple national cancer clinical trials, and one of which is the Targeted Agent and Profiling Utilization Registry Study, or TAPUR study for short. And I'm really pleased to be able to talk to you a little bit about this study. Couple disclosures, I don't necessarily have any, but I will share that ASCO does receive grants from the following pharmaceutical companies to conduct the study. And I will be discussing off-label use of these some approved drugs. So it is fairly unique that a professional oncology society is developing and conducting its own clinical trials. So therefore, we aim to be very thoughtful about the types of clinical trials and projects that we develop and conduct. And we have a set of guiding principles to help us do that. And one is that we want to be sure that we're asking and answering clinically meaningful questions for both patients and providers. And we want to engage patients and patient advocates throughout the research process. We have patient advocates that serve on our boards and committees for the different trials that we conduct, and involve them in all parts of the process, protocol development, and other materials. We also want to ensure that we're implementing the very ASCO recommendations that we are communicating about how we should be conducting research. So we do that as well. And we also don't want to step on any toes. We're not interested in conducting a research that's not that is already being addressed by others. We're not looking to compete with the NCI cooperative studies. We're not looking to have registrational trials. And so by way of ASCO and how we engage with very key stakeholders, patient advocates, clinicians, regulatory authorities, industry, et cetera, we get a unique perspective of what are the large challenges that each of these stakeholders are facing, and is there an opportunity for us to identify an unmet need? And if so, then determine whether ASCO is uniquely poised to address that. So that sets us up very nicely for sort of how and why we developed the TAPUR study. So I joined ASCO about a decade ago to work with Dr. Richard Shilsky, who was the chief medical officer at the time. He's retired a couple of years ago officially in that role, but still maintains principal investigator of the TAPUR study. And there were a number of real world problems in practice that were occurring at that time and still occur. And that is patients with advanced cancer who had no standard treatment options remaining, or perhaps none to begin with. If their oncologist recommended, or if they knew that potentially having a genomic profiling test performed could be helpful to identify a potentially actionable genomic alteration. Then there was still the problem of how to obtain access to that drug, particularly if it's FDA approved but outside of its approved use. So they're targeted therapies, already FDA approved, but being used outside of its approved use. And how to learn from that treatment large scale. This was happening in practice all over the country and still is. And so we wanted to provide, a mechanism to be able to access the treatment, as well as learn from that experience. So what is the TAPUR study? The TAPUR study is a large, pragmatic, non-randomized precision medicine basket study. And our goal really is to identify potential signals of activity of these FDA-approved targeted therapies for patients who happen to have a potentially actionable genomic alteration identified in their tumor, and see if we can describe the efficacy and toxicity of that. Who's eligible for TAPUR? We were very thoughtful in ensuring that the patients that would be eligible for the TAPUR study were reflective of those patients that are seen in practice. So for that reason, we have fairly broad eligibility criteria. We allow for patients who have comorbidities. A lot of the rigorous sort of registrational trials may not. We have broader ranges for organ function, and ECOG performance status of 0 to 2, where some are only 0 to 1. And essentially, patients with any type of solid tumor could be eligible for this study. Now, the genomic profiling tests are not included within the study because, again, this was sort of built around the framework of clinical practice, that this was already occurring. So what we do is we allow for any genomic profiling test that has been performed by any test platform, any company that a physician has ordered for a patient, as long as it comes from a CLIA certified or CAP accredited laboratory. So sort of test agnostic, lab agnostic, and there's no time limit. If the patient had that genomic profiling test performed 2 years ago, they could still use that for screening for the study. We do have some treatment-specific inclusion-exclusion criteria that's related to the specific treatment that is selected, and that is primarily related to safety. And we do have a set of what we refer to as the matching rules in the protocol, which is a set of genomic inclusion and exclusion criteria, which then corresponds to a targeted therapy. So we have quite a few treatments in the study. We have, since we launched in 2016, we have had 25 targeted therapies in the study. Because it's a large platform-based study, we have drugs rolling on and off at any given point. So we started in 2016. We're still continuing to add treatments, and we're still enrolling patients. So we're very much continuing that way. Those treatments there you see in gray with an asterisk are no longer enrolling because they've completed. We're writing up results or various reasons, and those in black text are currently enrolling. And all of the companies provide the treatment to the patients at no cost, as long as they continue to receive some benefit from the treatment per protocol. Now, this slide is not meant to be read or understood. It's really just an opportunity to show you the heterogeneity of the tumor types that we see in the study. And we have, given the number of targets we have too, it's not a one-to-one. We may have multiple genomic alterations that could be targeted by one of the treatments. So, think about it, 25 treatments since we started, over 40 tumor types, and up to 25 treatments. There's a number of permutations we could see in how we are organizing our what we refer to as cohorts. But really quick, just across the x-axis on the bottom there, those are the various types of tumors we've seen in the study. And then every different color in a single bar corresponds to a different genomic alteration that is being targeted within that cancer type. And how we analyze the data is we employ, I'll keep it brief. People usually seem to sometimes fall asleep during the stat part. But essentially, we have a Simon two-stage design, and we enroll 10 patients in one cohort. And we organize the data into these cohorts. And what that means is essentially we're grouping patients' data who have been treated with the same treatment, are targeting the same genomic alteration, and have the same tumor type. And once we reach a cohort of 10 patients, we pause, we take a look at the results. And if there is one or less responder per protocol, and I'll mention what that means, we will close the cohort for futility, and we'll determine that that's a negative signal. However, if there are at least 2 responders in a group of 10, we will continue to enroll up to 28 patients in that cohort. And if there are at least 7 or more responders, we determine that that's a positive signal of activity, and that should warrant further study. And we provide this data back to the oncology community, the industry partners that we're working with on that to help sort of illuminate or highlight some potential areas in which there could be some further development. Okay. We have over 268 clinical trial sites across the country, across 28 states. And since we launched in March of 2016, we have registered or consented to the study for over 4,100 participants. And of those 4,100 participants, we've enrolled over 2,800 of them. So 2,800 have actively received treatment on the study. And I will note that a lot of these sites are community-based sites. We've been very thoughtful in the sites that we have brought on to the study. And so 86% are community-based, only 14% of these sites are academic centers. And TAPUR is a pragmatic study. We wanted to ensure that we are seeing the patients that are reflected in practice in this study. So therefore, we employ that broad eligibility criteria that I discussed earlier. We allow for basically any genomic profiling test that has been performed. We have a limited data collection. We're trying to keep the burden low for both patients and for the sites. We are only collecting the information that is necessary for us to meet the study objectives. And we also allow for physician discretion on the drug dosing and modification. Again, most of these drugs are already FDA approved, or they're all FDA approved actually, which is why we have an IND exemption. However, because the safety profiles are well known, we can sort of be a little bit leaner on some of the data we're collecting. We ask that the physicians treat patients in accordance with the prescribing label and again, can allow for dose modification as needed. And we allow for investigator assessment of response. So typically in the cancer clinical trials, we're seeing RECIST criteria. There's specific measurements that would correspond with a response or not. And I think I missed the study endpoint. The study endpoint is disease control rate. So we're looking at either complete response, partial response, or stable disease of at least 16 weeks duration. And we have secondary outpoints like progression-free survival or overall survival as well. But in any case, we are also including the physician's assessment of response. Are they receiving clinical benefit? There may be a specific measurement and they didn't meet a threshold for a positive response per the calculation. But what's the overall assessment? What would the physician assess that response as? And we collect that information as well. One thing we've been really proud of and is we reflect fairly good diversity in our clinical trial. The top part of the figure there is the TAPUR data, and the bottom part of the figure is based on the US cancer population. So you can see there in terms of race distribution, we are doing quite well in the study in terms of being reflective of what is seen in the US cancer population. With Asian, we have about 4% in both our study and what's seen. Hispanic, we have about 6% enrollment. When we started in 2016, we were at 2%. We've made thoughtful decisions in improving that and have been successful. And we are proud as well to say that we have 12% Black participant enrollment. And that is much higher than what is seen in typical cancer clinical trials submitted to the FDA. It's around less than 5%. And age as well. 30% of our patients are between the ages of 65 and 74. So it's older. Okay, so total number of patients on study to date. As I mentioned, we've enrolled over 2,800 participants. And what's really remarkable is that when we look at the patients who have stayed on 6 months or longer on treatment, that's about a quarter, that's 22%. So nearly a quarter of the patients have been on treatment for 6 months or longer. And in the study, patients are on treatment for as long as they're receiving benefit. If they progress or are no longer receiving benefit, they come off study. And then when we look at patients who have stayed on a year or longer, it's 8%. 8%. And that is remarkable when we think about the patient population that we're enrolling here. These are advanced cancer, people with advanced cancer who had no treatment options. And I'm reminded of one story, and I have to be quick because I am running out of time. But I'm reminded of one story of a patient who was seen at the Sylvester Cancer Center in Miami. And we don't know the patient's identities. So this story was relayed to me by the investigator there. And she was, her option that was provided to her by her oncologist was hospice at that point. She sought a second opinion. And that opinion came from a physician who was participating in our molecular tumor board. We have a weekly tumor board as well that's available for oncologists to utilize and consult with. Anyway, this oncologist was a participant on that MTB and suggested she have genomic profiling performed and to see if she's a candidate for the TAPUR study. She did. She was referred to Sylvester Cancer Center, where Dr. Carmen Calfa is our investigator at that location. And after 2 treatments, the nodule on her neck had fully disappeared. So that's a really encouraging story. Cohorts to date. So we talked a little bit about that really messy slide earlier with all the funky colors. And there's a representative essentially of the histology-specific cohorts. We have basically hundreds of cohorts that we've generated. And we can think of that as essentially hundreds of mini phase 2 trials within this single platform study. We have still 97 cohorts enrolling. Some of those have been rolled up into sort of a histology agnostic cohort. And we have started writing these results up and disseminating them. So we have 43 cohorts that we've reported to date. 23 have been negative, 20 have been positive. We continue to disseminate information as quickly as possible. And we do think it's as important to describe and disseminate the negative results as it is the positive. I know we're low on time, so I'm going to skip this slide, but this is just one example of one cohort where you see there we had 2 patients with complete response, 14 partial responders, and 3 with stable disease of at least 16 weeks. And we've presented that, and that's on our website. Any of the results, all of the results from all of the cohorts are available on the TAPUR study website, tapur.org. We encourage everyone to check that out. And one thing that we're particularly proud of as well is that not only are we working to disseminate the information to the scientific and oncology community, but we're working hard to ensure that we provide information back to the patients and the patients' families that participated in the form of what we refer to as plain language summaries. So, and essentially an easier to understand version of what is the study, what were the results, what came of that participation. We're not sending individual level results. These are aggregate results, but we are taking thoughtful steps to make sure that this is available. And I think this is second to last. I think this is it. We've also been very much engaged, Rich and I, since 2016 in engaging with other researchers around the world who we've heard have similar problems in practice and would like to start up their own TAPUR-like studies. So we set up a global data sharing collaboration. We have officially captured study in Canada and the DRUP study in the Netherlands are actively participating. We've talked with all of these other researchers in these countries for these trials as well. We share our study case report forms, we share our protocol, we share any sort of operational guidance in the efforts to ensure that even if cohorts are not able to complete, that we can pool our data together to make sure that we are making use of every patient who donated their time and space to participate in this trial. And lastly, we're very happy to announce that we're now making the limited data sets of the TAPUR data available to researchers, ASCO members, so that they can also help us gain insights beyond the primary endpoint. There's just so much that can be asked and answered with this robust data set. We just can't do it ourselves, and there's no sense in waiting. So we now have this available for request on our website and encourage everyone to spread the word. All right, thank you.
And again, for your efforts in the initiative to both advance the science of oncology and connect us as patients with these very exciting new treatments. So thank you again. We'll proceed, actually. I'm incredibly grateful to Aki, Camilla, Irasema, and the entire organizing committee for the opportunity of joining you today and sharing a little bit about our personal experience. I have to confess, after our town hall this morning, I am humbled, and I think you all should be up here instead of me. But I am delighted to have a chance to share a little bit about, I was going to say my journey, but really our family's journey, and hopefully share some suggestions that may prove helpful for those of you facing stomach cancer as well, or your loved ones who may be in that situation. Greg, I don't know if you can hear me, but I may ask you to help with advancing the slides whenever I say next. Thank you, Greg. Perfect. And next, thank you. And we did hear a bit about this earlier, but cancer, as we know, is a formidable disorder. Nothing that I share personally today is intended to substitute for the guidance that individuals should obtain from their own care teams, except when noted, the suggestions that we share during this talk reflect really our personal experience and are not necessarily evidence-based. I apologize that due to time constraints, some of the slides will fly by very quickly, but all of today's talks will be available on the stocan.org website after the meeting for review at a more leisurely pace. My story, next, please, Greg. My story, next, thank you, began back in prehistoric times by oncology standards in early 2007, when as an apparently healthy and active surgeon and father of young kids, I was unexpectedly diagnosed with stage 3B signet ring stomach cancer. I underwent a total gastrectomy and Roux-en-Y reconstruction. Multiple lymph nodes were positive. Next, Greg. Which was not good news, certainly in terms of my prognosis. After research and email consults with folks in the US, Europe, and Asia, I ended up with 4 months of chemo to try to eliminate residual cancer cells. At this point, it was September, 8 months after my surgery, a couple months after finishing chemo. I was really excited about getting back to work. I was still having some discomfort eating and had a CT scan to evaluate this. The scan revealed that my GI tract was actually fine. I was shocked, however, next, Greg. Thank you. To learn that the scan showed a metastasis in my liver. In the scan image on the right, we can see the liver metastasis, which typically has this punched out appearance surrounded by the red box here. This was bad news. Next, please. I now had stage 4 metastatic cancer. As we know, the anticipated course of events is progression despite additional chemo, with most patients dying within 15 months, as seen in the graph on slide right. The goal of therapy, as we've already heard this morning in our discussion for patients with metastatic cancer, has traditionally been to buy time, as cure is generally not considered possible. To try to improve on this prognosis, next please, Greg. We tried a clinical trial of what was then a relatively new treatment approach, namely targeted therapy, this directed against c-Met, a protein involved in a number of types of cancer, including stomach cancer. Things were stable in the trial for about 3 months or so, but then progressed. I failed. I came off the trial. Over the next 14 months, we tried a lot of things, including 2 more types of regular chemo, another clinical trial targeting that c-Met pathway, electrical current applied via a needle introduced through my skin into the liver to destroy the liver metastases, and even a major surgery during which part of my liver was removed. Nothing worked. I had multiple related medical issues, including a collapsed lung and a severe spine infection requiring emergency surgery and 8 weeks of home IV antibiotics. I was developing more abdominal pain and my liver function was failing. At this point, I would likely have only 1 more shot at treatment. We were looking at another trial targeting that c-Met pathway, but wanted to make sure that we chose the option that was most likely to be successful. It was at this time that we came across an interesting article by a research scientist who specialized in this c-Met pathway that we had been targeting. I emailed the scientist, who very kindly agreed to study my tumor tissue in his lab. These specialized studies, known as proteomic studies, next please, Greg, basically looked at tumor protein activation, and they revealed that the c-Met protein was not, in fact, overactive. The scientists kindly looked at other proteins, though, and found that a protein known as HER2 was. At the time, it was recognized that HER2, next please, was overactive in about 20% of patients with breast cancer. This was before the TOGA study, which led to a greater appreciation of the role of HER2 in gastric cancer. Well, this information was exciting news, as there were 2 agents, next please, Greg, already approved by the FDA as effective against HER2-positive breast cancer. These drugs, called trastuzumab and lapatinib, act at different points along the HER2 pathway. Since trastuzumab was already approved by the FDA for breast cancer, next please, Greg, My oncologist was able to obtain approval for me to receive the drug on an individual patient basis outside of a clinical trial, what's called expanded access. This is basically actually a very humble version of what is now being done so elegantly for so many patients through the TAPUR program that Dr. Mangat just shared with us. 3 days after getting my first IV infusion of trastuzumab, next please, my right arm became very swollen and painful. It turned out that I had a major blood clot involving the veins of my arm and neck. Next, please. Blood clots are actually a very common and potentially life-threatening problem associated with various types of cancers as well as their treatments. I was put on an anticoagulant, next please, and continued to receive trastuzumab. At the 1 month point on many clinical trials, and we adopted the same practice, I had a CT scan to see how well the trastuzumab was working. Lying on the CT scan table, and I know this is an experience I think shared by many of us in the room, and listening to that high-pitched hum of the scanner detector array accelerating, I nervously wondered what the scan would show, given that this was likely my last shot at treatment. Next, please. Fortunately, the scan showed improvement with shrinkage of the metastases compared with the scan a month earlier. I continued with trastuzumab, in fact, over the next 9 years. At this point, really, there is no data to suggest when or if we should stop treatment. And my most recent scan, next please, in 2021, fortunately revealed no evidence of metastatic disease. Overall, I've been very, very lucky on multiple levels to have had a dramatic response to targeted therapy for metastatic stomach cancer. With that background, we'd like to shift gears for a moment and share some of the lessons that my wife, Mariana, and I learned during this experience, starting really with a lesson that doesn't need to be reemphasized, that was made so eloquently this morning. Next, please. In terms of the importance of patient advocacy, either for oneself or one's loved ones. It's important, as we've all heard already, to learn about our specific cancer's molecular biology, including known and emerging biomarkers, and also our genetics and our tumor's genetics. Reviewing treatment guidelines from ASCO and from the NCCN can help us be active and informed participants in decision-making with a care team that importantly is aligned with and shares our goals, priorities, and values. Prior to actually starting treatment, next please, Greg, it's helpful to learn about danger signs that should prompt a call to our teams and to plan for exercise and home and nutritional support. Before follow-up visits during the course of treatment, I found it helpful to review, next please, the results of new lab studies. If the results are worrisome, we at least have time at home before the visit to adjust emotionally to the results instead of getting unsettling information during the actual visit. You and your provider can then hopefully better use your limited 15-minute time, which I think Betsy mentioned earlier, visit time, to discuss your options going forward. In this regard, I think it's helpful to have a backup plan in mind in case the test results actually prove to be disappointing. Moving on to chemo, next please, Greg. It's important, I think, to help work with our teams to maximize our comfort and actually increase our chances of completing the prescribed regimen. There are a lot of options now for nausea management, for example. I personally found peppermint tea to be very, very helpful. Working with a mentor, as offered by our group, can be very helpful during all phases of treatment, including surgery, chemo, and immunotherapy. It's helpful, I think, and important to accept, next please, that changes in one's sleep pattern and energy levels are common during treatment, and to sleep when you can or need to. There may be times in one cancer journey, and I agree, Betsy, a journey is not a great term, but I thought it was cosmetically better than ordeal or whatever other term you'd want to come up with. But there may be times where things certainly are not going well. And a number of coping strategies, next please, may be helpful at such times. Setting or resetting your priorities and aligning the use of your time with these priorities is one such strategy. For me, important personal relationships emerged as my first priority, and preparing letters and videos to my family and friends gave me a sense of peace. In general, I think it's helpful to focus on what we can do and not on what we can't do. It may be helpful in this regard to reflect upon the serenity prayer on the right side of the slide. We have already heard so much about the importance, next please, Greg, of maintaining social relationships in person and or online, as in our SOCAN support groups and as in this meeting. This really can help combat feelings of isolation and loneliness that are tremendously common among patients with all types of cancer. Four-footed companionship can be a source, next please, of great comfort as well. And I enjoyed comparing notes with Betsy again about this yesterday. Overall, I'd say while it's important to be realistic and plan for the worst, a little denial inspired by hope can be a good thing. In this regard, if cure doesn't seem possible, next please, Greg. At a given point, a reasonable goal may be to try to control cancer to buy time. With ongoing research, more effective therapies may become available. In some situations, in fact, cancer may be managed as a chronic disease, and I look forward to hearing more about this in just a few minutes, about this very important concept from Suzanne. From a non-medical perspective, an unnamed sergeant was said to have stated during World War II that there are no atheists in foxholes. Engagement with the faith community can be a source of support in this regard for both the patient and their caregiver. Speaking of caregivers, the multifaceted burden, next please, Greg, and stress on the caregiver may, I think, in some ways actually exceed that on the patient. It's important for the caregiver, next please, to maintain their physical, emotional, and spiritual health as well. We'll move on to a couple of issues specific to gastrectomy for stomach cancer, things that I wasn't aware of at least. One problem I wasn't familiar with in particular, next please, was rheostasis syndrome, characterized by abdominal pain and nausea after eating, usually in a fairly early post-op period. This is due to interruption during gastrectomy of the nerve supply that controls GI tract movement, interfering, next please, with the passage of food down the GI tract. Fortunately, this generally improves with time. More familiar, I think, to many of us, next please, may be maybe various forms of dumping syndrome, early and late dumping syndrome in particular, which both reflect, next please, excessively rapid food transit down the reconstructed GI system. Eating small, frequent meals, with high protein, low glycemic index carbs can help us avoid dumping and late hypoglycemia. Next, please. And next, seen here with the blue arrow, that can occur as part of the late dumping process. I personally, next please, still get hypoglycemic at times, and I find it helpful just to carry around some hard candies. Maintaining nutrition in general, as we've heard, can be a challenge after gastrectomy. While guidelines, next please, call for at least 60 grams of protein, 1,500 calories per day. In fact, nutrient requirements can vary a great deal. For a long time after surgery, I was having trouble gaining weight despite eating enough in terms of calories. one of the nutritionist interns I saw actually raised the possibility that there might be a mismatch between the rapid transit of food into the small intestine. Next, please, Greg. And the slower release of enzymes required for digestion, seen here in green, by the pancreas. The intern suggested, next, please. That I try a pancreatic enzyme, next please, supplement. And this helped a great deal in terms of allowing me to gain weight. Other useful weight gain strategies include grazing throughout the day. And with apologies to our friends at the USDA, hopefully I won't be reported for this, but eating high caloric density items. Next, please. Next, please. While avoiding, next, please, low caloric density foods. Again, I'm sorry, I know this will be on video, but next, please. At any rate, we're all familiar. Next, please, Greg. With micronutrient deficiencies, and I agree this is an area of unmet discussion or need. After gastrectomy, I personally use a post-bariatric surgery vitamin. As it turns out, our livers usually have about 2 years worth of iron stored up, but at the 2-year point after surgery, I was becoming anemic, and it turned out I was iron deficient. A lot of us don't absorb oral iron very well, and I get IV iron replacement. Another common issue occurring in up to 80% of folks after gastrectomy, next please, is small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. While antibiotics may help improve symptoms, they don't generally cure this condition. Mariana found through her research, next please, that garlic and onions contain a natural antimicrobial compound called allicin, and eating these foods cooked pretty much on a daily basis has helped a lot with my symptoms, if not with my breath, but that's another story. Time limitations today preclude additional detailed discussion, next please, of other long-term survivorship issues, but it's important to note that there are specialized clinics that now help, next please, with cardiac, next please, kidney, next please, and immune system problems after treatment. There are also resources available to help with neurologic and psychologic issues, including peripheral neuropathy. Next, please. CNS disorders, including, next, please, chemo brain, which Jeff alluded to earlier. Next, please. And anxiety, which I suspect many of us have experienced. Next, please, as well as PTSD. Next. Next. One of the greatest sources of stress and concern to us is recurrent or metastatic cancer. Next, please. Recurrent or metastatic tumors may demonstrate molecular profiles that vary from the primary tumor, as well as chemotherapy resistance, both of which may make treatment more difficult. Even our best scans capable of picking up a nodule 1/5 of an inch in size, next please, are not detecting cancer until over 100 million cancer cells are present. Recently developed assays of circulating cell-free tumor DNA promise to allow much earlier detection of persistent or recurrent cancer. Camilla, I stand in awe of your experience with your team in using very effectively one version of this molecular residual disease test, Signatera, in guiding your own treatment. Well, why is early detection of recurrence so important? Next, please. And I'm sorry for the diagram on the right, but basically over time, single cancers can mutate, as seen in the diagram, into many genetically different tumors, some of which may be more aggressive or more resistant to chemo. Detecting and treating recurrent tumors can limit this mutation process. Second, as we know, our immune cells, seen in blue in the slide on the lower left, may be able to destroy cancer cells, seen here in yellow. The immune response may be most effective, though, when the tumor burden or number of tumor cells is relatively small compared to the number of immune cells. Catching and treating recurrent cancer early can keep the ratio of immune cells to tumor cells more favorable. Well, we are running short on time, so again, I'm going to put these slides up there so they're on the video. These cover the importance of multi-cancer early detection testing, which is particularly important, I think, for those of us with rare cancers such as stomach cancer. Basically, a blood test which allows screening for multiple types of cancer at once. And we've heard about Guardant, and there are other companies in this space. I think this will be a very important development. We are going to, again, just race through these slides, so they'll be available for review on the video in terms of survivorship care planning. And I would like to conclude, though, with two comments in terms of survivorship care planning. First, there are some very exciting developments with artificial intelligence that I think may help us address many of the gaps that were identified during our town hall. In terms of survivorship care planning in particular, this is a prompt I put in for ChatGPT 3.5 a few days ago, just asking for a survivorship care plan for a patient undergoing gastrectomy. We need to advance a few slides from here. Greg, I'll tell you when to stop. Next, 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 next. Perfect, thank you. I hope everyone caught. Will be a brief quiz on this at the end. But this is the prompt: as ChatGPT, provide a care plan for a patient undergoing gastrectomy with adjuvant FOLFOX and trastuzumab. Next, please. In literally 2 seconds, ChatGPT provided a pretty respectable 5-page plan, including advice circled in red to monitor for cardiotoxicity given the trastuzumab history. Well, in closing, and I apologize for going over, which is terrible as a moderator in particular. Next, please. We are not alone as we face stomach cancer. We have a number of partners that really support us in a robust ecosystem of innovation that has been responsible for the majority of new cancer diagnostics and therapeutics developed worldwide. I'm personally grateful to many of our partners in this ecosystem, including those from the NCI, FDA, academia, ASCO, and industry who have taken time from their schedules to join us today and to support this program. I'm looking forward to doing our part to keep this innovation momentum going during Advocacy Day through discussions with our policymakers tomorrow. Thank you. And again, my apologies for going over, but it is now a distinct pleasure. You've saved, I think, the best in many respects for last. Introduce our next speaker, Suzanne Ottinger. Suzanne is a native of Maryland, right next door, and has a truly remarkable story of perseverance and determination to share. Thank you, Suzanne, for sharing your story with us.
Thank you. Well, a lot of you guys have heard my story many times, so it doesn't need, mine doesn't be long, but also it doesn't need to be too long. I'll start with my family history of cancer in my family. With my mom, she passed away when I was 8. My sister was 6, and my brother was 3. It was a GI adenocarcinoma. And, I remember her time in the hospital. She was in the hospital most of the time at that point when you got chemo. We didn't know what we couldn't give people the drugs the pre-drugs that we have now, where you can live a normal life most of those years. And father was diagnosed with a lymphoma, and he didn't tell us right away. We were little kids, but my father then later in life was also diagnosed with melanoma, and then passed away from a brain tumor, which we don't even know where that brain tumor came from. My mother was the youngest of 9, and there was a lot of cancer in her family. So I just assumed I was going to get cancer at some point. I got colonoscopies at a young age. I did my breast exams at a young age. I had my moles checked, my OBGYN. I had genetic testing in the, I think 2000, exactly 2000 was my first time getting genetic testing. And nothing really ever came up. This is a picture of my daughters and I. This is the summer that I was diagnosed, and we were in Disney. And it was kind of a joke because we were walking around Epcot Center, and you're supposed to eat through Epcot Center. And every little whatever I got in Epcot Center, I ate. My older daughter, Sabrina, and I were, looking on the map for the next bathroom because I was either going to have diarrhea or throw up with each, and it was almost a joke to us. I don't know what we were thinking. Anyway, I did have a colonoscopy scheduled. I had talked to my doctors. They had said, of course, like all of us, it's reflux. Luckily, when I had my colonoscopy scheduled, I was 50, but I had already been doing colonoscopies. I think it was my 4th colonoscopy. They said, you know what, let's do an endoscopy because you shouldn't be throwing up when you eat. And you shouldn't have that much pain when, it was also at that point getting very painful to eat. So sure enough, there was a tumor at the fundus of my stomach, the top kind of curvature of the stomach. My mother was with me. It was still kind of a COVID-y time, but she was there. They did let her in. And, the GI doctor was shocked. He sent me right away for scans. I right away had an oncology appointment. That was September of 2021. So April of 2021, Opdivo had just been approved through Checkmate 623. And my doctor right away put me on Opdivo and Folfox. I had my port. Everything happened very quickly. I didn't understand what was going on. I was in shock. The scans showed metastasis all through my bones, which again, I didn't understand. To me, that sounded like better, oh, it's in my bones. That's not really going to kill me. But I didn't know how serious it was. And when I went for my first oncology appointment and I said, when's surgery? He said, we don't take out some cancer. You have cancer in your bones. You're not going to benefit from having your stomach removed. So I did ask him, well, what does this mean? He said stage 4. I said, well, am I going to live 5 months or 5 years? And he said, I don't know. So I was on Folfox and Opdivo, and I did very well. I had a endoscopy a couple months in. There was no cancer left in my stomach. My bones looked very sclerotic, less cancer in them. And I was doing well. Finally, the toxicity from the oxaliplatin kicked in, and my doctor said, okay, time for Cyramza and Taxol. And by then, I had, plugged in to the community. And I said, no, we don't, that is not what we do. We drop the ox and we stay on the F in the Opdivo. And we were raising our voices with one another. He said, no, you get Cyramza and Taxol. And I had my stack of papers and I said, no. And he did finally agree with me. And I went to, I called my doctor at Hopkins and I said, I'm right? I mean, this is what I've heard on our calls. She said, yeah, you drop the oxaliplatin and you stay on the 5-FU and Opdivo. So that's what I did. And I got a great year out of that. I felt pretty good. There was a lot of talk at that point about MSI. Do you have HER2, PD-L1, MSI? Well, I was PD-L1, so that's probably why I did so well. But I really wanted to know, do I have MSI? And I wanted the Signatera test. And he said, no, you're doing great. You don't need the Signatera test. Finally, my doctor at Hopkins ordered the Signatera test, but my It was a year in, and my cancer was too old, too diffused, and I couldn't get the test. And I've never been able, 2.5, almost 3 years in, I still can't get the Signatera, and it really annoys me. But anyway, so I did well. I had a good year, and I did go to Hopkins for a second opinion with a surgeon. And I think that was just the worst day of my life. And he said, no surgery for you. I said, well, how long am I going to live? He said, maybe 2 years, not 3. So next, do I do this with the green? So my next slide is, this is a very difficult time for me. I know that in the long run, this is a blessing, but I'm not there yet. It doesn't feel like a blessing yet. I was still arguing with my doctor about circulating tumor DNA, and I watched one of Hope for Stomach Cancer videos on circulating on blood biopsies. It was called blood biopsies. And I wanted to know about, more information for when my treatment stopped working. And Dr. Dean started at the beginning with genetics. And he said, CDH1, and I knew all about CDH1. I'd been to John Florin, I talked to Dr. Davis, and I knew all about it, and I didn't have it. And then he mentioned CTNNA1, and I was like, oh my gosh, that sounds very familiar to me. So I dug through and I found my genetic report, and sure enough, it was there, CTNNA1. And I called Karen Chelcom, who has since passed away, and she gave me Dr. Perry Guilford's information, and in New Zealand, and he said, this is pathogenic. And you have to get your whole family tested, your brother, your sister, and your daughters. And I always knew my cancer was genetic. It was not, I knew it was, but I just didn't want to hear that. And it was hard to tell my family. And they didn't really necessarily all agree with me right away, and maybe a little bit of pushing to get the genetic testing done, especially my brother. Men are very difficult. But they did the testing, and sure enough, my sister has the variant, and both of my daughters. And Dr. Davis and Dr. Perry Guilford both agreed that, unfortunately, yes, it was pathogenic, and given our family history, it was quite serious. So my prior to that, we went to, I did the right thing. I took my daughters to genetic counseling, right? This is the thing to do. Yeah. And so my 18-year-old, she's 20 now, had a little tear in her eye, and the genetic counselor said, you shouldn't get the testing because this is upsetting to you. And if you test positive, they might suggest a gastrectomy. And can you imagine the anger that I had? I mean, who are you to say this? Who are you to make this decision about my children? And it took me a long time. I'm still not quite over it. But she didn't, my older daughter was like, give me the test. Are you kidding me? I want the test. My mother died at 33. We need this information. So anyway, my older daughter got the test first, and she did test positive for the variant. And then I think my sister came next, and she did test positive. Then finally, my younger daughter, I said, Claire, you have to get the test. It's just the test. Well, Dr. Davis is not going to take out your stomach the next day. She finally did get the test, and she was positive. So then come the endoscopies. And so, of course, my older daughter was already enrolled in the trial, and she got the endoscopy, and sure enough, signet ring cells. And I just couldn't believe it. 22 years old, signet ring cells. And again, I know it's a blessing, but it doesn't feel like it right now. It's not fun to watch your 22-year-old starve and have to learn how to eat again. And then my sister had her endoscopy. She didn't have any cancer cells that they found. And then my 20-year-old, they did the endoscopy, and sure enough, cancer cells, signet ring cells in her. And call it what, maybe it's precancer, maybe it's not. In my book, it's a cancer cell. It's not intestinal metaplasia, it's a signet ring cell, and it needs to be taken out of the stomach. I don't have any signet ring cells in my stomach right now. I have obviously in my bones, but it has to come out. And Dr. Davis does agree, given our family history and finding signet ring cells at such a young age. So my sister had her gastrectomy. We're very lucky we're here. We can go to NIH very easily. And because it's CTNNA1, something different that they haven't seen, I think it benefits them, to have us in their study. So that's my daughter getting her total gastrectomy. My sister had hers in February, and my younger daughter will have hers this summer. She wants to have a year away at school, and I think it's a good idea for her to grow up a little bit before she has her surgery. So the next is a little more pleasant, if I can get to it. Okay. So I know we've talked a lot about nutrition and alternative versus integrative therapies, seeing other doctors and support groups. So I just wanted to share this app. It's from Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. And I haven't seen anything else really like this. So I know for me personally, when the doctors say to me, we don't have a cure for you, we might be able to help you live a little longer. We might be able to take a little bit of your pain away, but we can't cure you. Then I'm not going to go, "Oh, okay, then I'll just do what you say and nothing else." Of course not. I'm going to do other things. I mean, I have no choice. So, I get acupuncture twice a week. It helps me a lot. It makes me a lot stronger for treatments. It's very important to me. I think it should be. It's a part of my cancer center, and I wish it was a part of everybody's cancer center. They also offer massage, which helps a lot with my pain. I have a lot of bone metastasis. It helps a lot with nauseousness. If I can not take as many pain pills, I think it's a very healthy thing for my liver. I have a really great relationship with my primary care doctor. I see her every 2 months, and we talk a lot about the side effects from my chemo. We talk about my nutrition. We talk about, she draws my labs. I have inflammatory arthritis from the Opdivo and the Keytruda, and she spends a lot of time with me, and she's very helpful. And that helps a lot because when I go to see my oncologist, I don't have to talk to him about all of that. I want to talk to my oncologist about my biomarkers, my treatment, my scans. These are the things I want to discuss with my oncologist, and it helps me to go to other doctors, the rheumatologist, my primary care doctor. If I get a rash, I go to the dermatologist. They're all there for me, and I think it's been very helpful to me to have a big team. And when I'm with my oncologist, we're focusing on getting rid of this cancer. And then last is where I am now. Unfortunately, I did have a recurrence. And anyway, it just says recurrence on the next slide. I don't know if it's going to, but it's a cute picture of my daughter. So there we go. So that's my daughter. She just got married, and her husband watches every bite that goes into her mouth, so that I don't have to worry about that anymore. That's my older daughter, who will have her gastrectomy next summer. I've been told all along that my disease is not measurable because I have it just in my bones and, of course, my stomach. But it was just no trial for you, no trial for you, no surgery for you. None of those things are on the table for you. You have what your oncologist can give you, and that is all. I'm not going to give up. I keep on trying. I think someday, maybe if I can get the cancer under control in my bones, I will start asking surgeons again for the total gastrectomy. I don't think it's a good idea now because my bones need my stomach. But also a clinical trial opened up. My doctor at NIH and my doctor at Hopkins said trials are now opening up for non-measurable disease. And I had a scan on a Wednesday, and that afternoon when I got home from the scan, Hopkins called me up and said, we got approval today to take patients with non-measurable disease. And it was just in time because my cancer was just, it went from kind of under control with radiation here and there to just really everywhere throughout my hips. From my skull, I have cancer all the way down my neck and my entire spine. It's in my shoulders, my sternum, you know, it's just all the way down to my knees and probably further, but that's where they stopped the scan. So I did get into a clinical trial, and I'm very, very grateful for that. I feel it was divine intervention. And I'm on round 3 of that. So it is, I think that the TAPUR study probably kind of played into that because it's olaparib, which is normally used, you know, for genetic cancers. And my local doctor feels that, you know, my cancer is genetic. Who knows? Maybe there's some synergy there. So olaparib, which is tough. I'm really tired on that drug. But it's a pill, PARP inhibitor. So I like the idea of that. You know, I have my Keytruda, which is my immunotherapy, which the Opdivo has kept the cancer out of my torso. So I don't want to give up something that's controlling what's in my torso for something that might work better in my bones. So I've got the chemo, which tends to work better for the bones. I've got my immunotherapy, which has, for almost 3 years, kept cancer out of my stomach. I've had 4 endoscopies. There's no cancer in my stomach. And then when the cancer is kind of ugly enough to beat both of those, then I've got the PARP inhibitor, which prevents the cancer from repairing itself. So I like the combination. I believe, you know, I believe that if my mind understands how it's working, you know, it's like the placebo effect, but then kind of flash forward. Okay, I'm getting these treatments. I understand in concept how they work. And as I get them, I meditate on that. Like I want my body to take it in and make them work. So that's where I am now. I'm in a clinical trial for my progression, and I feel good about it. I don't know if it's working yet, but that's it. That's my story.
Well, thank you, Suzanne. Your strength, absolutely inspirational, and we look forward to a great update at next year's meeting. But that concludes our morning session. Before we break for lunch, a couple of quick reminders. Our wellness room is open. You need to take a break. Here with us as well. Please find Lindsay if you'd like to be interviewed. And finally, our photo booth is open as well. We'll reconvene at 1 or perhaps a couple minutes maybe later. Who knows, Rebecca? But thank you again.
Finishing up their lunch. It was quite a good lunch. I enjoyed it very much. That was on the books for today, but thank you, founding director of the Rouge Center for GI. That's what we're trying to do. And I am without further ado, I'm going to get us started by introducing our speakers. Here on this sort of in a personal level, to to awareness other children. Buzzer, you got the buzzer ready to go. All right. And so with that, let me introduce
I'm going to be talking about science. That is not there's me. It's unusual normal day for me. How much I have not about giving hard for me to give by. Yeah. The chance that I say something or hurtful or harmful to people going through something that is the hardest thing that they've ever. Mind Portland, people with pure and it's all not are still down there. There's a boxcar. There's a rapids there, and I people didn't management a little bit ahead of the crowd, and a little more than do. If you verdict. It seems it almost couldn't be true. It's the way I'm like warm. You can't breathe. Body will let you. And you keep hold of your paddle. You do those things, and then you're not the moment you get and you're getting caught under the boat and think you're gonna die. And you won't have your paddle, you won't get yourself comfortable or scared. I mean, it's a little bit shocking, but it wasn't a panic. But just having that little bit of extra information helped. You can see the analogy I'm kind of getting here. A little bit of extra information, just being a little bit ahead of where some of us are when we're dumped in that cold, cold river that says the word cancer and your mind turns off. Isn't like that if you've done 100 different projects, 300 different projects for 100 different pharma companies. Like they put all those like logos up there. Half of those have been my clients in the past. This really is the sort of thing that I'm used to doing. So it's a very different experience for me. It was. Some things scare me more than it scares, I think, most people. And some things scare me far, far, far less. So I'll just tell you what it was like. What it was like for me. Someone's been at least a little bit on the river. So I've pushed it, and now we'll see how long it takes to swim. That's how long it took. Okay. Yeah, Jennifer, my wife up here, it will surprise you very little, I think, that we call her the strongest link at home. If you want to see, she was on the latest or 2 episodes ago of the weakest link. She has been on Jeopardy also, and I was 30 years ago. We have the nerdiest meet cute story I think that there is possible. We met on the trivia team at BYU. And you can see I'm wearing a BYU shirt there. I won the college tournament 30 years ago this year and got second on the Tournament of Champions, losing by $1. That losing by $1 hurt because that would have been a lot of money. And we had 2 kids at the time. So it would have been nice, but didn't happen. And one of the things I also kind of learned from this experience is how important it is to be lucky and notice your good luck. I was lucky at many, many times in that. It just is. There's a luck element that you have to acknowledge if you're playing in these. as a doctor said, we have 7 kids. These are my kids. Aren't they beautiful? They are cute, and they are kind, and they are sweet, and they are smart. And I love them all. We love them dearly. We have kids at this point from age 32 down to 13. When I had a cancer diagnosis, which we'll get to in just a second, these were the ones I thought about. And honestly, as much as I love you, Jen, I did not think about you as much as I thought about them. I knew you could handle it. I didn't know if they could. Some of you have kids that you're worried about, or you were worried about. I can just tell you what I did. I don't know if it's right. I don't. But I told them everything. I told them everything because I didn't want them to sit there worrying that I wasn't telling them something. That they just sat there all the time going, when is the other shoe going to drop? They know the shoe. They know it within hours. I give Jen a chance to think through it first, but they know it right away. And it may not be something that they feel great about. On other times, they're the ones doing this. They made that thing, comparing me to Breaking Bad and Walter White. So, like there's that sense. Thank you, Carissa Mallory, I think. This is what happened. I tried to donate my kidney. I tried to donate my kidney for a long time. But for this to make sense, I got to tell you something else. You see standing up here, I don't say I'm a skinny man, but a normal sized person, but I'm really a fat man with the exception of if I have medical or pharmacological intervention. If I have any of those two things, then I'm, as you can kind of see me now, or cancer. Cancer might do that too. But, other than that, I need those things. I had gastric bypass now about 14 years ago. So it was hard to donate a kidney. You'd think that they would be all over you, just allowing you to donate a kidney. I mean, really, shouldn't it be an impulse buy? I mean, but it's not. They really throw you through the ringer. I tried at UNC. They said no. I waited a long time. I tried at UNC again, which is our closest transplant center, and they said no again. I tried at Vidant. They said, sure, but you have to lose weight. So I lost 25 pounds, I think, something like that, 20, enough there. And then it took a long time. It took like a year. And then they said no, because they had a new nephrologist who said no. I tried Georgetown. Georgetown said no. I tried Duke. Duke said no, but if you lose a lot more weight, you can do it. And then came the magic of Ozempic. And Ozempic works great for me. I don't know how it works for everybody else, but Ozempic and then Wegovy, same stuff, works great for me. By the way, not a client. This is not me trying to boost a client stuff. I've never noticed because it's never been one of my clients. But I lost like another 55 pounds. Like it was great for me. And so Duke said, okay, we can do it. I passed all those tests where you have to like drink things that taste so bad you just want to barf. The moment I had to do that sucker twice, because of course Biden had me do it too. But then great, I'm there. CT scan, this is what happened. And of course I opened my chart stuff first. I open it first every time because of course, I can read this stuff, or if I can't read this stuff, I'm not looking up too many words. And it's like, not one tumor. Oh no, you have 2 tumors. You have a tumor in your kidney, and you have what they thought was a GIST. Now, these were bad. It meant I'm not donating that kidney for starters, but it also meant that it wasn't that bad, because then I immediately went to look up the 5-year survival for everything, because that's what we do. I mean, you look up the 5-year survival, you look at the NCCN guidelines. These are the standards. These are the gold standards to look things up. I look things up. That's fine. And they were great. A normal person, 50 years old, which is what I was at the time when I was diagnosed, about a 2% chance of dying in the next 5 years. That, a little less than 0.5% per year. Not bad. With those cancers, maybe a 7% chance of dying over 5 years. Not bad at all. Going to be targeted chemotherapy with Gleevec. The RCC, the renal cell carcinoma, can just be resolved by cutting it out. Not a big deal. So that's where we started. And that is not where we ended up. All right. But that's where we thought we were. Okay. Then it gets to this. We had surgery, because you have surgery to get rid of a cyst. You have surgery to get rid of renal cell carcinoma. I had those surgeries. And now it looks as though cancer were a claw hand coming out of the sky, having grabbed my chest in 5 little spots and picked me up and then dropped me, saying, nah. I've got little things all over my chest. I have now another run from another surgery that's coming. But, surgery, not so bad as things go. Post-recovery, not great. I will tell you, if you're in surgery for a very long time, and I was in surgery for many, many hours, then, gosh, they use a lot of that gas to blow up your stomach, which, you think, okay, is that bloated? I'm not talking about bloated. That gas has to get out somehow. And the way that it gets out somehow is through the rest of you. So the gas builds up in your neck, which hurts. And you can hear it when you bite like this. You can hear little bubble wrap pops in your ears, which is a little disconcerting. And then you can also squeak yourself, I was squeaking myself like I was a duck, a rubber duck. I could squeak myself like a rubber duck. And I won't tell you that pneumoscrotum is not as fun as it sounds. But if you want to have, if you want to have some things that make you look like Chippendales dancers, I have a whole play set of those now, because I needed those for about a week as I was trying to walk around, because that gas gets all sorts of places and it's painful. But I recovered. And we waited for pathology to say that I was clear, or we were going to use Gleevec, not so bad. And that is not what pathology said. Pathology instead said that I had gastric adenocarcinoma. I started looking that up. And those numbers were not 93% survival rates. And of course, because of the type of surgery they didn't take out some outrageous number of lymph nodes to make sure that I would have those cleared out the way that they often do now. They took out the normal number for a GIST tumor, which is not many at all. I also want to point out how lucky I was to get this diagnosis, though. I've had no symptoms. I still have never had a cancer symptom. I had no symptoms in the renal cell carcinoma. It is deadly because it has no symptoms. I've never had a stomach symptom because it was in my bypass part of my stomach. I had upper GI, and so it wasn't a question of even did they do the right tests at the right time. I had upper GI done the month before I was discovered on CT. Why didn't they see it? It's in the bypass part of my stomach. When did I have to have my stomach removed? Oh, they just removed it during the surgery because, they saw a tumor stuck on the duodenum. So why not just take it out? I had my surgery done before they knew I had stomach cancer. The stomach cancer, was at least within the stomach fairly extensive. It penetrated the entire wall of the stomach, had gone into the intestine and popped out. Though I might add, they didn't know for sure and thought at the beginning that it had floated there, i.e., I was metastatic already. So for a while, I didn't even think I had the chances that we kind of thought we did. Everyone here knows this. Probably some of the people at home, or at least most of the people here know this, or some of them, some haven't, but most people have had chemotherapy. But if you haven't, that little bag showing up on your doorstep that says, "Caution, hazardous drug, observe safety precautions for handling and administration," that became real. That becomes real really fast when that happens. Chemotherapy, not fun. Do not recommend. 0 stars. Chemotherapy, for me, I didn't have. We're lucky that we don't have the hair loss, but oxaliplatin does cause neuropathy. The neuropathy for me started immediately in my arms. There, the very first time, with this one, in fact, is starting to burn. It's starting to burn my arm. They switched to the other arm, and it's starting to burn the other arm by the time that's there. I could draw afterwards in a marker where the nerve endings radiate out, and they basically describe a patch on your skin, that kind of thing. You can mark them out with a pen or a couple of needles. It's a fun science project to do with 7 kids. And I could mark them out on my arms for days, weeks, actually. I could still feel them. I still have neuropathy today. So it went into my feet, and it is one of the more obnoxious things. It also, secondarily, because I have to take pain meds for my neuropathy, I didn't take it today, it sometimes makes me stumble over my speech. And that doesn't sound like much, and it isn't much, gotta be honest with you, it's not much as things go, but I was the podcast host for our company. And something that was, I mean, it's not my main job, doesn't make me $1 more, but I couldn't do it anymore after more than 7 years of doing it and still do it at a high level. I just couldn't keep my concentration high enough to do it well. So I had to stop that. And I still have to take pain meds for that. It is painful if I don't take them. And of course, the very first time I went back to a company meeting, very first time back into the office from COVID times, I crapped my pants and the chair and the floor and had to leave. And that was the last time I was in the office. I think fewer of you have had radiation. So let me describe really briefly. I only have about 5 minutes, so I'll just describe really briefly what radiation is like. So first of all, it's very different from the, I don't want to say, I mean, kind of the bustling atmosphere of being in the, the combination of like a nursing home and an easy chair sort of thing. It's not like chemo that way, but it's down in the bowels of the whole hospital because they have to keep it underground because, radiation, don't really want those things flying around. So they tend to be in the basements. And by the way, the machines are super heavy. And it's also not the CT scans you're used to over there on the right. It's not the whirling around. It's a different beast. It's a different beast entirely. You get in there, and first of all, it's very quiet. And they put you in something that looks like a body bag, which I think is a bad look. I've got to be honest. They put you in there, you lie down, and it squeezes you down, which is actually kind of comfortable, moving you down with the styrofoam beads into the shape of you. And the shape of you sits there like a body in the morgue for the entire time that you're getting surgery. They bring it out, and you lie down in the shape of you, and then you walk away, and the shape of you is left there behind. It's a weird, weird metaphor and a real gift to a person who's trying to write about this sort of thing. They get underneath these green lasers. Those green lasers don't hurt you. They're just there to align you to this thing that looks like a ginormous KitchenAid mixer. That ginormous KitchenAid mixer that's sitting above you and is going to have something happen. And that something happens sounds like it's a Doctor Who X-rayed, laser beam that turns on. Like it is a sound that you're like, what is that thing? And what it is electrons that are being moved along this beam, this wave. And the electrons start out moving pretty fast because they're electrons. So they move pretty fast. And then they go through a standing wave that pushes them like it's a malevolent teenager pushing a merry-go-round over and over again. It goes faster and faster until they go nearly the speed of light. And at that point, they mass 20 times what they did before because Einstein told us you go fast, you get heavy. And those heavy things, instead of being BBs that are coming at something, are bullets coming at something. And that something that they're coming at is tungsten. Just like tungsten in the old light bulbs you used to get before everything got fluorescent and LEDs. And when it hits, it makes a light. And that light is bright. And it is bluer than blue and bluer than ultraviolet. And it is bright and it burns, but you can't see it. And this thing clunks and moves around you, moves around me right there. You see, I got a lot of chest hair. Sorry about that. And then has this thing that almost looks like a mouth that's opening up. It's like a really organic look to it, like it's in a bizarre movie where it's just moving around as it's moving the beam in the shape of what it's got to hit for you. But at the end of that, you feel nothing, except maybe a mild sunburn. But then, wait, try to eat after that, after a few of those. And the pizza hits you in the stomach like you have been punched. So you don't eat pizza before or after. You eat it before, if you're me. Then when you get to the end of it, you thought chemo was bad, and chemo was bad. Chemo plus this, It's tiring, and it knocks you out even for weeks afterwards. Extremely tiring on that. I guess the last thing I really want to say is, I mean, that's radiation with something like that. I'll tell you a very little bit. I've only got like a minute left, so I'm going to move very quickly. There is one thing that it would be helpful to, especially newer patients in this, but this thing on the left, this facing cancer, when to consider experimental therapies, when not to. If you Google my name and NPR, there is an article, which is an excerpt from my book, which is helpful. It will be materially helpful. What I mean by that is it tells you just kind of how to think about things. What made my life on this river a little bit easier was knowing what not to worry about. There are so many things that are just not useful to me. They can't help me. They're too late for me. And that's okay. They're just not for me. And then the Cancer in the Form of a Question podcast, just that's I'm giving my book away for free in terms of the audiobook. I mean, if you go on Amazon, you have to pay for it. But if you just want to wait for podcast episodes of my audiobook, my company said, okay, you can put the audiobook out there for free if you want to do that. Okay, I'm doing that. So that's a podcast that will be out there. And I know that my time is like 20 seconds up, but I will just read this last thing because I think the title of my whole talk, Thank You, Cancer, makes no sense unless I read something from the end of my book. So I will do that if that is okay with you, and I will go maybe 1 minute over in doing so. Let me get there. So this is a lot of things surprised me about cancer. This is the one that surprised me the most in many ways. And this is really true, or how I felt at the time. This cancer diagnosis has been a blessing. I'm so glad I got the diagnosis. The diagnosis may have saved my life. The greater blessing is if I die. If I die, the diagnosis gave me time. The diagnosis gave me the will to act. I have been blessed with time to prepare my family, to prepare myself. I have been blessed with the time and will to write this. And that's not where the blessings end. The greater blessing is not just my early diagnosis. The greatest blessing has been the cancer itself. I'm glad I got cancer, all things considered. I have been gifted the opportunity to share my cancer experience with others. They are reaching out. What a blessing it is to hold another's horrors for them. I told this to nobody but my priest and my wife. A real conversation, by the way. What a blessing it is to hear you help me understand what my mother went through. What a blessing it is to calm the fears of the unknown. What a blessing it is to sit with someone going through the worst thing in their life. Cancer is frightening, confusing. I can't read my own writing. Overwhelming. Explaining my cancer gives me new purpose for this time in this life of mine. Explaining my cancer breathes fresh meanings into the learnings and failures of my life. I couldn't have written this without cancer, so thank you, cancer, for being there. I hope I live to do more. If the price I pay to do some good is you, your price is cheap. Thank you. I didn't say, I still have one box left. I'm happy to doing more. And then I'll stuff like check.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. Wonderful. A great emotional way to kick off our afternoon. And we are going to shift gears a little bit from there, the problem, to what we hope are going to be the answers. And many of us are collaborating together to try and bring more answers to the table. I will refer to our next speaker's bio in your booklet. It is long, and it is an incredibly impressive list of awards, of accomplishments, and of having impact on patients around the world, locally in Nashville, Tennessee, and from there around the world. And I think about when I read someone's bio with this kind of impact, and I think, well, what's next? Well, when I heard the news in December of our latest National Cancer Institute director, I thought this person could do anything in the world she wanted around the space of cancer. She's one of the most accomplished people in our entire field. And yet what she chooses to do is sacrifice, I was going to say fame and fortune, just the fortune part maybe, to come to Washington, D.C. and direct what to us as a NCI Cancer Center at Georgetown, a very, very critical parent that oversees cancer care around our country, gives it balance, gives it structure, gives it direction. And when I thought about that, that is a sacrifice to take all that you've learned and bring it to us as a nation and to help direct a really important budget and a group of people around her to make things better so that there are more people who, when they face their diagnosis of cancer, we can say, oh, that, because we can cure that. And so without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Kimryn Rathmell, who is our current director of the National Cancer Institute. Dr. Rathmell.
All right, thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here, to be honest, and to follow Jeff. I don't know where you are. You're here somewhere. There you are. That's a powerful story, and it's important to hear the ways that this experience affects people, families, and communities. And so, I want to thank you for what you're doing, for taking the time to be educated about stomach cancer, in particular, a really devastating cancer that we need to do more for. And then tomorrow, taking your time to talk to our members of Congress as well, to make sure that they are also aware of how vitally important it is that we continue to make advances. So you heard, I'm Kim Rathmell. I'm new, so I thought I'd actually start by introducing myself a little bit, not the resume side of things, but because I think it's important that you know who are the people who are doing some of this work. So I've been a cancer biologist for some decades and working in the area of kidney cancer. I got excited about being a part of a cancer that we could make basic science discoveries move the needle for patient care, and been glad to be a part of a sea change that's happened there. I'm a medical oncologist and have treated patients with genitourinary cancers, but predominantly kidney cancer and other more complex versions of that disease. I've been an educator and worked with trainees, and that is a big focus area for me. It's the young people who will be taking us into the future. And then spent several years as a health system administrator, trying to learn how we actually deliver care and get the kinds of discoveries that we want moving forward. I love basketball. I don't have good basketball analogies in here, but you will see that I like to use those. And I'm from Nashville. So Taylor Swift's from Nashville too. She's more famous than me. But I like Taylor Swift for a lot of different reasons. But I particularly like the current tour that she's on or wrapping up, representing eras and her various eras. Because I want to talk about how we're moving into a different era and how the NCI can be a part of, along with advocacy groups, how we change the dialogue and really move science in a different way to make a big difference for cancer. So we have a lot to be optimistic about in this space already. We know that year over year, we're seeing improvements in cancer mortality. So that's what this graph shows, steadily. And that only happens because of foundational science, novel and innovative clinical trials, and communication and education, and bringing all of those pieces together to make a difference. We can also be optimistic because the kinds of science and the kinds of advances that are on the at the cutting edge are real and make a big, big difference. Immunotherapy, like touching almost every cancer. And we have now a dozen different ways to use immunotherapy. And so figuring out how we're going to do that will be changing things just so dramatically. We have tools like novel genetics and AI and ways that we can understand patients and populations of patients that we never could do before, and we can very, very rapidly. We also face some really serious challenges. This graph is showing the rise in cancer in young people. So cancer doesn't stand still. We think we've learned everything, and then it turns out cancer is just a little bit different, and that's the way it always will be. That's one of many areas that we're very focused on, trying to make sure that we can really truly understand what's happening in this space. But we're also confronted with some bigger societal issues around financing this very expensive work and being able to have the workforce that we can need to move this forward, and trust in science and helping to be able to be clear, especially as it gets so much more complicated, so that communities can really understand and trust what it is that we are trying to say, and moving into a place where we have more dialogue. I just wanted to point to a couple of really groundbreaking changes that are happening. I already mentioned immunotherapy. Let's just talk about AI for 1 second. We know that AI is moving into clinical spaces. This is an example from a recently published clinical trial or a clinical study that showed that applying AI diagnostics could outperform any of the other prognostics that they were using for this particular tumor type in terms of what drug response would be expected. We are going to see more and more of this. Knowing how to use it, when to use it, how to do it safely, and how we put appropriate guardrails around patient privacy are all things that we'll be facing. The other picture that I show on the right with the little FNAC2, this is a really groundbreaking discovery as well of a space in between called the microbiome. We know that we all live with lots of bacteria in and on and around us. And those bacteria have real importance in how our diseases and health is manifest. This is an example just from a couple of weeks ago of a particular microbacterium that was found to be very tightly associated with colon cancer, and maybe one of the reasons that we're seeing shifts in the kinds of people who are getting colon cancer. So understanding this is also some of the work that's really, truly groundbreaking and going to make a big difference. So what's changed and why this matters and is the era that I'm talking about. We all can point to an era of medicine and science that used to be very top-down. This knowledge was thought to be held by a few, that we conveyed to others. It was very narrow and specialized. I would say where we've been living for the last decades has been in an era, popped right up, that I would define more as horizontal. Lots more collaboration, lots more of sharing across fields because things started to get too big. Interdisciplinary research, we all know, is the real power. Patients can't complete a full course of therapy without a whole host of doctors, right? The team is what really makes it work. But what I will say is that I think the next era that we are moving into, there we go, is what we're calling 360, because it's really moving into an era where we embrace more ground up type of ideas, actually engaging more with advocacy groups as partners, not as people who need to hear some special wisdom that we have, because you have wisdom that we don't have. We need to learn it all together. Recognizing the fact that the population doesn't just accept what we say, there's access to information at our fingertips everywhere, and knowing how to help everyone know where to go to find the most relevant information. I think this is the next era, and this is where we'll bring AI, immunotherapy, microbiome research, complex genetics research to make big and bold and faster advances for patient care. So this all fits into what we use as our roadmap, which is the National Cancer Plan. I really want you to know how we use the National Cancer Plan. The National Cancer Plan's been around for a year, so it's fairly new. Just rolled out a year and a month or so ago to put together a roadmap. So the National Cancer Plan is shown right now with just an arrow. It's meant to convey forward momentum. It's meant to help us figure out a direction to go. It has 8 goals. First, I'm going to tell you about 4 of them. So the first 4 goals define the arc of the patient experience. Preventing cancer. Best cancer is the one that never ever happens, right? Detection of cancers early, detecting them early so we can manage them better. developing novel and important therapeutics that work, and improving the patient care experience. So if we can do all of those things, we will have made a big difference for all cancers. But how do you really take that up a level? So that's what we're calling the empowering goals. So think about how these goals will impact the health-centric goals. Maximizing data utility. We have so much data out there that we can tap into to make important discoveries that will impact prevention, that will take us into early detection, and we use all the time in giving us direction for where we're going to make advanced therapeutics, for example. A next goal, eliminating inequities. So we can't make the kind of forward progress that we want to make if we're leaving populations, communities, or groups of patients behind. We really have to be conscious of including all people when we're making these kinds of advances that we want for cancer. Optimizing the workforce. This is critical. We have to have a good pipeline of scientists, of clinicians, of people who want to be a part of this in every aspect of the cancer space. And finally, my favorite one, which is engaging every person. This one I think is a little bit of the outlier and maybe surprises people to think that engaging every person has to be one of the top 8 goals of the National Cancer Plan. But it is, because again, back to the fact that everyone has access to information. So they need to be engaged. They need to know how to trust, know what to trust and what information they need to be healthy, what information to share with their doctors, and how best to interact, and how to be a part of knowing their own risk for cancer. Now, all of this is driven by discovery science. We know that the discoveries that we make today, some of which we can't envision how 2 years or 5 years or 10 years from now will have breakthroughs that will be important for cancer patients. But that discovery science is part of all of the empowering goals and feed right into the health-centric goals. And it's all together to improve health outcomes for everyone. Okay, so let's talk about how we apply the National Cancer Plan. So I have just some examples from stomach cancer that kind of work their way through the science and discovery into the clinical space. So first, understanding the earliest biological changes in malignant transformation. So we can't take care of anything that we can't understand. We need to understand the evolution, we need to understand the platforms for how this cancer forms, and to develop new collaborations in this space. So we have lots of examples of programs that are working here, and this is an example of the program on origins of gastroesophageal cancers. Clinical trials are the mainstay of how we make discoveries get directly into the hands of patients. These are some examples of new GI trials in our National Clinical Trials Network we call the NCTN. There is no other part of medicine that has such a well-integrated national collaborative of clinical trials together. So across the nation, these trials are opened up, looking at novel therapeutics, immunotherapy, and other advanced immune therapies for stomach cancers. We also have other opportunities to advance clinical research in stomach cancer. We had an ad hoc working group that was brought together to make specific advice. So I have 6 boards that give advice to the NCI. One is the CTAC, the Clinical Trials Advisory Committee, and they recognized that gastric cancer was among the cancers that was not moving at the same pace that it needed to. And so advised an ad hoc working group, and their recommendations were to push hard still in laboratories and laboratory analytic methods, developing computational approaches to move some things faster, a biospecimen repository, and developing more model systems so that we can test things in real time. And those things are taking place and happening. In the space of clinical trials, we're looking, this is across the board, not specific to stomach cancer, but how do we make clinical trials more adaptable, more available? How do we make more access in communities that may not have a major academic medical center, or for patients who are not part of a cancer center? So this is a few just examples in how we're modernizing clinical trials. I want to point to the virtual clinical trials office, which is one opportunity that we learned from the COVID pandemic. In the pandemic, we learned that sometimes you can have one person who's virtually at multiple clinics, whether that person is doing data entry, screening patients for eligibility, doing some of the regulatory work, and we can distribute and provide more service in this way. That's a pilot that we're participating, that's the virtual staff support, just as one example. Also working closely with the FDA to make sure that we can do trials as efficiently as possible and to know what midpoint data collections are really necessary so that we're not collecting unnecessary data, both because that's not good for the patient care and that's also maybe not necessary for the clinical trial. And so we want to be proactive in making those determinations. I also want to make sure that you know about the SPORE network. So this is one network of how we fund clinical research in the NCI. So the SPOREs are major programs. It's a specialized program of research excellence. So they're institutional, or sometimes a few institutions partner together to develop multiple programs that come from immediate foundational discoveries and lead to clinical trials that they're testing in much more real time. So this is the space in between the discovery and getting something where it's headed to commercialization, but needs to be tested in real patient spaces. So these are examples. These are our specialized programs of research excellence that all focus on GI and stomach cancers. We also recognize that part of our role is making sure that we're providing good information. And so providing evidence-based information for people with cancer. We have the cancer.gov website, which is curated by panels of experts to ensure that this information is up to date, that it's really relevant, that it's something that people can trust. And recently has been restructured specifically to the topic of stomach cancer because it was felt to be needing better content and delivered in a better way. We get lots of traffic to these sites, including international traffic. And this is a major responsibility that we own as a part of the National Cancer Act of 1971 and really lean into to make sure that this is one area that we can be clear that the data is accurate and available to people. So why does this matter that we have good public support? So first, it matters because the funding that comes to the NCI, it's a lot of money, but it is involved in supporting a lot of different resources. I want to make sure that one of the take-homes that you get is how much of our national infrastructure of science is coming from funds that come to the NCI. We support research funding, and I'm going to talk about grants in just a minute. We also support the Cancer Center program that you just heard about, which is a network of 72 cancer centers across the country to ensure that we have strong both basic science, translational clinical research, epidemiology, and training in these spaces. We do workforce development. We provide other resources as well. And then there's operating expenses that come as a part of this. So let's talk about training for just a second. So we are responsible for the bulk of training of the workforce of the cancer researchers. That starts at the pre-doctoral level. So you don't have to worry about the names of the awards, but we fund people getting their PhDs. We fund people in MD training and other parts of that pre-doctoral space. We fund postdoctoral researchers. That's people getting their specialized training before they start their independent careers or go on to government or industry jobs. We fund lots of early career investigators, and then we fund late stage investigators. In addition to providing funding just to investigators, we want to make sure that they're successful as well. And so that funding goes to things like this in the middle, Nancy, is an app that was created by and for trainees to enable them to network effectively around their area of interest in research and to provide a tool. It's an AI-driven tool that lets them see this universe of publications that are out there so that they can navigate that much more seamlessly. We also provide podcasts. That's what the Inside Cancer Careers and other kinds of support tools. So where does our money go? So this is the money slide. So we provide about 45% of our funding goes directly to research projects. So research project grants, that's the bread and butter funding going directly to investigators. About 18% goes to investigators who are working in the NCI, that's in Bethesda and the surrounding area. More very specialized types of research that can only be done in our cancer center, in our clinical center. And then we have a variety of contracts, our support for training that I mentioned before, other research grants, and other ways that we support research across the space. So you can think about it, extramural is what we call the funding that leaves our campus and goes to investigators in a variety of different ways, from the cancer center-sized grants to the spores, to the individual, even to the trainee, and then intramural program to those investigators that are working here more locally. We get a lot of questions about our pay lines and our appropriation. So the purple line shows our total budget that has gone year over year. And as you can see, our total budget this year is $7.2 billion. It's actually down a little bit. There hasn't been a decline in many, many years. Our base went up. Our base went up by $120 million. You can see that's the blue line, but we were still receiving Cures Act money to support the Moonshot. And that has expired and now is what is bringing us down a little bit. You can see in the orange color there at the bottom, the 21st Century Cures Act, and that's in millions of dollars. I have another slide that'll talk about pay lines in just a minute. So how we convert that into money that's going into the hands of our investigators. So this is the looking at what happens to pay lines. So there are two numbers that I want you to take home. There's pay line, which is what we publish, which is the minimum. So everybody who gets a score better than our pay line will get funded for sure. We have mechanisms to bring a few more in. So the pay line is the funding line. The funding amount is always a little bit higher than the pay line. So our pay line has on average been about 10, and it's 10 this year. We had managed to get it up to 12. When I say 10 and 12, that means 10% of grants that are submitted will for sure get funded. So that's 1 in 10. We have far more than 1 in 10 that are meritorious. We have far more than 12 in 100 that are meritorious as well. And we've been trying to push that number up, but it's been a challenge because the budget has stayed steadily flat. Knowing that one of the most important things that we can do is fund our early stage investigators, you can see the blue line is this year we kept the early stage investigators funded at 17%. So 17 out of 100 of a new investigator. So someone freshly trained, starting up their research program, they have a much better chance of getting funded. This is our way of surviving through this difficult budget climate. The final funded numbers, again, will be a little bit higher than this. If we're funding early stage at 17%, it'll come in 18 or something. I don't know until the end of the year. For the established investigator, been there, done that, the pay line's 10. In the end of the wash, it'll come out around 12. So not enough to be really what we want, funding the best of the best of research. I want to make sure you know, though, that we are committed to getting dollars out the door to these extramural investigators. So this is how we've been doing with funding in total amounts of dollars going out. And you can see our estimated number for 2024 is $105 million more than it was in FY23. Our increase in base pay was $120 million. So we tried very hard to make sure that almost every dollar that came in the door went right back out the door to investigators, because I know that's what we were intended, to make sure that we were continuing to fuel the best innovative research that's coming from our scientists around the country. And I'm not leaving you very much time for questions. I promise you I'm almost done. So when I talk about these dollars, the $7.2 billion, we do an assessment every year of what would it really cost to do the work. In fiscal year 24, the assessment for what we thought it would cost this year was $9.9 billion. We're getting an increasing delta in what it will really cost to be able to do the work that we want to do. We've made a guess for next year. What would it cost next year? We want to do the work we're doing today. We'd like to fund more grants that are meritorious. We would like to do more clinical trial research. That will cost, our estimate is $11.6 billion, $11.46 billion. We don't know yet what we're going to get this year. So how we're fueling progress, sorry, I know I'm just about out of time. Funding innovative research, fostering our workforce of tomorrow, engaging with collaborators, and leaning into the National Cancer Plan. And with that, I'll thank you, and I'm happy to take questions if I can.
2 minutes.
Okay.
So you have 2 minutes. Does anyone one question?
I'm so sorry.
You're the first one I see, so I'll give it the floor.
Thank you for the presentation. Tomorrow, a group of us are going up on Capitol Hill. What message do you want us to convey to lawmakers?
That's a good question. Yeah, I would say that if they want us to do the kinds of advances that they expect, we need more funding. We know there's a cap. We've made a good estimate of what it would really cost. It would cost between $9 and $11 billion.
Could I ask from a global perspective? The NCI's budget is one pot.
Yeah.
Industry is supporting research, philanthropy supports, and then there's
and the foundations,
investment. Would you say what's your part of all of that and its role in that global investment?
Right. So in terms of funding foundational science, we're the world dominator. So
Tell these people what you mean by foundational science.
So that's science in laboratories. That's the discoveries of molecules that are driving cancer, where cancer is coming from, how cancer evades the immune system. Those kinds of basic science questions that really have to be done in order for us to make the leap to clinical translation. We need more funding. Yeah,
I'm sure you have another engagement.
I do actually. I have to talk to them at Congress today. So
very great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Before our midday break, I'm going. Office of Science. Prior to joining the administration, Asal spent the first half of her lead in the United States Senate and House of Representatives working on various policy issues on both sides. She has experience in HIV, both on the global and domestic range, and she's here to give us some perspective on where we are going with the Moonshot proposal. You're on. Yes. You good with that? Yeah. I'll warn you. Yes, a nice round of applause. Thank you. Come on. Thank you. And this is a little slow.
No, I don't have a PowerPoint.
Then you're cool?
Yes.
It's as fast as you want it.
Great. Good afternoon. As Dr. Marshall mentioned, my name is Asal Sayas, and I'm a senior advisor on the President Biden's Cancer Moonshot. So I want to begin by thanking Aki Smith and the whole team at Hope for Stomach Cancer for having me here today, and for all the work they're doing for this community. And most importantly, I want to thank all of you. I know many of you have traveled here despite being in active treatment. Many of you are caregivers, and some of you are living beyond cancer. I know it's not easy to be here today, and I know all of this because I am one of you. I am also a person living with a metastatic GI cancer diagnosis. And in active treatment, and a caregiver to a loved one with a metastatic GI cancer diagnosis, my dad, who's in the audience today. So as I'm standing here today, like many of you, my fingertips and toes are currently buzzing from receiving more than the lifetime maximum dose of oxaliplatin. Every step I take feels like I'm walking on pins and needles. I know many of you know exactly how this feels. As I'm standing here today, I have to get myself mentally prepared to go to tomorrow's full fury infusion, a treatment this community also knows well. Grateful that I'm still able to receive chemotherapy, but dreading how I'm going to feel for the next 7 days. As I'm standing here today, I am dizzy and lightheaded due to an adverse reaction from an immunotherapy clinical trial and have skin toxicity from my most recent targeted clinical trial, which had, an amazing side effect of making me grow a lot of facial hair. Not fun. And so, like all of you, I know the brutality of all of these regimens. The moment that you recover and get a good day, it's time to go back, all while still juggling your career, your family, your relationships. Like all of you, I live scan to scan. And like all of you, I remain hopeful for a breakthrough. I wish my case was an isolated incident, but my story begins like many of you. I was 35 years old in what my doctors at the time called perfect health. At the time of my diagnosis, I had no family history of cancer. In fact, I had no one super close to me that had ever been diagnosed. I didn't even know what an oncologist was. One day, mild abdominal pain landed me in the ER with what I thought was maybe appendicitis. The ER doctor ordered a CT scan without contrast, diagnosed me with a diverticulitis, and sent me on my way. But before I left, I asked the ER doctor, could this be cancer? And he told me no chance. You see, like gastric cancers, colon cancers are also increasing in young people. And I recently had lost a 30-year-old colleague to it. Like stomach cancer, the symptoms are vague: fatigue, abdominal pain, mild nausea, indigestion, and often there are no symptoms at early stages, because by the time we feel symptoms, the cancer has generally already advanced. Well, several months and half a dozen doctor visits later, a global pandemic began. In March 2020, a week after the world shut down because of COVID-19, at my strong insistence, my PCP ordered another CT scan, this time with contrast. A few hours later, she gave me a call, and I heard fear and horror in her voice. She asked me to log on to the portal and to read along with her. It was the first time I'd ever pulled up a radiology report. Now I've seen so many I can practically write my own. The scan said multiple space-occupying masses. There are too many to count. Too many to count? What does that mean? I asked. She said with her voice cracking, you have cancer and it's really advanced. You need to see an oncologist ASAP. We're calling everyone, but no one's picking up their phones. You see, it was the first week that everyone started working from home, and everyone hadn't quite figured out telework yet. Once I got to an oncologist, I heard those dreaded words that too many people in this room have heard: inoperable, incurable. You never forget that first visit. I knew it was bad when the doctor came in with his head down. He asked me if I wanted to see the scans. I was too afraid. He explained that every lobe in my liver had a tumor. There were at least 18 tumors. And that wasn't the worst part. I had disease in my peritoneum. Perito what? I asked. Somehow I'd spent 35 years on this earth not knowing what a peritoneum was. This community knows too well what it means when you have cancer in your peritoneum. At the time, very naively, I asked the doctor, how long do I have? He explained how hard it was for him to answer that. And I had taken enough statistic courses to know that stats aren't always helpful, but I wanted them. Well, with the available chemotherapies and your burden of disease, probably a year, a little over a year. As I'm looking at everyone here today, I know this community understands how it feels to be told 1 year to live. How do you process that? Not only how it impacts you, but everyone that loves you. I felt like I had been dropped in the middle of the ocean with 100 pounds on each shoulder and I was drowning, trying hard to come up for air but couldn't. Before I could even process what was said, I started hearing words being thrown at me. We should look for a clinical trial. Words that sounded like a different language. And I was working hard to write them all down. Fulfoxiri, Avastin, get a port, fill a prescription for dexamethasone. I didn't understand what all of this meant. See, receiving a diagnosis is like entering a whole new world, a world with an entirely different language you don't speak, a world with rules and processes you don't understand, a world with hundreds of critical decisions to make, but you don't feel equipped to make them, often with life and death consequences. A world where you need help, but don't exactly know what type of help you need. And that is why patient navigation is so crucial. And here I'd like to share some information on what we're doing through the Biden Cancer Moonshot. In February 2022, the President and First Lady Biden reignited the Cancer Moonshot with 2 new audacious but achievable goals: to cut today's age-adjusted death rate from cancer by at least 50% in the next 25 years, preventing more than 4 million deaths, and to improve the experience of people living with cancer, their caregivers, and people living beyond cancer. In tandem with the reignited Cancer Moonshot, the President convened a cancer cabinet to ensure a whole-of-government approach to tackling cancer. The Cancer Cabinet established 5 priority actions that serve to guide the work to make meaningful progress against the goals of the reignited Cancer Moonshot. And so I'd like to tell you what those 5 action areas are. 1, close the screening gap. Make sure that everyone has access to cancer screening so more Americans can catch cancer early when outcomes are best. Understand and prevent toxic and environmental exposures, such as forever chemicals, air pollution, things we know cause cancer. Decrease the impact of preventable cancers and prevent more cancers before they start. And what I am specifically focused on is bringing cutting-edge research through the pipeline to people living with cancer in their communities so that all families benefit from breakthrough advances. And then the 5th pillar, to support people living with cancer and caregivers by helping them navigate the many decisions associated with a diagnosis. As I mentioned, hearing my diagnosis and then having to navigate this whole new world was difficult for my family, as it is for millions of families. Navigators guide families through every step and have been shown to improve health outcomes and the patient experience. Navigation services also lower costs, reduce health disparities, and facilitate access to services to address unmet social determinants of health, such as food and housing insecurity and transportation needs. In 2023, as part of his Unity Agenda, President Biden set the goal of making navigation services accessible to Americans facing cancer. So until the President and Dr. Biden prioritized increasing these services, Medicare and other health plans largely did not pay for navigation, leaving the service out of reach for millions of Americans, especially in low-resource settings. As of January 1st of this year, the Biden Cancer Moonshot delivered 6 codes to report navigation services for payment. As a result of these codes and commitments from several leading health insurers and oncology providers, navigation services will now be available to more than 150 million Americans. Navigators are so crucial, and this community knows that, because 1 or 2 oncologists thought that I was inoperable, it actually didn't mean that I was inoperable. It was, in fact, when I was navigated to a HIPEC surgeon, Dr. Travis Groats, who's a huge friend to this community, that I found out that I was operable. It would be a huge 15-hour surgery, and it likely wouldn't be curative, but it was an option I didn't know that I had, and has helped extend my life to be standing before you here today. I didn't know the various multidisciplinary approaches or who I needed on my team. That is why navigation is imperative to improving outcomes. Now, turning it to the other pillars of the Cancer Moonshot, I know what maybe some of you are thinking that are living here with a metastatic cancer diagnosis. I've sat at many conferences and thought, okay, this is wonderful. I'm glad there is a focus on prevention. I'm glad we're trying to detect and treat cancers earlier. I want this for everyone else, and I don't want anyone to experience what my family and I have experienced. But what about me? It's too late for prevention for me. It's too late for early detection. Do policymakers think that my life matters? What is being done to help me? And I want you all to know that is equally a part of our work and a pillar of the President's Moonshot. Driving innovation and bringing that cutting-edge research to patients and communities is one of our priorities. And that is truly what brings me a lot of hope, and I hope it does for you as well. So President Biden established ARPA-H, the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health. It's a brand new agency that supports transformative biomedical and health breakthroughs. ARPA-H has awarded more than $500 million to researchers and innovators. These include projects such as producing innovative approaches to visualize cancer cells during surgery to improve patient outcomes through the Precision Surgical Interventions Program. And as many of you in the room know, who are also patients of Dr. Groats or have had HIPEC, they spend hours reviewing our scans. And in the OR, they spend hours inspecting every corner of our peritoneums, trying to find cancer cells. But some are just too small to be visualized with the naked eye. That is why the Precision Surgical Intervention Program is so important. But ARPA-H is doing more than that. Their programs are pursuing new treatment approaches, like directing non-harmful bacteria to kill cancer inside of the body and designing devices to deliver treatments to cancer cells to treat tumors more effectively. And in support of a cancer workforce that is more representative of the US population, the Biden Cancer Moonshot announced a new early career program at the NCI, the Cancer Moonshot Scholars, which invests in the next generation of innovative cancer researchers. So when people ask me what brings me hope, all of this brings me hope. In the first month on the job, I witnessed the president bring together his cancer cabinet for a meeting in the West Wing, the first president to assemble a cancer cabinet and bring a whole of government approach, where the cabinet agencies and relevant departments were all talking about cancer and driving progress towards the president's goals. When you ask me what brings me hope, it's that the president has a person living with metastatic cancer on the Cancer Moonshot team. But it's not me, it's all of you. And that is why I'm here today. The administration is committing to ensuring the voices of those with lived experience are always at the center of what we do, because the urgency for progress is real for me, as the urgency for progress is real for many of you and millions of Americans across this country, because cancer impacts us all. When you ask me what brings me hope, it's the work we're doing on clinical trials to modernize them and make them more accessible to more people, and to broaden eligibility criteria, which is really important for this community and people with stomach cancer, and to ensure there is diverse representation. Because by including people from all backgrounds in clinical trials, we can ensure that new approaches to treating cancer work for everyone. And I just want you to know that I'm staying here through the break and through more of the day, because I want to hear from all of you. Your voices are important. Your stories are important. Your experiences are important. I want to hear them all, because they're not just important to me, but they're important to my team, because this is personal for me, but it's also personal for my team. And you all know it's personal for this president. So I didn't have a chance to talk about everything we're doing through the Cancer Moonshot, but you can go to our website, whitehouse.gov/cancermoonshot. And if I don't get a chance to connect with you today, we'd love to hear your stories, your ideas, your experiences, because it's really important that we work with all of you. Again, you have the most important PhDs in this room, and that is personal history of disease. Don't let anyone tell you differently. And so for people living beyond cancer, I just want you to know that we recognize the importance of survivorship too. For those of you that had gastrectomies, HIPEX, CRS, oxaliplatin, we know the effects from these treatments are lifelong. And quite frankly, I've lost the number of organs I've had removed or resected. You know, our bodies are forever changed. Dr. Marshall, you were actually my second opinion. You probably don't remember me because I had a lot more hair, thanks to Rena Tegan. But cancer changes so much, and then you're thrown back in the world expected to resume business as usual. And so survivorship is a big part of what we do at the Moonshot. So again, look forward to meeting everyone today, but please visit us on our website and know that we can't do this without you, and we do not want to do this without you. Thank you. I'm happy to stay for these questions. I need to drink water, but I'm happy to meet everyone during the break.
And officially call. We are much right then. We'll officially collect them. We are pretty much right on time, thanks to our speakers. The hour will gather. Day started. When it's time to talk about tomorrow, who's going tomorrow? Okay, so one of the things, I'd like our head of the NCI can't answer this question, but what do you say tomorrow? In my opinion, if a hospital system accepts government payment for healthcare, the electronic medical records must talk to each other. So in other words, for example, here I work in Washington, D.C., which is about 1.5 miles from where we're standing right now. Arlington Hospital, Virginia Hospital Center, which is about 1.5 miles that way. Those two EMRs don't talk. Now I can see Maryland, but I can't see Virginia because Virginia doesn't want anybody. So and that's bad. It's bad. We need to be able to share our data And so one thing you could say is there needs to be data sharing across electronic medical records. Would help us a lot in research. My name's John Marshall. I'm your moderator, and I'm going to head off this afternoon where we got a bunch of really smart folks after me who are going to talk about where we are in cancer medicine today. And I'm going to try to give you kind of an inside look as to where we are with things. So I think I just touched it. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Maybe I have to be near here. I don't know. It's very slow. Okay, so you've seen some of this slide before, but I wanted to make sure when we talk about precision medicine, I want you to understand what we're talking about. This is doing genetic testing or some sort of molecular testing on the tumor or on the patient to find out whether or not there's anything going on abnormally that we can use medicines for. And so we order these tests. We get results back. We're excited to see the result, a little bit like Willy Wonka opening a chocolate bar. Am I going to get a golden ticket or am I going to get nothing to work with? And there are different molecular abnormalities. When I first started 1,000 years ago, there was none of this. Okay, it was all one disease. And we treated them all the same because we didn't know any better. And the more we look, the more we are dividing and conquering into the different molecular subtypes so that we can understand how best to treat the patient in front of us. There's a lot of talk in the world today about guidelines, the NCCN guidelines. That sort of suggests it's not a rule. It's sort of the map. You should follow the map if you can, but you don't have to follow the map. No, you have to follow this map. This is beyond guidelines. This is, if you don't do this for your patient, you're deviating from the standard of care. Does anybody know a nastier way of saying that? That's called malpractice. That is a deviation from the standard of care. So if anybody in this room who has gastric cancer and doesn't know these answers, your physician, your team has deviated from the standard of care. All right, so you need to know, and everybody needs to know. There is no breast cancer patient who doesn't know her ER, PR, HER2 status. They all know, right? There's no lung cancer patient who doesn't know if they have a particular molecular abnormality. They all know, because their treatment varies dramatically by which one of these they are in their category. So we need that same culture. It's not an option. This is the standard of care. We're going to get into it. I pushed the wrong way. I'm going to pay the price for that. All right. So let's just look backwards about 10 years. I've been doing this a long time, so I get the benefit of looking backwards. Just about 10 years ago, now 15, the belief is that cancer was clonal. Everybody know what I mean by that? So clonal means that all the cells are the same. Think a field of grass, and all the blades of grass are the same. And so we just treated them all the same. But now we know, thanks to precision medicine, that it's not a field of grass, it's a forest. They're all trees, but there are pine trees, and there are elm trees, and there are oak trees. And some of our drugs kill oak trees, and some of our drugs kill pine trees, but it's a forest down there. So it's polyclonal, and our drugs have taught us that. 10 years ago, we said immune therapies were stupid. They will never work. I, of course, started my career in immune therapy research. I was laughed off the stage. I was trying to turn the immune system on with vaccines. That was what we were trying to do. It turns out it was already on. That was the mistake I made. What you needed to do, and what got a Nobel Prize, is figuring out that you needed to cut the brakes. You needed to open up the availability of the immune system for our patients. 10 years ago, we did a little gene testing here and there. Broad molecular profiling is the rule of the day for all patients. 10 years ago, the only way you got a drug approved is big randomized phase 3 clinical trials. Now, if you have the right drug for the right patient in the right setting, you can get FDA approval on single-arm studies, no placebo, no control arms, and getting approval. 10 years ago, the microbiome was just disgusting. It's poop, people. All right, so that's the bottom part of the river, but the river starts way up here, and it's covering all the way through our GI tracts. Do we believe in evolution? We're in Virginia, so some people might not. But if you believe in evolution, we evolved to keep this stuff inside of us. And we docs in the room spent approximately 2 hours of our 4 years in medical school learning about the microbiome. We memorized some bacterial names, we got them right on the test because we're smart, and then we promptly forgot them. And yet, the more and more we look at the role of the microbiome in our health, the more we think that not only is it part of our health, I think it's where the soul resides. I'm actually not joking about that. I think who evolved to hold who is really what we need to start thinking about. And the more and more we look at the microbiome, the more critical it becomes. 10 years ago, I said cancer treatments could not be more expensive. I was wrong. 10 years ago, oncologists loved our jobs. We were among the happiest of all healthcare providers. Currently, we have the highest burnout and suicide rate of all. It's a different world right now. And what we do is hard, and they're part of the team. And I'm here to represent that part of the team. So I'm going the wrong way again, hopefully. Then this little thing called the pandemic changed everything. But this is healthcare today in the United States. We have everything. We have fancy genetic testing. Surgeons don't even need to be in the same state as the patient. That's true. They tested it. You need to be in the same country. The lag between Europe and here is just long enough to make it not safe. But it's still a fraction of a second. It's a video game. It's a total video game for the surgeons nowadays. This is CAR T therapies. These are engineering immune cells to go and fight cancers. But unfortunately, this is also healthcare today, where I'm not looking at the patient. I'm looking at the chart over here, right? And so we need to figure out how to turn ourselves back so that we are with the patient in our world. So we have robots, we have all sorts of things, but we don't have enough people. We're losing trained professionals. There's going to be a shortage more and more. We're doing more and more of this kind of fancy stuff, IO therapies and cell therapies. We've lost control over research. The nice head of the NCI has some control over research, but that is incremental science. When she says foundational science, those grants that are at that 10% pay line are not asking very provocative questions. They're answering safe questions to get us one more step higher on knowledge, right? So what we need to figure out to do is how to leap some stairs, right? And that's different than we could not do it without the incremental science, but we have to leap. But the other piece is that with the industry, and we are all here together, they have a certain perspective on what they want to do. And they're investing a huge amount of money in research, but for their gain, right? Not necessarily for global gain. And so we need to get some of this control back. Now, that's Ho Chi Minh City. 1 in 7 people on our planet has access to the cancer care you all are receiving. 1 in 7. It doesn't take very far to go to where they don't have really much of anything. That's 40 people. That room turns twice. There are 3 nurses. There's no Metaport in that room, all right? And looks like to me they're all getting the same thing as far as I can tell. But nonetheless, versus business class, right, over here, where you get meals through the day, they serve you stuff, you get extra. You want a little more Zofran? How about some Ativan? We got a special today on Ativan. We'll throw a little of that in for you. So this is the difference around the world of what we're delivering in cancer care. So we have everything. We pay a lot for what we get, right? Cancer care teams are in cities. You can't get high-end, complex, multidisciplinary care in a town of 50,000. You can't get it the way it's delivered in cities. Our patients, you, treat us like employees. We're expected to answer that portal message by the end of the day. And you're wondering what we're doing and why we're not answering you and your question, okay? So we are expected to deliver. I'll go into this judgment of value when you talk about things you can talk about on the Hill tomorrow. We're monitored by insurance companies. We have people, I'll order a chest, abdomen, pelvis scan. And I'll get a thing back from the insurance company that says, we approve the chest and the pelvis, but not the abdomen. How many people are watching this? So I go like, fuck. You know, what do you mean? I've got to do a peer-to-peer evaluation for some clerical error that somebody made. It's going to cost me about 20 minutes, me and my staff, about 20 minutes to get that abdomen approved, even though it's an appropriate test to do. Our economy is dependent on this system. It's a false economy, but we're dependent on it. And if you don't have insurance, we'll figure it out anyway. And then, of course, who's experienced one of these? There was actually an IV Ativan shortage right now. We have to decide who's going to get the IV Ativan in our infusion center. There was an oral 5-FU capecitabine shortage. There's been a leucovorin shortage, all sorts of stuff that's been around forever. All of a sudden, you know, one plant somewhere, you know, gets broken, and that drug was being only made by that plant. So we're starting to have shortages in the US. Here's the law of the land. This comes from Bush 2, the Medicare expansion law. And the deal was that if we're going to give Medicare coverage for drugs, here's going to be some new rules. First one is that the FDA can't see how much it's going to cost, and Medicare can't see what the magnitude of the benefit was. So if the FDA says, okay, it met a statistical endpoint, throws it over, CMS says, okay, 2 months of improved survival, I got to pay the bill. Right? So without being able to see magnitude of benefit compared to cost, we cannot judge value in this country by law. Okay, that's a law of the land right now. I'll show you where it's being challenged. It's not true everywhere. In Europe, in England, formerly known as Europe, briefly known as Europe, England has this, you know, the public health service. Some love it there, some hate it, but nonetheless, everybody has health care. If it's FDA approved and you have money, you can have it. Okay? If it's FDA approved and you want the public health service to pay for it, and this committee called the NICE Committee, National Institutes of Clinical Excellence, reviews it, publishes it transparently in Lancet or Lancet Oncology, their review, because they've got to decide if we're going to bring a new drug in, the books have to balance. So I've either got to take it away from here or tax more. Those are my choices. So if they're going to make an expensive decision, they have to be transparent about it. And then the public health service pays for it or not, right? They are judging value in their system. And then you need to know this, is that lots of clinical trials are done in parts of the world that are never going to get that drug back, okay? Because they are dying to get on these trials. How did this happen? You want the best treatment. I want to give it to you. The guidelines, thank you NCCN, approves them quickly. I'm incentivized to give you more treatment. The more expensive the drug is, the more money I make. New developments come along. Media loves this stuff. Channel 4, NBC 4 here is I'm always on NBC 4, right? Because some new thing happened, we want to talk about it. It's a good story. It's a positive story. Value is not judged, and the wheel spins, right? And we believe it's free. We think it's coming from our insurance companies. Free, the government. Who's paying those people? You are. It's your money that's going into this wheel, that's feeding this wheel, all right? The middle class has not received a raise in a long time because of this, okay, in the United States. We got to deal with it. Now, so what I would challenge you to do, next time you say, I want one of those things, would you pay for it? Would you whip out your Visa and pay, I don't know, $30K a month for some of these drugs? It's a used Toyota Camry. You can't get a new Toyota Camry anywhere in the world, but a used Toyota Camry every month, would you pay for it if you could, right? That becomes a value judgment. And then there are people, that's us, who can afford to be here in Washington and go and advocate for ourselves. But what about those folks who are just trying to get by already And they're the ones who find out that their appendicitis is not, in fact, appendicitis, right? And that all of a sudden their world's turned upside down. So I heard, everybody talking about the language. It's a whole new vocabulary you've got to learn. The time investment, if you're an hourly worker at Starbucks and you get this kind of disease and you need every other Thursday off to get your oxaliplatin, you got to make some decisions whether that's something I can do or not, right? And so, and then we've talked a lot about survivorship. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can't do this by yourself. You need a team around you. Cancer care is complicated to give. It's complicated to receive, and you need help around you. The more education you have correlates with your outcome, right? So it's not even in that case. And then where you live, we talked a little bit about international, but of course rural. If you don't live near one of these cities that has a cancer center or multidisciplinary care, we know your outcome is less good. But let me drill down even further on this, just in the interest of time. How do we figure out how to manage which patient? If we could become more efficient with what we're doing, we could give the right patients the right treatment more efficiently and to be less disruptive. And that's what we really need to do. Standing where I am, if you go about 1-2 miles that way, you'll be at Georgetown Hospital. If you go about 4, 5, 6 miles that way, you'll be at MedStar Washington Hospital Center. These are both great hospitals, big, busy hospitals. They have all the multidisciplinary team they could need inside those hospitals. The survival of GI cancers is 1 year different at those two hospitals. Has nothing to do with the care being provided. It has to be how well can I receive it? How much can I advocate for myself to receive it? So we were just hearing about navigators. We recognize that without special navigation to look ahead for cycle 2, cycle 4, cycle 6, do you have somebody who can watch your kids, make sure your rent gets paid, this sort of thing? It takes a village. So we have lawyers who provide free care to combat things like getting your rent taken away. We have data extraction that's being provided to prove that what we're doing is good. We're partnering with an advocacy group in this program to try and intervene. My healthcare system's buying this position, an extra position, to navigate for these folks who are in trouble. And our Ralph Lauren Center, originally a breast cancer-focused center, right, is out there. They know what our community resources are and what are available so they can connect the dots. This is what I think it's going to take to level that playing field of access. And we got to decide if this is something we care about when you go up on the hill. Is it really that kind of care for everyone? I want you to do a real big gut check right now. Is it really the care for everyone that you're after? We all have this slide. Or is it you? Okay? I want to be cured. That's a really important point to say. And so with that, that's going to be research and high end and making sure we can do it for those who can versus some for everybody. These are two very different perspectives. And I think in your heart and your soul, in your own microbiome, you need to decide which one of those it is, okay, that you're out there to do for others. Now, right patient, right target, right drug, you can get FDA approval. We'll have someone confirm or deny that later to see if I'm too much out there. But this is where we're going. If we're going to cure GI cancers, this is mostly focused on stage 4 cancers, okay? So we have to figure out how to make our immune systems work better. They're already working. They're not broken. But how is the cancer hidden from the immune system? How do we open it back up so that they can see it? That's going to be one major way of going. Understanding the cell signaling, and this is back to the precision medicine piece of this, new therapies, how to manage if you have one metastasis, if you have peritoneal disease, right? How do you manage that? We've already talked about AI and big data. The clinical trial speed has to increase dramatically. So here's the standard testing today for esophageal stomach cancers. And those are the tests you'll know about. You all know this drug? Do you know why you don't have it yet? It was FDA approved at the end of December, and you don't have it yet on the market because of some sort of manufacturing question. So we've been measuring this Claudin 18.2, but we haven't gotten the drug in our hands yet. And then there are a bunch of targets that are for any kind of cancer if they have that abnormality. What we really need is one of these. Everybody know what this is? This is a Harry Potter sorting hat. We need to go in as a doc. I need to knock on the door, go into the room, put this on, and say you had your surgery or not. And maybe you're already cured. Maybe you don't need any chemotherapy. You're good. You're good to go. Or you're not good to go, but I need to give you some chemotherapy. Or even if I give you chemotherapy, your cancer is going to come back. This is the categories that everybody faces once they think they've been cured of their cancer by surgery, for example. Instead, what I do now, I give all of these people chemo. I give them all oxaliplatin because I don't know better. When in fact, probably only 5% of people really need the oxaliplatin. Most of the people are benefiting from the 5-FU. Okay, so I give everybody that when in fact, these people don't need it at all. And that's not going to work for these people. But I just give it and see what happens, right? So what I need is a Harry Potter sorting hat. And this is minimal residual disease test by a company called Natera. And essentially, it's a blood test that looks for DNA from patients, from the tumor. And if you're negative, your outcome's very good. And in fact, getting adjuvant chemotherapy doesn't change your outcome. If you were negative, you don't need it. Not going to change things. If you are positive, you're in trouble. You have cells somewhere, and if I just watch, your curve's crummy. If I give you chemo, I cure some people, right? So I'm finding the right patient for the right drug, even in the adjuvant setting. This is a study that we have open at Georgetown, where if you find yourself positive for ctDNA, and yet no evidence of disease on your scan, we actually are trying to bring in some immunotherapy to see if we can wake the immune system up to kill the microscopic cancer as a pilot study. So these are cropping up all over the country. If I do gene testing, DNA testing on these two critters, I get exactly the same result. Their next-gen sequences are identical because they're actually clones of one another. Now this cute pink one lives in a lab and has a controlled diet. This one has been in the wild for 4 months, eating dirt, probably a different microbiome. We call this post-translational modification, but if I did a DNA test, it's going to be the same. Which cancer would you rather have? Cute pink one. Feels better, right? So I sometimes can't tell the difference between which one of these you have because my DNA test is going to look the same, okay? So we know we're getting beyond DNA into proteins and phosphoproteins. Remember, the DNA is the blueprint. The proteins and the phosphoproteins are the walls that actually go up, right? I thought that was glass. Turns out not so much, right? And so measuring this then requires a higher level of quality in order to make sure you get it right. So we're going to need help because we're now talking about terabytes of data on any individual. And we can't see it. We can't see the pattern, right? So we're going to need help to help us identify what's wrong, what are the patterns, so that we can say you need treatment and this treatment or not. Today, we are what I call in our awkward adolescence of precision medicine. We have the parts, but we're not quite sure where to put them just yet, right? And so we're learning, and I think AI will be one of those secrets. Everyone has been dancing around this concept of microbiome. We don't even know how to measure it. There is no button in my electronic medical record that says, do a microbiome test. There's not one. I don't even know, And where do you sample it from? Because it's different up here than it is up here than it is down here. In fact, you can even look at the colon now. This is, I realize, not our main topic, but it's at least 2 organs, a right side and a left side. And I think it's shaped that way to try to keep the 2 microbiomes apart because they're doing different things in the body. So the more we look, the more we're learning about this, but I think there'll be answers there. All right. We hate our medical records. You just need, just welcome to my world, right? So the reason my computer's open right there is so I can make sure I'm up to speed and all of that through the day. It never goes away. It was built for billing. It was not built for information. Okay, so it's not really that smart. And so we spend a lot of time looking for your results. So precision medicine tests are the worst because they don't come over. If I order a CBC or a chemistry panel, it comes over into a nice, neat box. I can tell you where it's going to be. But if I order a Natera test or a Caris test or a Tempus test or a Garden test, who knows? It could have come faxed in, and then somebody scanned it in under lab. Could have sent it in under outside records. So here I am going, no. And then, 30 pages of outside record. Oh, there it is. So we have to then translate this back to our visible part of the electronic medical record so we know what was done. So as a patient advocate, one of the first messages you really take out there is know your own profile. Demand that you know, record it, keep track of it, because that'll help you in the long run. All right. This is going on right now, one of my last slides, maybe my last slide, in the United States. And this is pushing back on value. These were the first 10 drugs, I think I got it right, that were lobbed over to say, we want to negotiate price on these 10 drugs. So not just all cancers, mostly non-cancer drugs, but there's some cancer drugs. And so this has caused a huge thing going on because nobody, only the US government and some payers want to do that. Patients don't understand why this would benefit them yet. So there's a lot of back and forth on this. So I know Maryland just held their first review of this last week, but this is going on there. But we will get smarter. As we get smarter, the value goes up because I'll know more it works. I'll be sure it works. There'll be less guesswork around it. We'll have longer survival, but they're going to have more and more subgroups. So it's not going to be stomach cancer. It's going to be HER2 positive stomach cancer and MSI high stomach cancer. They're going to be different groups, each one. We're going to have to learn to play together, but it'll be more and more subgroups, more AI, and ultimately, I think the business model has to change. So with that, I am done, and we will invite up our next speaker. Thank you. We will have a panel. We will have a panel discussion. He's already on the way up. Mark, I think you're in the right place. This thing is a little slow. It's not as slow as too bad. This man has come down from the world-famous world of Boston, where they keep all the smart people. We keep them up there. It's cold. I think brains don't...
Yeah, we don't have green leaves yet.
Yeah, you don't? That's sad.
No,
That's
it's
sad.
really...
There's a really long list here, but I'm going to just basically say he comes as a world's expert in GI pathology and a very good, strong supporter of the gastric group. You can read his entire thing there, but I'll let him take over the field and take us through.
Thanks. Do I need a Mikey thing? Do I have one of those?
You want to walk?
Yeah, I think so.
You can stand or walk.
Can I stand or walk? Is that allowed?
Yeah, there you go. That's on.
Thank you. All right, maybe this will help for the people on the live stream. I think nobody in here is going to have a hard time hearing me. Never had that problem. So, well, thanks so much for having me. Oh, technical difficulties. Try it on this side. All right, maybe that works. Well, Aki, thanks so much for inviting me. Everybody, thanks for this really powerful stories coming up to this. This is my first time speaking at a patient-focused thing. So this is going to be a bit of science, a bit of future directions. So it's kind of a mouthful of a title, and you probably don't know what a transposon is. And I'm going to get to that a little bit now and a little bit more tonight. But I think I'm going to mostly be talking not about the practical pieces that John just talked about, but about some things that in the science that give us hope and actually what we do. So by way of disclosures, I work with a company called Rome Therapeutics pretty extensively to try to make new drugs that we hope may one day be cancer medicines. But none of the work that I am going to talk about today has anything to do with the company. And I get grant funding from, thank you, the NIH, as well as Stand Up to Cancer and the Dana-Farber Harvard Cancer Center. So Aki, I'm here because Aki asked me to come. And she wanted me to talk about chemo resistance, which is not exactly what I do in the lab, but I'm going to tell a little bit about chemo and cancer from the perspective of a pathologist, and a lot of stuff that nobody tells you, what we actually do. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how I think about cancer, which I'm sure is very different from how a lot of people here do. So it might be helpful about why we can't kill it, and what kind of things are coming down the pipeline, and how I think we might be able to do better over the next 5, 10, 20 years. And then I'm going to talk a little bit now and more tonight about transposons in the dark genome, what that is, and why we think it's important in cancer. So this is what everybody thinks I do, is seeing dead people. As a pathologist, sorry, my slide, something happened to the font, so we have this very retro 1980s thing going on. But that's actually not what I do. So pathologists are key. We do behind the scenes parts of cancer care, mostly diagnostics and prognostics. And I guess actually, John, you really put that lid on it. I'm your sorting hat. So we are trying to be, so I'm going to talk a little bit about how the sorting hat works, and then also about how we're trying to make it better, what we don't know. So we do a lot of diagnostics and prognostics. So anytime a biopsy or a resection or any of these bespoke assays or next generation sequencing assays are run, they come through us. And our job is, anytime we get something, to say, okay, is it cancer? And there's actually sort of a joke, but it's true, that it's not cancer until a pathologist somewhere calls it cancer. How bad is it? What stage is it? Did we get it all? And that's a real, there's a real star on that, which I'll get to in a minute. And then what therapies can we offer? And I think many people here already know that major centers re-review all outside pathology. And that's because sometimes the first person didn't quite get it right. And if it's not right, it makes a huge impact. And sometimes a small change can really impact what happens next. The next two slides are bloody. If you don't like blood, I think probably everybody in this room has seen more than I have. But if you don't want to see that, please don't look. So this is a stomach. This is a prophylactic gastrectomy specimen from a 24-year-old with CDH1 mutation, hereditary diffuse gastric cancer. And this is what we see on the pathology side, is the specimen comes out. And the stomach, you guys can see, has sort of two zones. This is actually all pretty darn normal stomach, with the exception of that little fold there, which no one had noticed on the previous scope, turned out to be a T3 cancer. But it was actually missed on some previous scopes, but this is why the prophylactic gastrectomy was done. And you can just see how much stomach there actually is. And this is a close-up of what we actually had in the lab. That's actually just me holding it, where you can really see what the cancer actually looks like when it's out. And this young man was fortunate that he had the surgery when he did, and that we were able to catch it here. And he had really great care at Mass General thereafter, and has done very well. This photo is actually from 2017. So, but what happens then? So the staging, of course, informs both the prognosis and then the next steps. So what we do with a pathology specimen is we make the T stage. And basically, as you go through from the inside of the stomach out, the farther down you get through different anatomic layers, that dictates what T stage you have. And so we can call that on the slide. Now, of course, you don't have the end decision in staging. People like John do in the med-onc side, where radiology is combined with what we see, endoscopy, laparoscopy, to put everything together. But that's how this piece works. And the earlier the stage, the more localized the disease, the better our chance of cure. And I think this probably audience doesn't need to see this, but of course, the earlier we find it, the better. And it's really inspiring stories of a lot of people in this room and otherwise who have taken these distant metastasis conditions and have shown us that the statistics are statistics, but aren't just everybody, right? And that's really important. But what we need to do is figure out how to do better about finding people before you get to stage 4. And then, of course, treating people once you are at a late stage. So I'll just show a little bit of what actually we see. So this is a representative section. Actually, this is a patient from Dr. Davis who's sitting in the back, who's going to talk a little bit later. This is a section of stomach on H&E. And it may look like a magic eye, because that's what I thought it looked like the first time I saw it. And what you're looking at here are normal glands in the stomach. This is the inside of the stomach in the bottom left, and the muscle would be attached here in the top right. And the normal glands, kind of the stem cells are down here at the bottom, and they divide and go up. And the normal glands are a lot of the place, but actually this slide has cancer on it in 2 different places. There's some here and there's some here. And this is a really hard diagnosis to make because when the stomach is inflamed, the cells actually look a lot like the cancer. So for a lot of especially early stage gastric cancer, if you put 3 world-class gastrointestinal pathologists together in the same room staring at the same slide, they don't always agree on what to call it. And in fact, we do such a bad job of this that the kappa score of moderate is considered a good job. So we are working on this piece of the dark genome that we think may help with some of this. So you don't need to be a pathologist to find the brown on this one. So what we've found, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit more later, is that this particular piece of the dark genome, this transposon, which is a thing we've been evolving with since we were single-celled organisms, it's kind of like a virus, is consistently on in cancer. And so we're trying to figure out where it's useful. So this is something that's coming down the pipe. It isn't quite there yet. I'm going to talk a little bit about how it's useful. But it's on early, and it's on in these both stage 1 diffuse type and intestinal type in the stomach. And so we're pretty excited about this as a potential future direction. So I think everybody here knows that the 2 things that kill patients are metastasis and therapy resistance. And I'm going to just talk briefly about them. I'm going to talk about why this is hard to eradicate. Basically, cancers are made up of billions of cells. It's a really big number, and it's hard to wrap your head around, and they're old and complicated. So an average colon cancer, when it presents, I know this is stomach, but the same rules probably apply, we just understand the colon a little bit better, is between 17 and 40 years old, since the time the first bad event happened until that cancer is around. So a lot of things can happen over that long, and what comes out is heterogeneous. And everybody says everything is unique, but in cancer, it's really true that every cancer is not the same as any other cancer because there's a unique path that it went and a unique genetics and a unique person. And that matters. And so, of course, I've said we need to find it earlier. And the numbers of just cells and things that can happen in the cell are enormous because it's a very complicated machine, and all the levers can get pulled in a bunch of different ways. So the classic teaching is that cancer is a problem of uncontrolled growth. Now, I find this actually incredibly unhelpful. And the reason it's not helpful is because the lining of your stomach and of your entire GI tract basically divides every single day. And if your cancer divided every single day, it would double every single day. It doesn't do that. And the problem is the damn thing just won't die, right? It's not that it's growing too much. It just doesn't die when it's supposed to. And if we think about it that way, it's a little bit more helpful to understand what's going on. So this is from my colleague Dan Urich at Mass General, who works on heterogeneity at the Termeer Center there. And the curves are just basically trying to show how many cells are in a cancer and how far you have to get if you want to eradicate it. So even if you have a little cancer, a 1 centimeter lesion, the 1 centimeter lesion has about 1 billion cells in it. When you get out to 10 centimeters, now you have 1 trillion cells. And so we can make a diagnosis on a slide on a few hundred cells because they look funny. But if you think about just how many that is and how many you have to kill if you want to cure somebody, even if you cut out the main tumor, it's a lot. And the bigger the tumor, the harder it is, of course, and it becomes exponential. So, and then heterogeneity is the big problem that causes resistance because in 1 billion cells or 100 billion cells, you have a lot of slight differences that end up being meaningful. So about half of gastric cancers and gastroesophageal cancers are essentially intrinsically resistant to the therapy that we give up front, the platinum and the FU, the 5-FU and everything else, if you measure at least by RECIST criteria, meaning like what happens on the scan. You guys all know this. And then what's been very frustrating is that the genomics that's been done, people have sequenced everything and generated terabytes of data, and the associations just aren't very powerful. All of the mutations that we know, especially in the GE cancer, they correlate a little bit with how well various therapies work. Now, of course, if you have a particular mutation, we have a targeted therapy, that's where precision medicine is coming in, and that's definitely the future. But we don't really understand that well why people are and aren't resistant. And here's just an example with PD-L1, which is, of course, the marker for the classic immunotherapy. And you can see that if this whole ball is the tumor in that little section, that's a few hundred slides, they don't all have the same staining pattern. And that heterogeneity is true for not just PD-L1, but all of the 20,000 proteins in the proteome and many other things. So that is a big problem. And all it takes is a very small percentage of them to be resistant to standard therapy, and then they've grown out over time. So if you think about it in evolutionary terms, you basically get rid of almost all of them, and then a new clone comes out, and that's where the problem arises. So how do we do about it? What do we do about it? So one of the things that a lot of people in this field are thinking about now is micrometastasis, which is not only can we get the local cancer, but can we do a better job up front of removing the micrometastases? These are the small little bits that are throughout the body that we can't see, that we can't detect by any method that we have now. So this is a slide from my colleague Yelena Jangjigian, who's the head of GI cancers at Sloan Kettering. This is a pretty common thought now, which is that depending on which way we do the surgery and which way we do the therapy, we may be able to get more immune cells into the tumor, and we may be able to remove the number of micromets at the same time. And that's the goal, and that's kind of been the goal for the number of years since we've had immunotherapy, is to reduce the number of tumors and train the immune system to more and more go into the tumor. So I'm hopeful that between these better therapies, as we start to understand them, we can get there. So just kind of a little bit more on this. So, it takes 1 billion cells to see it on an X-ray. That's a 0.5 centimeter to 1 centimeter lesion. On a CT scan, you can see a little nodule. That's 10 million. Now with ctDNA, in the best situation, you can see 10 to the 5th cancer cells, but at least at Mass Gen, only about 40 to 50% of our stage 3 patients are even positive to start. So that biomarker test that John just showed that looks really great, you filtered out 2/3 of the people before you even opened the door, right? So what do we do for those other 2/3 of the people? Well, we make the biomarker tests better, and that's some of what I'm working on. And then this is my colleague John. Jeremy does very similar procedures. John Mullen is a surgeon at Harvard, at Mass Gen. And with a good endoscopy and really know what you're doing, you can see a few thousand cancer cells, and they can cut it out. But we're still, you can't put an endoscope in other parts of the body other than into the stomach or into the GI tract. So we have a lot of work to do, and early detection and better detection of minimal residual disease are things we're thinking about. So what is MRD, or minimal residual disease? I think you guys all know this, but just to define how we think about it, it's the presence of cancer after therapy that's intended to be cured without being able to see it on a scan, right? And that's the idea that there is molecular detectable or otherwise detectable disease that is in the body in bunches of little tiny seeds that we can't find yet. And below the detectable by imaging, now by ctDNA, we're detecting some of this minimal residual disease. Then there are some patients who have it that we're not detecting, and then we hope we can cure some people. The idea is, in the standard way, as the tumor burden goes down and people are not detected, there's a window in which we might be able to detect them again and do something where, instead of getting to a spot where you might be able to be cured and then getting sick again and ending up incurable, we might be able to do another intervention and drop you down into the cured bucket, or at least keep you in the not detectable region for longer. So you can see that again here. If we do this more and more surveillance and we have a better and better way to test for it, could we find ways to do better and better therapies to keep people healthy longer? So this is Sam's slide on kind of another way of thinking about that, which is most of our therapy, we just give everybody the same thing, right? We throw everybody in platinum, like John said. That's a sort of a standard approach, and it's very common, and it's a good approach. We do the first chemo, it stops working. Okay, then what? Well, now we have to decide what to do again. So we try something else. Now it stopped working again. And I just heard from a number of people that that's where we are, right? That's where people in this room are sitting. So how do you decide? What do you do? Well, what if we could do a better therapy up front and we hold our chemo options until later? Or what if we could better pick who goes on which therapy? With the hope is that we could push it out for further as we've got better and better targeted therapies. So that's the part I've never talked about before. So hopefully that was not a total waste of everybody's time. So I'm just going to talk. I have 4 minutes, and then I'll talk a little bit more tonight about what I do. So, well, that way it came out great. The transposon that I work on, called line 1, is a virus-like sequence that makes up, it's written about 1/3 of the human genome. We have hundreds of thousands of copies of this thing that looks a lot like HIV virus sitting in our genome. And of those hundreds of thousands of copies, everybody has about 100 that are active. And all it wants to do is copy and paste itself to a new place. It's like a computer virus that just wants to make a new copy in a new place. And in trying to do that, we think it causes a lot of problems. But one of the things that's really interesting is that our body, because we've been evolving with this for so long, it keeps it off. And so it's not on in normal tissue. And one of the things we've discovered over the last 10 years, and as we do more and more studies, we're finding that actually a lot of our initial calls were underestimates. Most cancers, especially solid tumors, are positive for this, and the corresponding normal organs are not. And so in our most recent work, we did about 200 colon cancers and about 60 gastroesophageal cancers. And the positivity rate was between 90 and 100% for both. And what's really unique about this is that the normal tissue shown here, in the colon is negative and the cancer is positive. And here you can see, as I showed kind of before in an earlier stage lesion, in the stomach, both the intestinal type and the diffuse types are positive, and the normal glands, which are these blue kind of circles here, are negative. So this presents some unique opportunities because it's potentially binary. So what are we doing with this? Well, the first thing we did is we made a blood test, which required some fancy technology that I don't have time to go into today, but it seems to work in a pilot cohort. And what we did is we had a group of 19 patients at Mass General where we had blood before they were on therapy, and then we had blood on their therapy as soon as 30 days or out to 120 days. And it was a heterogeneous group. It was just what we had in the freezer. And what we saw was really surprising. I actually had to go back and make sure I hadn't done something wrong because the p-value for this was actually 0, which is that all of the patients who had a response to the therapy had the blood value of this transposon protein fall to 0, whereas all 5 patients who didn't respond either had an increase or we could still detect it in the blood. And so you could see, here's a patient who responded really nicely, had a big mass here, went down. This is food, this is the dye in the stomach, and you can see it really on the PET CT scan. Whereas one of the patients who increased, we could see growing in their liver lesions. So we're really excited about this, that we might be able to use this to live monitor what's happening to a patient. The tests cost us anyway in reagents less than $10 or $20, so we think we could run them a lot, and they use a very small amount of blood. And one of the things we also noticed here is that the patients who didn't respond had higher levels before treatment. And when we actually ran this over large cohorts, what we found is that the patients who were low for this marker did better than the patients who were high. And now this looks a lot like a circulating tumor DNA plot, so we don't know whether we're measuring the tumor burden or something about the biology of the cancer, both, but we're working on it. And we're interested to use this going forward to help risk stratify people. And so I'm running out of here, but I think this will end up well because I'm on my last 2 slides. A trial was done by my colleague Sam Klempner at Mass General. It's now fully enrolled, where it's a modified FOLFIRINOX trial called NALIRIFOX that was designed to sample very extensively so that not only did patients get the best standard of care, and actually the trial has gone very well, we actually got lots and lots of blood and tissue samples throughout so that we could study what happens to people throughout chemotherapy to try to understand resistance. So that's ongoing, and we have a lot of samples, so there's a lot to study in the lab going forward. And so kind of just to wrap up, cancers are old, heterogeneous, and complicated. And so finding them early and preventing them is the best route to a cure. But as we heard earlier, that doesn't help you now if you're already stage 4. So I think that, as John was saying, a lot of these revolutions in technology, we have better and better tools and better molecular understanding. New therapies are coming down the pipe that are going to work better, and we're going to be able to make improvements. So I just want to thank everybody again for the stories and for participating in the trials. It makes the biggest difference, and it's great for me to hear. I miss this part of as a pathologist, I miss the communication with patients. And I really am just inspired by the strength of everybody to push through this and to work through this and to keep fighting. And it helps us to learn how to provide better care, so we're really grateful. So anybody who wants to know our team, we have a great team at both Sloan Kettering in collaboration and at Mass Gen, who are running trials, and Jeremy Davis will talk in a little bit at the NIH. And then the transposon stuff I'm going to talk a little bit more about tonight. I'll just say for now that we think in the future this is going to be very useful as a biomarker. We think that we can do better than circulating tumor DNA markers because of the uniqueness of this. And then in the future, we have some ideas for how we can use this idea that the transposons are in cancer and they're not in normal to make a new kind of drug that nobody has thought about before that might kill the cancer. So that's what my lab is doing going forward. Doesn't help anybody right now, but hopefully in the next 5 to 10 years, some of these things work and we can get them out. So thanks for having me. Oh, and then I forgot the most important slide, which is a big thanks to the team, especially Aki for having me here, and a huge team of people, both from funding and in the lab, who've made this happen.
Very nicely done. You can just take that off, and we'll turn that one off.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if I went too long. We
You
don't
were
have time for
perfect. You were perfect. We're going to have our panel discussions. So we have time for this point. I'm all the time, but the beauty of the moderator. Let me introduce standing right here. Anyway, beauty of being the moderator. Let me introduce. You can see where she did all of her training, but she too, after training at the NCI during her fellowship and focusing on GI and GU cancers, she's opted to focus on drug development within the FDA, and it's always enlightening to hear how our government leaders are having an impact on moving the bar forward. And there's I think often a misconception that the FDA is a sort of regulatory, it is, but what they're really trying to do is break through, is to try and change the standard of care. But they need to do so responsibly and appropriately to make sure that on the backs of everybody, we move it forward better. So with that, I look forward to her comments on how she's going to move things forward. Dr. Gandhi.
Okay. There we go. Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Aki and team, for having me here. I am glad to talk to you all about the FDA endpoints and the clinical trial design and all the things we consider when approving a drug. My name is Shruti Gandhi. I'm a medical oncologist, a GI medical oncologist. I work at the FDA in the GI oncology division. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we do at the FDA and sort of how we overall regulate drug approvals and give you some specific examples for GI cancers and gastric cancers. I have no disclosures. So when I was a fellow, and I was a fellow at NCI, I was quite surprised to know that I actually didn't know a lot about what the FDA did when it came to drug regulations and how some of the drugs that I was actually using in clinic were approved. And so I feel like it's always been good whenever I talk to patients to sort of give them a brief overview of the FDA and the Oncology Center of Excellence, which is what I work under, and how we go about approving drugs and what our general mission is. So this is my brief outline. Then I'll talk a little bit about drug development, cancer drug development, and the clinical trial endpoints we use. And then lastly, I'll end with the approval pathways. And I think there's been a lot of talk in the media about a lot of the drugs that we've approved recently. I do want to point out that I am an oncologist, and while the FDA and other divisions do work within the same sort of regulatory framework, my focus has been on oncology, and I'm actually not privy to the discussions that happen in the infectious disease group. And so it's a very, very engaging environment. But I'm not always included in all the discussions for other divisions. So the mission of the FDA, what we try to do is we assure the safety, efficacy, and security of drug biological products, also medical devices, food supply, radiation products. As Dr. Marshall mentioned earlier in this talk, we cannot take into account cost or payment issues, and we do not regulate the practice of medicine. So what that means is, while we do understand cost is important, it's actually not something within our regulatory legislative purview. We do not know the cost, the future cost of the drug when we're undergoing the review and approving it. So that's something that's completely sort of hidden from us. We're just not, that's not something we take into consideration at all. So the safety and efficacy requirements, the laws which we work under, the Food and Drug Cosmetics Act was first actually enacted in 1930s and then amended in 1960s. And it basically says that the drugs that are approved for marketing must be found safe and effective. And it was amended to also say that, generally we want to have well-controlled clinical trials to show that these drugs are safe and effective for patients. For biologics, there was a similar act called the Public Health Services Act, and both of them sort of work under the same evidentiary framework, these are the legal sort of guidelines which we have to work under, and this is what we use as our basis for drug approvals. So I work within the under the umbrella of the Oncology Center of Excellence, and a lot of people don't know this, but it's an intercenter institute. We actually interact with other centers. So I work under the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, which is CDER, but we also work with Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research and Center for Devices and Radiological Health. So we sort of work very closely. We leverage the expertise of physicians, scientists, pharmacologists, toxicologists, chemists, and who have expertise in different areas. So it's a great, and statisticians, of course, and it's a great, very interactive environment. Within the oncologic group, we have 3 divisions that are focused on solid tumors and 2 on heme malignancies. And so I'll talk a little bit about the cancer drug development. Some of the challenges that we see as oncology drug reviewers really are unique to oncology drugs because they treat life-threatening diseases. We do have to take into consideration and provide a balance between patient access and then also making sure that the drugs are adequately investigated, the drugs or biologic agents. Again, as Dr. Marshall mentioned earlier, we are having smaller and smaller trials, mostly because a lot of them are biomarker driven, or they're in rare diseases, which we really encourage. But these trials also involve smaller population of patients, a shorter exposure time. So we have to take that into consideration. They might be single arm trials. And we take all of these things into consideration when we're saying, are these drugs safe and effective? In the past, we've also actually accepted historically severe toxicities because if a drug has been proven to be efficacious. And I think our thinking a lot is changing on that, especially because we hear back a lot from patients saying, no, a lot of drug toxicities are not acceptable. Things that we used to say are manageable or controllable with medications, for example, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting. We sort of want to make sure that the drug is now optimized, the drug dosage is optimized so that we can minimize those toxicities while providing the same level of efficacy. And also, of course, risks and benefits change with different types of cancer. Within a certain type of cancer, they can change based on the stage of cancer. So that's also something we have to take into consideration when looking at the review process. And lastly, there are ethical concerns that we grapple with when it comes to trial design. Like I said, we were historically looking at well-controlled randomized trials to look at drugs and make sure that they were safe and efficacious. However, we have in the past few years especially, approved a lot of drugs based on single-arm trials. And especially if these trials show that the drug is efficacious, if it has tolerable toxicity, if it doesn't show any difference within relevant subgroups, it would actually be unethical for us to ask the sponsor, the drug company, to run a randomized trial because we know this drug works, we know it's helping patients. So that's something that we actually really strongly take into consideration. Another thing that we take into consideration is if a drug has very clear, very early benefit, for example, MSI high cancers and treatment with with immunotherapy has, very, very quick, very early, and very robust, especially MSI high gastric cancer. We would not want to require a randomized clinical trial in some cases when we know that there is very clear benefit. Also, another thing that we grapple with is that observations in clinical trials don't really predict real-world experience. It is in clinical trials difficult, but also in real world to see whether or not the adverse events that we see are due to the drug, due to the disease, or both. In clinical trials, we have seen, again, historically, they're excluding patients who would normally get this drug based on the clinician's judgment in the real world. So, for example, clinical trials usually only enroll patients who have really good performance status. They exclude patients who have brain metastases, leptomeningeal disease. They also exclude patients who have poor kidney function, poor liver function. And we're seeing that in the real world, the applicability of these parameters is not consistent. So a lot of clinicians will give these drugs to patients if, in their judgment, they think patients can tolerate. So that's another challenge. And we are actually actively working to expand eligibility criteria so that more patients, for example, if they are fit, but if they have brain metastases, or if they're fit but they have peritoneal disease, they should be enrolled in trial if it's safe for them to be enrolled. So we're trying to work. We have guidances out, and we're actively trying to push to make sure that patients are being enrolled. Lastly, this is another thing that we work with. So inadequate demographic representation and healthcare quality are both very different. With regard to demographic representation, we often see that sometimes older patients are excluded from trials, and more often than not, and we're trying to again correct this through one of our projects. The patient population in the trial doesn't reflect the U.S. patient population that's going to get the drug. So we're really pushing to get more racial and ethnic minorities enrolled in these clinical trials, especially because that's, first of all, they respond very differently to drugs. They can have different side effects. They can have different efficacy, and we want to make sure that the patients in the U.S. will be getting these drugs are adequately represented in clinical trials. So. And lastly, of course, frequent off-label use. Again, we do not regulate the practice of medicine, so there is frequent off-label use for a lot of drugs, and that is something that's different between clinical trials and the real world. So all in all, we do have to strike a balance. We want to make sure that we require adequate amount of certainty and data, but we don't put too much regulatory burden, because when we do want, if we require a lot of certainty, we require a lot of data, a lot of times that can be stifling innovation. It's actually going to provide more regulatory burden to the sponsors, and it's not going to have the drug available to the patients who need it as quickly as possible. However, we also want to make sure that we are paying attention to the safety findings. We're making sure that the toxicity of the drug is well reported across the trial, and that's something that we really continue to monitor even after the drug is approved. So now I'll talk a little bit about clinical trial endpoints. Really, again, this differs from cancer to cancer, and even within the cancer, it's quite different. But generally, we look at safety and efficacy to determine if the risk-benefit that a drug treatment provides to patients is acceptable. So with safety, we usually measure it with adverse events that we see in clinical trials as reported by investigators. And again, here we have some issues with single-arm data, where we see patients who are in single-arm trials, but we don't know, because there is no control arm, we don't know if the adverse events they're experiencing are due to the drug, due to the disease, or both. But it's very sort of hard to tease it out. And again, toxicity, we've generally accepted higher drug toxicity in oncology due to higher mortality rates. But we have another ongoing project called Project Optimus that really is working with the drug companies even before they start the registrational trials, before they start these trials, enrolling patients to make sure that the drug dose that they're giving has been optimized to minimize toxicity and optimize the efficacy. So that's something we really want to do. We also measure efficacy using clinical trial endpoints, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But in general, we want to answer the question, does the product provide meaningful clinical benefit to patients? And that's really something we look at in our review. So the kind of questions we ask during clinical trial efficacy evaluation are very different during the early phase and late phase. So for investigators, such as Dr. Taylor, we see a lot of investigational new drug applications looking at different therapies. And I actually personally, having trained at the NCI, I think this is really exciting. This is where a lot of the innovation happens. And we really try to work with these investigators. These are usually smaller trials looking at new therapy either alone or in combination with standard of care. but we want to know if the drug is actually active in that case, and that's very early. And our goal when we review these applications is to make sure patient safety is accounted for, because we want to make sure that patients are aware of the toxicities of the drug as far as they're known. And we want to make sure that patients know that if they're going to be getting a drug or a drug combination, they might be foregoing standard of care, for example, if they want to enroll in a clinical trial. So those are some of the things we always want to ensure that the patients are informed of in the informed consent form, and that's something we look at very thoroughly in the early phase of development. The late phase of development, we usually want to look and see if the drug provides meaningful clinical benefit. And that's something that's, we talk to sponsors and pharmaceutical companies before they start the trial to make sure an adequate control arm is used, where they're not using something that's antiquated, they're not using a control arm that's old, that patients are not getting anymore. And then during the approval process and post-marketing, which is the new drug application and the biologics application, we look to make sure that safety is being continually monitored, especially for things like immune checkpoint inhibitors that can have long-term safety side effects, not just 30 days after the patient has stopped the drug, but those side effects can show up a lot later, 90 days after. So we want to make sure that those drugs are and those safety events are being recorded. So we're actually working continually and evaluating the data we're getting continually from these drug companies and sponsors to make sure that the drug is actually safe. And let's see. All right. So some of the things we measure and look at when we're approving a drug, we look at direct measures. So of clinical benefit, this is really looking at how patients feel, function, and survive. And historically, we've looked at overall survival, which is really how long does the patient live when they're given the drug. These days, we're also putting a lot of attention on clinical outcome assessments, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. Some of the indirect measures we look at are measures that kind of predict clinical benefit. And these don't actually are not in and of themselves something that you would use to approve a drug, but things like disease-free survival, in some cases response rate, overall response rate, or complete response. Those are things we would use to predict, hey, is the patient going to live longer? Are they going to do better when they get this drug? And a lot of them in a lot of different disease groups are quite established, and we're also sort of working to see what other intermediate endpoints we can use to get the drug, to get it approved faster, to get it out to the patient if it works. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit too. Oops. Yeah. All right. So clinical outcomes assessments, that's something that, especially patient-reported outcomes, is something we're taking into consideration quite a bit. This has its pros and cons because, first of all, it really tells us how the patient is feeling. Things like diarrhea, vomiting, it's something that the patient can report and say, we're getting X number of episodes of diarrhea. Vomiting is, we're vomiting a lot all day. And it's something that's measurable, and we can actually do something about it. There are some other non-observable concepts, such as pain and itching, that only the patient can tell us. So one of the downsides with this is, one of the limitations, I should say, is that it's quite hard to find consistent assessment and metrics. There are quality of life measurements available. It's difficult to do. A patient who's out there getting chemotherapy treatment, any kind of treatment, it's hard to go out and fill a form while you're waiting. There's also recall bias, and a lot of times patients cannot remember how they felt 2 days ago, how they felt 5 days ago. It's how many episodes of diarrhea, how many episodes of vomiting they had. So there are certain limitations, but we are taking into consideration patient-related outcomes, especially when they contribute overall to the quality of life of the patient. And some of the indirect measures, and I won't spend too much time on this, but response rate and progression-free survival are two things that we look at as sort of intermediate endpoints. And for example, in gastric cancer, we have approved Keynote 811, we approved Pembro, trastuzumab, and chemotherapy based on a response rate alone, and because that showed us that this was probably indicative of a survival benefit. And as I'll talk about later, it is incumbent on the sponsors, it's incumbent upon the drug company to provide us ongoing evidence and confirm that the clinical benefit is there if we use an indirect measure of efficacy. So to summarize, we use direct measures, established indirect measures, as well as some unestablished indirect measures. And then I'll talk about approval pathways, which I think is something that a lot of people are interested in, especially a lot of oncologists, because we do tend to approve a lot of things these days with accelerated approval. So we have two approval pathways, regular approval and an accelerated approval pathways. And it's interesting because the regular approval is what had been historically used to show that the drug had substantial evidence of safety and efficacy. Again, we wanted to have 2 or more well-controlled clinical trials, and it's really based on a direct measure of clinical benefit. Importantly, when a drug company applies for a regular approval, they just have to show that the drug is as safe and as effective as existing therapy. So a good example of that would be Enhertu or trastuzumab deruxtecan. It was approved in a later line setting for patients with gastric cancer, and it was given a regular approval based on comparison with chemotherapy. So it allows for this kind of an approval, allows for non-inferiority design, and it's really one of the standard mechanisms. Sorry about that font, but accelerated approval is something that we've used more and more recently. A little bit of a history. It was actually sort of implemented back in the 80s to approve and provide drugs to patients during the HIV crisis, to actually expedite the review of drugs and approval of drugs during the HIV crisis. Now we use it frequently in oncology because it also requires substantial evidence of safety and efficacy, but we can use it we can approve a drug with accelerated approval based on an indirect measure such as response rate or progression-free survival. So any endpoint that is reasonably likely to predict clinical benefit. One of the pros and one of the reasons we really like this is because it provides for earlier events, smaller, quicker trials. But as I said, it is a requirement and a lot of times sponsors, pharmaceutical companies have a post-marketing requirement to show that this actually has clinical benefit, to confirm that. So they have to continue providing us data. And again, for the keynote 811 trial, which approved pembro, trastuzumab, and chemotherapy, we are actually requiring the sponsor to provide us with ongoing data to make sure that patients are having a survival benefit with this treatment. So that's something we look at. And another thing is that it must demonstrate benefit over a currently available therapy. So any drug that applies for any sponsor that applies for an accelerated approval for a drug must show that the drug is going to be beneficial than whatever is available. And again, this was in place mostly to expedite the availability of these drugs to patients who need it most, especially if we think that this is going to help patients. All right, so this is actually just my conclusion. I have a couple of conclusion slides, but I just really went over very quickly about the review of cancer therapeutics and how it involves serious life-threatening diseases. And it is a really active area. The kind of applications we get, it's really the cadence is determined on what's being done, how active the pharmaceutical companies are within a certain disease group. We obviously try to get as many drug companies to, we work with them to get as many trials as we can. But again, this depends on the scientific the landscape as well. We look at the safety and efficacy data to look at and examine and assess for meaningful clinical benefit. We look at direct measures, and especially we're paying more attention to patient-reported outcomes now. How do patients feel, function, and survive? And then we also look at indirect measures to predict clinical benefit. Regular approval, as I talked about, is normally based on measures of clinical benefit itself. And then accelerated approvals are based on intermediate endpoints and often require a confirmatory trial. So ultimately, the appropriateness of a particular trial and endpoints really depends on the disease, the stage, the availability, and the scientific landscape of that disease. So we really work very closely with sponsors as they submit us these clinical trial designs to make sure that it's applicable to the US patient population. And then we also have resources, and we engage quite a bit with patients at the FDA. We have patient listening sessions, and I will end my talk there. Thank you for, yeah.
And I hope you can stay for our panel. We will have some time for a panel. And our anchor speaker, Dr. Jeremy Davis, he can come on up there. He's on the way. He's one in the room that, you know, we all are trying cancer, but Dr. Davis actually gets to do it on a regular basis. Certification of the treatment of cancers in general, and certainly GI cancers in specific. And we're honored that he has some time to cut what you're missing. All right, and we are glad to have you. The audience is yours. Take it away.
Okay. So I'm so tired. I traveled all the way from Maryland to see you guys. You know what? I want to move around. Does this thing, does this work? Okay, I'm gonna stick it in my pocket. Okay, so I thought it was bad when I started to walk up here and I saw somebody who may or may not be a patient of mine walking out. Just saying. I'm just saying. I saw you leaving and I thought that's not a good sign. Oh, she's in the back. She had to get away from me. Okay. So hopefully I hit the right button. So thanks, Aki Smith, and everybody for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here. Aki asked me to talk about this topic, which is great because it gets me away from talking about surgery and some of my research. So this is what I'm going to talk about. So the picture on the left is gastric cancer in its early days. This is a guy named Theodor Billroth in Vienna in Austria around 1890. And then this is me sometime last year. And guess what? We haven't really changed much in 130 years. We still got to cut it out, right? Well, yeah, I am wearing gloves, and yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But the cutting and the sewing hasn't changed. But you know what? So as kind of, you know, pessimistic or whatever, that's not the word, but things have changed. And this is how it's changed. Because before, right, it was about he's the focus of the painting, right? He's the guy. And when I'm in the operating room, believe me, I'm the guy. I get to pick the music, all that stuff. But the truth is that gastric cancer and cancer care in general has changed for the better. And we kind of had one of our art people make this because I thought about it. Okay, we sit around a table in our meetings and we talk about patients. The patient's not there, but you're there, right, in spirit, in the center of the table. And you've got all these people sitting around the table talking about you, all these disciplines. And it's not just the surgeon, not just the medical oncologist or the pathologist, right? It's all these other people nowadays, right? Radiology, medical genetics, and at least where I work, the cancer researchers are right there at the table. So we have made some progress. But I'm actually going to take a little bit of a different attack today. Dr. Marshall, Dr. Taylor, they talked about like what's next, what's coming, and the excitement of gastric cancer research. I'm going to focus on the basics, right? Like we got to walk before we run. And my struggle as somebody who's at a big referral center is that I see that people still out there are still not doing the right stuff. And it makes me mad. So we're going to talk a little bit about walking before we run. So why is gastric cancer care unique? Now, I take care of a lot of different kind of cancers. So does Dr. Marshall. What do we know about stomach cancer? It's rare, right? But it's not just the rarity. And by the way, put it in perspective. I put the numbers because I got to remind myself, 26,000 cases a year. And then look at, that's, what did I put? Lung cancer? 10 times as many lung cancer cases. So it's not super common. But it's not just that it's rare. I want you to think about a few things, and this is what I think about on a daily basis. The diagnosis can be difficult. How many times have I had somebody say, well, they said there's something wrong in my stomach, but the biopsies keep coming back negative or questionable. And you think to yourself, how hard can it be to diagnose cancer? Well, it turns out sometimes stomach cancer is a little bit harder to diagnose. And staging is critical. In staging, unlike other cancers, we try to do a lot of staging up front. If you have a colon cancer, you go to the surgeon, they just cut it out, and then the pathologist tells you the stage, right? But here we're trying to do some staging up front. And the staging is not like the same as it is for other cancers. And this is where people who don't treat stomach cancer commonly can maybe forget a few things. So like I use this as an example. PET scans, we get PET scans for a lot of things. Turns out in diffuse type gastric cancer may or may not be helpful. Laparoscopy, I'm a surgeon. Laparoscopy for staging of stomach cancer is critical. If somebody out there has stomach cancer and they don't get a laparoscopy, you've got to kind of wonder, why is that? Now, there may be some extenuating circumstances, but that's not common to most cancers, okay? We don't do laparoscopy to stage most other cancers. This is pretty unique. You guys know about endoscopic ultrasound, probably EUS. I'll tell you right now, it's highly user dependent, and it's probably not always necessary, and it probably depends on where you practice. I trained in New York City, and we didn't use a lot of EUS, but you might train be with a doctor who trains somewhere else, and maybe they do. But there are all these little nuances, and that's my point here. The last one is this one, bone of contention, gastroesophageal junction tumors. Boy, I tell you, you get a thoracic surgeon and somebody like me in a room, woo, fireworks, okay? So all these little nuances in stomach cancer, and this is why people can get tripped up out there. So we gotta start with the basics. So here's a common scenario. A 67-year-old guy presented to his doctor. I actually just saw him in clinic last week. So this is why I put him on here. He had anemia. He's 67, never had a colonoscopy, endoscopy, blah, blah, blah. And this is what they see. So that's cancer, right? So now, it's kind of like, what are the next steps? And this is where I think I've seen Dr. Marshall and others have seen the gamut. People will be all over the place. Some will get a CT only. Some will get a CT and a PET. Some will get a CT, PET, and an EUS. Who should they see? Do they go see a surgeon first? Do they go see a medical oncologist first? I'm not so sure that matters as much, but it turns out to be an issue for some people. And then what other tests? You've heard about biomarkers. I'll touch on this briefly, but what else do you need to know about the pathology? Not just that it's cancer, right? What kind of cancer? So here's the biomarker slide. You've already heard about this. This is information that's unique to the patient or their cancer. So I'm just going to throw this up here. This is a group, testyourbiomarkers.org. I think it's led by Stupid Strong Foundation. That's just information. Go out there and you need to know HER2, MSI status, PD-L1 status, and then there are others, right? Claudin 18. This is very, very important. But again, my hope out there is that we're just doing some of the basics first, although I really think this has now got to be like one of those things that people just do automatically. So let's go back to the scenario. So this guy, this is the typical thing. He gets referred to the medical oncologist. He gets the CT and the PET, whatever. Okay. Then he goes and sees the surgeon. And this was not, this was before he saw me. Gets a Mediport. Surgeon says, okay, you're going to need chemo. Sends him back to the medical oncologist. Then the oncologist gives him 2 months of chemotherapy. Then he goes back to the surgeon. Surgeon does surgery. Does the gastrectomy, sees him for follow-up. Where does he go? Back to the oncologist. It's like ping pong, right? This guy's back and forth and back and forth. Now, all this sounds like, okay, that everything happened the way it's supposed to happen, right? But what I'm not putting in here is all the other stuff that I think needs to happen when somebody has stomach cancer. So what's missing? Is he getting the most effective treatment? This comes back to the biomarker thing, right? Did he get those additional tests, right? Did they test the tumor for HER2 overexpression? Did they test the tumor for PD-L1 or PD-1 expression, right? Those things have to happen, okay? And in some systems, the medical oncologist might think that the surgeon's going to do it. The surgeon might think the medical oncologist is going to do it. We're going to get to how you address that later. Did anybody ever do a family history? Turns out this guy had a very interesting family history of cancer. He's 67, and you might say, oh, well, it's not hereditary. Oh, guess what? Guess what? It is, or in his case, it was. But is genetic testing warranted, right? Oh, by the way, at a 30-pound weight loss, this is not uncommon with stomach cancer, right? Well, the surgeon just said, well, go drink some protein shakes. You'll be fine. Okay? I'm going to bring up later, like, these are things that are critically important to the care of the patient. It's not just that they saw a medical oncologist. It's not just that they saw a surgeon and that they did the right things, right? It's all that other stuff in there that really, really matters. So this gets to the whole point of what I wanted to talk about is, what is a multidisciplinary team? Now, I think a lot of people talk about multidisciplinary teams, but I think very few people actually do it the right way. So what's a multidisciplinary team? It's a team of experts, and in this case, in gastric cancer diagnosis, treatment, and kind of overall care. These are just some of the people on the team. So I say surgical oncologist because I'm not just a surgeon. I'm not just a general surgeon. I actually trained in oncology because that's the field that I want to work in, right? So I think a surgical oncologist, a medical oncologist, we don't talk a lot about radiation much, but radiation oncology. And then you have all these other specialties. The pathologist is critical, radiologist, et cetera. So these are all people that should be in that multidisciplinary team, okay? But what do they even do? Do they just sit around a table and munch on, cookies and drink coffee every Thursday? Well, yes. But they should, and I think Dr. Taylor brought this up, review and confirm your pathology. I think when we were in New York, it was about 10% of cases under re-review got, put into a different category. So that's 1 in 10 patients whose diagnosis may not have been totally accurate. And we review radiology. We resolve issues related to diagnosis and staging. Do we need that endoscopic ultrasound? Do we need that PET? So it turns out I'm a relatively bright guy, but guess what? I don't know everything. So I need those people around me to keep me in check and vice versa. Then we need to determine the most likely stage of the cancer. And this is different in gastric cancer than other cancers because it does inform treatment. This morning, before I drove over, I did a gastrectomy on a guy who I thought, yeah, I did. I'm in Maryland, my goodness. I'm right there. I wore gloves. But most patients with stomach cancer need chemotherapy up front because that's the treatment paradigm. But I thought that this guy might have a very early stage cancer. So in our multidisciplinary conference, I said, guys, I don't think, he needs chemotherapy, but we had to go through some extra things and whatever. And so I think I did the right thing for him this morning. Okay, but that's what that multidisciplinary team does. And then the last part is determine kind of the order and timing of treatment. This goes back to surgery first, like my guy this morning, versus do they get chemotherapy up front? Is there radiation involved? And oh, by the way, hey, Jeremy, did you order the tumor markers, right? My medical oncologists are really good about that. They're like, hey, you didn't mention their HER2 status, right? So all of this is what that team does, okay? And they really have to work together, okay? It can't just be, I'm the surgeon and the medical oncologist is on the other side of town, right? That's not ideal. It happens, but that's not ideal. So this is how I care for patients. Now, I do it in the context of clinical trials, right? Because everything I do at the NIH is on a clinical trial. So I think in general, any tumors of the upper GI tract require additional expertise. And I'm not saying that some cancers are easier to treat than others, but they're a little bit more straightforward, okay? Stomach, esophagus, pancreas, bile duct cancers, they're not like the, straightforward, easy to deal with cancers. So we created our multidisciplinary team at the NIH several years ago because these tumors are not like super straightforward. And I just show a picture. This is when we formed many, many years ago. But the reason why teams are important is because there are data out there that outcomes are optimal or more optimal with a team. Patients' care is maybe safer, right? You can certainly lower costs. You can improve efficiency, right? By the way, I've seen patients make multiple trips back to the surgeon, unnecessarily, right? For staging procedures and then Metaport and whatever. It's like, why not just kind of like be efficient? Patients generally are more satisfied with team-based care. And I think it just makes sense. There's some things you don't need a clinical trial for, right? There's like an old joke about parachutes. Like, you don't need a randomized controlled trial to know that parachutes work, right? Okay. So the last part I'll say is you have to, as a patient, I think, you really should seek out programs, not providers, right? I would say the same thing for me. You see Jeremy Davis on a billboard or something, like I use the robot and I'm super cool, whatever. You don't go and seek out the person, right? You need to seek out the program, okay? Same thing with institutions. I wouldn't go, oh, that institution, right? It's the program. Do they have all the things you need, okay? So seek a team of experts, okay? For example, I use the example. A good surgeon's important. Of course, we're very important. We're self-absorbed and all that stuff. But a good surgeon who doesn't take care of their patients as part of a team is not going to be as effective. I'm sorry to say it. You can be the best surgeon in the world, but if you're out there on an island, it doesn't matter. So I was just talking to somebody in the back. You have to advocate for yourself. And you guys do that very well, but don't be shy, okay? I put it on here. When you go to see or you tell somebody, don't be shy. Ask, do you have a team? Is it a real team? Fake team. Fake team, real team, right? Ask real questions. How often do you guys meet? How many patients with gastric cancer do you take care of? Ask the surgeon, how many gastrectomy operations do you do? People ask me, and I give them, I tell them my data, You shouldn't be shy. Meaning I shouldn't be shy and you shouldn't be shy. I'm going to skip over this because it's late and you guys are probably hungry. But I'm going to tell you, one of the things about this, that this is my soapbox, is like gastric cancer, I'm taking out your stomach. Do you know how many patients I know have gotten a gastrectomy and saw the dietitian on the day they were discharged from the hospital? I've talked to a lot of people. And in fact, I've worked in some really nice places in my life, and that happened. Makes no sense. How in the hell do you take out somebody's stomach and then on the way out, here's your parking validation, here's the dietitian? Asinine, okay? So I'm going to skip over this, right? Because nutrition matters. And it matters for so many reasons, right? So what I usually tell people, and I can't remember if I put it on here, is, for instance, the dietitian is part of our team because you have to start talking about nutrition before you even initiate therapy. Don't talk about nutrition at the time of gastrectomy. You're going to be getting chemotherapy for a couple months. We need to be talking about nutrition up then. Okay, so we do a lot about that. So I want to just end on the clinical trial stuff. These are just some facts. This was data that were a few years old out of the Division of Cancer Control and Population Sciences out of the NCI. 40% of Americans reported not knowing anything about clinical trials. I think the number of people surveyed or whatever was like 8,000. And only about 5% of Americans had ever participated in a clinical trial. Now, we know that there are lots of barriers. Dr. Marshall mentioned the difference between the Georgetown Hospital and the hospital center, right? Only a few miles apart, but worlds apart in other ways, right? There are lots of barriers to trial participation. And, some of them just have to do with not knowing what being in a clinical trial is about, right? Am I going to be a guinea pig? Are you experimenting on me? But clearly there are going to be groups that are not as well represented based on race and ethnicity. So I just wanted to show you a few things. There aren't a ton of clinical trials in gastric cancer on clinicaltrials.gov, but I just perused it briefly. There are about 200 interventional studies going on right now in the United States. I just looked at this the other day. Interventional study means that we're doing something. You're getting a drug or some sort of treatment. We're intervening, not an observational study. There's about 37 of those. But this is what you keep in mind, right? These are early phase studies, right? We're testing drugs, right? To see if they're efficacious, if they do anything. Well, that's that. This is just to see, like, can we give it to you without a ton of toxicity, right? We're finding a dose. This is efficacy. And then there's about 9 studies, phase 3 studies. But when I looked, about 3 of those weren't just gastric cancer specific. They included other GI cancers. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, gastric cancer is not super common, but so to have 9 phase 3 studies ongoing right now, I don't know how many studies in breast cancer there are, but there's probably way more than that. But you know what's interesting? Most of these clinical trials close early because of poor accrual, right? So when an investigator tries to run a clinical trial and then it fails or they fail to accrue, it's because they can't get patients into the study. And those are things at Dr. Rathmell's level in some ways to figure out why is that? Why aren't we getting more people into clinical trials? But they're really important. So for my clinical trials and look at all the people that I need. Okay, this is one of the reasons why clinical trials are so hard to do. They cost a lot of money because all these people are getting paid, right? They're not doing it for free. But I have a big team, and I don't know how I would do it, but this is why clinical trials are both important but costly. So in conclusion, this was more of a pep rally maybe. You have to insist on team-based gastric cancer care, and don't let people pay lip service, okay? It has to be like the real deal, guys. It really does, okay? Don't be afraid to advocate for yourself, okay? It's okay to ask tough questions. If your doctor gets offended, go find another doctor. I used to tell my grandma this all the time. My grandma's dead now, but when she was alive and she was complaining about her doctor, I would say, Grandma, why are you even wasting your time? Go somewhere else. Seek programs, not providers, okay? Seek programs, not providers. Yes, I'm a great surgeon, but if I'm just a guy, I'm not going to do you any good. I need a team of people around me. And then I think in general, this is just more of a challenge. We all have to work harder to improve participation in clinical trials so that we can move that needle, okay? That's all I got.
That's awesome. Back on the hot seat. Let's all join me. We have some time for some panel, and I bet you there are some questions. So
okay,
let's come on and join us here. Shouldn't it work? You're not hearing me. I did. It's green now. There we go. I want to, we talked, this session was a lot around trials and eligibility and biomarkers and things like that. And I think we had some discussion earlier in the day about, particularly with gastric cancer, one of the ways it's unique is, and as we give chemo and radiation before surgery, we often don't have very much tissue to give you to analyze. And so maybe I was thinking you could start of what do you need to show up in your shop in order to actually do good tissue molecular profiling?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think it's a combination of, the part of the issue is that the initial biopsy is sometimes the only tissue that a patient has before therapy starts. And that's, of course, because the procedure to get the tissue is not benign, right? Nobody likes having an endoscopy. There are complications. It's not as bad as many other things we have to go through. And then it's, of course, usually sufficient to make the diagnosis. So then for a lot of the current molecular testing that will provide the DNA, as you talked about, we actually don't need much more. But the issue is that for research, we often do need more.
And then,
Well, let's be fair. If a gastroenterologist does an endoscopy and it's a necrotic mass, and they do a couple of alligator clips of this thing, and you've now got, I don't know, how many did you say? 100 cells that you can see.
yeah, that's not
Is that gonna do it?
probably almost certainly not, right?
So
And
then the
sometimes
question
the
becomes, do you send
necrotics-
them back, right? And you won't know that for a while.
Right. And then, of course, those tests aren't cheap. And
Right.
so, but neither is the scope. And so, do you take a shot on goal for a $5,000 to $10,000 molecular test from Freenome or whichever one of the big companies is the one that hits your flavor that day, only to find that the results are not very good, or that there's a false negative that you will never find out about, right? So that's one hole. Another hole is that we can often get the genetics, of course, at the time of surgery, and usually there's plenty of tissue there, unless, of course, the medical oncologist has done a really good job. And about a third of the cases that I see at Mass General now have what we call a pathologic complete response, right? Which just means that I can't find a tumor cell that I can call a tumor cell on any of the blocks that were submitted. So that's typically on a given case somewhere between 6 and 20 thin sections through the tumor. And sometimes we can, there's studies where you could go back and do expensive staining and try to figure it out. But then once it's gone, you can't sample it.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know, maybe you can say at your institution, and I don't actually know at Mass General what percentage of patients end up falling through the cracks. I think the oncologists have been pretty darn good with the multidisciplinary teams. When we know we don't have enough tissue and we're about to do something to someone that's going to potentially remove most of the rest of it, to make sure we have at least what we need for what the current standard of care is in our institution.
Yeah.
So I think that the biggest point for that is actually what Dr. Davis was saying, which is that is being in part of a place that has.
Well, let me play it out. So now let's say that the patient got their biopsy in a community gastroenterology's office in Maryland, all right? But they don't have enough for molecular testing. They can't get into your trial without knowing what their molecular testing is, and they're eager to get started for treatment. And so the question is, do I delay? Do I repeat my test so that I can get into a clinical trial? And this is not an uncommon scenario that I face day in and day out. What's your take on that?
Well, so the good news is that, at least for me, I can bring them in and screen them without them being on the clinical trial to get more tissues.
At taxpayer dollars,
Yes.
by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a different world than the
different
rest
world.
of us have.
But with that said, if I were, let's say, University of XYZ, and somebody got referred to me and I thought that the diagnosis was not clear based on the biopsy or whatever, don't forget, there are a couple things to keep in mind. If that person may need systemic chemotherapy, right, they're probably going to need a Metaport. And if they've got gastric cancer, they probably need a laparoscopy. So one of the things that I do, and again, this goes to where if you're in a center that takes care of gastric cancer, routinely I'll say, well, if I've got to take you and do a procedure either way, Metaport or laparoscopy, I'm going to take advantage of that situation, meaning you're going to be under anesthesia and we're going to get the tissue that we need. And we've done this many times because we can sit there and hem and haw, but we can also just say the right thing to do is to go back in, get another sample during endoscopy. And oh, by the way, you need the staging laparoscopy. And oh, by the way, if Dr. Marshall's pretty certain you're going to need chemotherapy, then we're going to put your Metaport in. And that goes back to that efficiency thing, right? Don't waste time. We know you're going to need this anyway. And yes, it's different than colon cancer. If you had to get a whole full prep to do another colonoscopy to get a biopsy, yeah, that is kind of a pain in the rear.
Let me drill that. Take
I'm
this
happy
one.
to be waved at for colon cancer. By the way. We do a lot of that. But yeah, I think that we see the same thing at our institution, right? Which is that people end up going back for additional tissue.
More tissue.
When we make the diagnosis and we review the outside pathology, we do comment on how much material is there, and that's a conversation in the multi-D.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to go down to the next level, the higher level in some ways is central review of testing. Because as you said, Dr. Taylor, that often you'll overturn a review. I've had cases where someone Clearly, their report says IHC by immunohistochemistry. They were MSI high, had been treated that way. I questioned it. It was not true. So these assays are not perfect. They don't always repeat. So, and there have been clinical trials of immunotherapy, for example, some that did require central review, meaning you had to prove at a separate lab that the tissue had the marker, whereas others that said, we'll believe whatever's on the piece of paper from whatever hospital it came from for that patient's eligibility, and you get different results. So is there a sort of an official FDA perspective on biomarkers and their approvals in relationship to drugs?
Everything's changed in the last 2 weeks, right?
So yes, there is an official FDA perspective. Any drug that comes in that requires a biomarker positive population or a biomarker negative population must have a companion diagnostic. And oftentimes, these drugs are, when a clinical trial is run well, when it's started well, when it's run well, they will do, as you said, enroll patients based on local testing, but they will have a confirmatory central testing. Now, for certain things such as MSI high or HER2, we do accept, if they have been using a validated test to confirm, we do accept that. But it's something that has to, and it's actually the other division we work with, CDRH, Center for Devices and Radiological Health. They have to go through and make sure that that test is adequate and it's been used properly. So for every application we get, we do look at that, and yes, that is our official stance. Yeah.
But it's messy, right? Because for immunotherapy, if you're going to get PD-L1, well, there are, 6 approved PD-L1? 4? I don't know. It's a lot. And they're all with different companies, and they all have their own competing companion diagnostic from a different company that uses a different antibody from a different clone to measure the same thing. And they're not fully equivalent.
Well, tell these people what you mean by having an antibody. These are like everybody's pathology department in the basement, usually, because we like to keep you guys out of the sun, is, you've got on the shelf the antibodies for these local pathologists. Can they go bad? Are they all the same?
Oh, it's a huge resource. They have shelf lives. They can go bad. They're absolutely not all the same. We spend a lot of our time making reagents for things that, like, antibodies are a type of reagent, right? So an antibody is a molecule made by an immune system of typically an animal, but humans make them, of course, as well, that have these remarkable properties where they can very specifically recognize only one thing or mostly only one thing. And so a really good one should only measure the one thing. But that measurement depends on lots and lots of conditions, and exactly, especially when something needs to be quantitative, exactly which tool you use can change how a human perceives it. And then for something like PD-L1, it's a whole entire other conversation, actually, which I don't know we want to go down this rabbit hole. It's a long rabbit hole. Is that actually humans are really good by eye as a pathologist at measuring, okay, this isn't here, 0, nothing. It's all here, it's more than half, it's less than half. But for PD-L1, the CPS, the score that's used, it matters if it's less than 1, if it's 1, if it's between 1 and 5, if it's between 5 and 20.
Percent was what we're saying. Yeah.
And we are atrocious at this. And actually, there's a lot of studies that show how bad we are at it. And even, you can sit there and you can count and you can spend a lot of time. So there's companies that, including a company called PathAI, my wife was a former employee there, was trying to make automated algorithms using AI to quantify it so that at least the same test, at least the results are reproducible. So there's a lot of, there's some stuff under the hood that is still a little bit variable.
Let me take this a little further then. What's your perspective on retesting? We talked about rebiopsy and getting adequate tissue, that if, a lot of people have CPS 0 and they're like, oh, well, no IO for me. Is that done? You're done? Or should you kind of look again later? Different biopsy sites?
It's a really, it's a hot topic, actually. Sam Klempner, my colleague, was telling me the other day about some examples he has of this where they've run PD-L1 and they've asked me sometimes to run it just to test on 3 different samples that we have from the same patient. And they're not always the same. A biopsy can be really small, a resection can be really big. Things change over time, tumors evolve. So I don't know what the current evidence-based answer to this is, but anecdotally, absolutely, there are differences. And so if there are multiple biopsies, a PD-L1 immunostain all done and read by a pathologist is $300 or $400.
Yeah.
Maybe 500. I don't know what the billing is, but it isn't cheap, but it's a lot cheaper than a bad therapy or no therapy when there's something that could help somebody.
Well, but
what's your experience?
No, I mean, I think sometimes we do it to help justify getting the drug, right? You need to be able to show that the patient is eligible for the drug, and knowing that there's heterogeneity. I think, listen, this field is so still relatively young. Dr. Marshall said he was doing this, what did you say, 1,000 years ago?
1,000, yeah.
Yeah. So I was doing it maybe 100 years ago. and before all these checkpoints were available, we were studying immunotherapy. And the truth is, we still don't have a full understanding about why it works, when it works, right? So all these cutoffs that we have right now, in some ways, have to do with justifying, that somebody somewhere, an insurance company, is going to pay for the drug.
Well, I mean, they were made up at some point.
We'll talk a little bit about that. So,
Right.
so these cutoffs, a lot of these
But then they were
studies,
shown to at least have some value.
well, retrospectively, right? So these studies were done where everybody got either A versus B, maybe an immune therapy added, and we did the markers after the fact. So you were all in, but then sometimes approvals or benefits were dialed up and down based on PD-L1 expression, for example. So could you just comment on how those things come about?
Yes. Oops, can you hear me? Yeah. So I think that that's actually something that we're grappling with right now in all GI cancers and other types of cancers too, because first of all, CPS1 versus, TPS, like it's a very, it's something that, again, I think that we cannot tell sponsors what to do. They come in with their proposal. And I think that, Pembro was approved so many years ago, like 2016, yeah, right. So it was approved several years ago. So based on what we knew then, we went ahead, and I was not at the FDA then, but based on what we knew then, I think we were like, well, this is what seems to help, and these are the cutoffs that seem to help. I will say that now that we're getting data, and we're actually getting better at it, because again, I think we just restricted the approval of pembrolizumab to CPS more than one based on internal FDA subgroup analyses, based on the data we got from Merck showing that it was not effective in CPS less than one, which really makes sense. But I think we constantly have to do that, and I think we're getting better at it. We're also trying to come up with a more reasonable way to assess all of this, given that PD-1 has just blown up, and immune checkpoint therapy in general has just blown up, and there's so many different drugs coming in, bispecifics, etc. So we're trying to get a good handle on it.
And the reason not to slip your pathologist a C note and say, can you just make it CPS1, please?
You don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that because the data says it doesn't really work.
But
The
the
reason-
that is that we hurt people.
Yeah,
right?
you hurt
these,
people.
These drugs are not they're not benign at all. I mean, I can't tell you how many cases I see every week I'm on service of somebody who has nearly died from some complication of immunotherapy. So,
1 in 5. Not
it's-
died, but get serious toxicity.
At least to the point that something really horrible has happened to them. So I think it's important that we be thoughtful about the way that we administer all of these things. And one of the things that's most exciting is what you just said, which is that there's so much coming down the pipeline. And it's hard to explain, because I think the science gets very overwhelming for everybody, but it's hard to explain how little we actually know versus how much there is to know. We don't understand how these drugs are really working and why they're working in the cases that they're working. We don't know when we basically push the gas or took off the brakes of the immune system, what it's actually seeing and which of the things that it's seeing are the things that are effective. We don't know in the people who get toxicity what it's seeing. We don't know how to reprogram it to actually go after the thing we want, not just sort of hit it with a sledgehammer. So we would like to have, I think we're sort of in, actually I like your picture from Bill Roth. We're sort of at Bill Roth right now with immunotherapy, and we'd like to have Jeremy Davis with all of his excellence.
Let's open the floor. I've got one other topic I want to cover with the panel, but let's open the floor, right?
Thank you. Thank you for a superb set of
Thank you very much. Thank you for a superb set of presentations earlier. Continuing on the topic of advances in technology, and Dr. Gandhi, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but there's certainly been a lot of enthusiasm about multi-cancer early detection tests. I think for gastric cancer, the figure is that you need to perform about 833 endoscopies to pick up one of those 26,000 cases occurring annually in the US. And having a test available where you could screen for a large number of cancers at once, particularly cancers for which we really don't have adequate screening tests, would be a great boon. That plus we've heard already this afternoon and this morning about the value of molecular residual disease testing. And I think I certainly may be mistaken, but have we heard that perhaps a week or two ago that there may be more FDA involvement and oversight for some of these types of tests? And if so, if we could ask what you might anticipate with FDA and oversight.
Well, let's see, it was directed to the FDA, so
Well, so
respect the speaker.
so this was,
Push it one more time and just hold it and let go.
Okay.
Let go and you're good.
And once it's green, you're
Oh,
good.
got it. Okay. So thanks for that question. So as a medical oncologist, I will not personally be overseeing that. I review the drugs. This would be something that will be overseen by the Center for Devices and Radiological Health. So the details are coming out slowly, but I do anticipate that, like you said, there will be a better oversight in trying to figure out like how we can detect these more efficiently. I think that's something that's been frustrating all of us.
Dr. Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, this is a super exciting area of research. I'm biased because I'm going to talk about it at 6 o'clock. But I think, so a couple things that we now know. So if you look at the DNA mutations that Dr. Marshall mentioned that define cancer, and you sequence powerfully enough in anybody's blood, you can almost certainly find all of them. So what we don't understand actually is what the range of normal is so that we can understand the signature for cancer. And what we're learning, and I think we're really still very early in this endeavor, well, we have more and more powerful tools where we can ask very broad questions with a lot of power at one time, is we're starting to learn a little bit about what makes cancer and what makes tumor. What makes normal, but also we're starting to learn that we're going to need multiple modalities, which is why this multi-analyte thing is interesting, which is one of the places we're hoping our transposon test could be useful is in part of an MCED panel. So we only have proof of concept that this might be useful, but the circulating tumor DNAs are great, but they have both false positives and false negative rates. And the MCED clinics at places like the Dana-Farber and Mass General and other places are flooded with people who are, have gotten a result that could be a false positive for all that we know right now, and are then going to get maybe an immunotherapy trial, maybe something else. So we have a lot of work to do. It's a really exciting space because a liquid biopsy could potentially be something we do annually. I think ideally, rather than exposing people to radiation or other tests that are expensive, if we could get good enough at these, of course, we could do them on the regular.
My sense is that the TSA will be doing this as we get through the airport. And the thing, it'll be red, you've got a gun, but, some crab light goes off and says, you've got cancer, you go over here. Yeah. It's going to be great. It's going to make travel great again, I promise. There you
are. You started to answer my question as you were speaking. I talk a lot about Guardant because that's the test that I get. And everybody knows Camilla, and she uses Signatera. And we're all, most of us are friends here, and we know each
smoke
other's
Lucky
stores.
Strikes myself.
Yeah. So, I just would love to have a good explanation of the pros and cons of each one. My doctor wanted me to get Signatera at Hopkins, and we tried, and my tissue sample was too old or too diffuse, whatever it was, and it failed. So when I was diagnosed, the only test that really would have put me into a drug was PD-L1 and HER2. MSI wasn't done, high tumor mutation wasn't done, but now I've noticed on my Guardant test that it's gotten better because this was my this will be my fourth one. And it didn't tell much about MSI or high tumor mutation. It was, I can see that they're adding more on to that. So I guess my question is, if Camilla gets a Signatera test and it tells her specifically what cancer cells that match up to her original tumor, you can see it in the blood. Well, why can't my Garden test do that? And vice versa. Why? I like my Garden test because I'm getting a big picture. And then can Camilla get a big picture from her Signatera?
So sometimes I order a PET scan, and sometimes I order an MRI, and sometimes I order an X-ray, and sometimes I order a blood test. So I know as a physician how these tests are different. Now, these molecular tests have evolved rapidly over the last 10 years or so, from very, very basic, not very good tests to fancier and fancier versions. And they do different things, and they're competing with one another for different niches and markets. And so some physicians are more comfortable with one test versus another. The Natera test, for example, the so-called Signatera test, first started with tumor and made an individualized QR code, genetic QR code for that patient, right? So if you had two cancers, it might not pick up one because it's a different molecular abnormality than the primary tumor. So it's looking for that specific tumor. And because if I go down really deep, I know if I find that mutation, it's from that tumor versus just schmutz, okay? Just old man genetics, right? Which is what I've got, right? So on the other hand, the Garden test is not tissue informed. It's just looking for any gene that's associated with cancer, P53 or a RAS mutation. And what they've been able to do is get a little smarter over time to pick up some of these more subtle things and use AI to say MSI or not. But in order for it to be there, for any of these things to be there, and I'll be corrected, I'm sure, but my understanding of this is a cell has to have turned over or died in the last 3 hours, because the half-life of ctDNA is about 3 hours. And so when the needle's going in, if it's not swimming past at an adequate amount, it'll be negative. And it'll come and go. And so certain locations, for example, we think in the abdominal cavity, it may not get there as well. For bizarre reasons, the Natera test is not picking up lung metastases. Okay, when I got a visible known lung metastases, the Natera test will be negative, and we don't understand why that's true. So the tests are different. We're learning different things, and I love there's some correction and color commentary on all that. But that's why it's different.
I got no corrections. I just have a little color commentary, which is that I agree completely with this point that these are all companies that are competing to do the best test and to capture bigger and bigger shares of the market, right? So for the sequencing of a solid tumor, for example, Foundation Medicine holds a huge piece of the market, and that was because it was much easier to send things to them than it was to make your own tests. And part of the reason I actually went and did my residency at Mass General is because Mass General Brigham had their own tests where we could look at the data ourselves and not just get a black box report at the end of the day from Foundation. Now, the thing is that all of these companies have billions of dollars now in research and development. And so they're able to actually scale and basically just buy technologies like the one that were made at Mass General Brigham, where they're useful, and incorporate them into their testing. So it's a little bit of, if you're a football fan, are you going to root for I guess they're not the Redskins anymore here in town. I grew up in Baltimore. Yeah, I can't get used to that. No. But are you a Ravens fan? Are you or can you not get over the Colts thing still from 1976? So, I think there's a little bit of a what are you used to? And how as a physician can you interpret this huge amount of data that's coming in? Now, in your cases where you have established testing, and now you're going to compare it to what was there before, there's real value in repeating the same test because there was data before. So I think there's a different conversation of in a vacuum, what do you do? Or if you don't have a positive test, which is most patients actually, then what do you do? And I think that's a conversation with your oncologist as to what's available and what's their experience in a patient population who looks like you, who has, disease that looks like yours. How has the rates been? Because the companies, because there's so much money involved, are also not very transparent about releasing how the data is generated and also how often they're false positives. So I hear from people I know in one company about another company about how unhappy they are about how the statistics are reported, because they're all trying to show them in the most favorable possible light.
And I'll add to that, well, we're going to end on a different topic, but just that the data that's being collected from this genetic test is worth something. People are unsure exactly what. So early on, all of these tests were essentially not back bill. I mean, if your company paid for it, if your insurer paid for it, fine. But if they didn't, they never sent you a bill because they figured the payoff was going to be having a data set later on to pay the bill in the end. Because of your all's role here and why you're here, and the need for more clinical research accrual in a rare cancer, I keep thinking about the culture of clinical research. And I think about the HIV time. I lived through that as a resident, where if you were a young man and you had AIDS and you were not on a clinical trial, you were seen as not helping. Right, you were societally sort of in your society, you were obligated, and the demand was met. Breast cancer. If you look at the wave of breast cancer patients early on, the 70s, 80s, and 90s, there were plenty of clinical trials, and it was the culture of the breast cancer community to be part of a clinical trial and move the bar. Because if you weren't going to help each other, it wasn't going to get done, right? And so the balance and the battle between delivering standard of care and it's reimbursed and it can be delivered quickly versus clinical trials. Is there one that's eligible? Are they too restrictive in a patient population? One of the things that I think is important for a group like this to get its hands around is what's the position on that? Do you push to make trials more simple? Do you make them multifaceted so everybody's eligible regardless of what kind of marker you have, but you have your own treatment pathway? There are ways of doing this to work together to drive the business to, in essence, the faster trials can get done, then the cheaper they are to do in many ways. So I wonder if anybody has thoughts or comments on that about the balance. And let me make one more provocative statement. Should we, if you go onto a clinical trial, incentivize that patient's behavior? In other words, should we somehow should we pay them on some level to do that? Why isn't an insurance company giving you a bonus if you go on a clinical trial because, waive your copays for the rest of your life, or don't pay for premiums while you're on the trial, or whatever that might be? Create some legislation around that to incentivize the process in favor of research.
Yeah, so a couple of things. Since I live in the clinical trial world, which is not the real world, obviously, because I don't think about insurers and I don't bill, and that makes me happy. I think first is there's a stigma amongst patients and caregivers and whatnot, and the data are very clear. There are a lot of racial and ethnic groups out there that have been experimented on in decades or bygone eras, and that still permeates. I think we have to destigmatize clinical trials as last hopes. We have to remind people that you can be on a clinical trial and be in first-line therapy, right? Meaning that you're not forsaking anything by being in a clinical trial. I think from a person who writes clinical trials standpoint, we need to write clinical trials that are open and aren't too restrictive. These are kind of like more practical or pragmatic trials. And then I do like the idea of incentivizing. At NIH, they pay people to come and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Mm-hmm. I mean, like they lock people in rooms and give them measles or I don't know, some crazy stuff. And they pay them like...
This is not going to help.
Yeah.
That, right?
But my point is that we do incentivize people for a lot of things, right? Think about donating blood or plasma. There are places, right? So I think there's something that if we want to talk to legislators, what they can do. You also don't forget clinical trials are expensive to run out there in the real world. Okay. very expensive. And guess who foots the bill most of the times? Pharma, right? Pharmaceutical company wants to run a trial on drug X. They're giving, Dr. So-and-so, $30,000 per patient, or the institution, to run the clinical trial, because it costs a lot of money. So we need to figure out ways to make it easier for places to participate in clinical trials, right? Not just write the clinical trial, but actually execute the clinical trial.
I just want to say something a little also provocative about gastric cancer, which is like, we have this marker now where we think we might be able to tell within 10 or 15 days if the therapy is working. The problem is there's not a plan B, right? So if you're going to have a plan A, and then you're going to be able to tell really fast if it's working or not, you need a plan B. And so the reason we even have this marker is because 10 years ago, I thought it was interesting that there's this thing that's different between monkeys and humans that we've been evolving with. And what do you mean it makes a third of the genome and we don't know how it works? The point is that, and all of the immunotherapy also comes out of really just truly basic curiosity-driven science, which has fallen off the funding cliff in this country. Right. And so the problem is that we are reaping right now the benefits of many years of really great basic research with a pipeline that is pretty stuffed and starting to feel really nice. But the new discoveries are not being made because that work is not being funded. And those people are going to companies instead of staying in academia because it's not a tenable career. So there's another problem, which I know doesn't help anybody who now has stage 4 gastric cancer, who wants to try to find the best next trial, but is a really big societal problem, which is that if we want to actually fix some of this, we need to keep funding the basic research that makes the new therapies that may one day change the needle.
So money. We want money and different ways of getting it. So one more.
I just have something interesting to add about your original question. I do think that there's a really large push towards decentralized trials, and that's something that, again, I'm not part of this group, but there is a working group at the FDA, and we've been pushing towards that because a lot of what we've seen, ironically, I've seen working at the FDA where I don't see patients, is I've learned a lot about how difficult it is for patients in the community to get access to drugs. And actually, I think the harder thing is to just go once a week or once every other week to get lab tests. So I think the push towards decentralized trial is, and we're actually incorporating that and pushing for a lot of registrational phase 3 trials, even early phase trials, if it's possible. To include that is patients can get labs done at their local provider and just send those results, because we just need CBC, CMB, things like that. So I think that's a great,
even on a Monday at 4:45 in Washington, D.C., that's really close to happy hour. So we're going to call it right there and really thank everybody for coming. We have some closing comments. I want to thank our panel for all that they have done.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Taylor, Dr. Gandhi, and Dr. Davis for your discussion and presentations today. This officially concludes our second Stomach Cancer Patient Empowerment Summit. Thank you to everybody who tuned in live stream and came in person. Lovely to meet you all and see you all. And thank you again to our sponsors, whom without you, this program would have not happened. We have a break until 5 o'clock, and then we'll be back for Advocacy Day Hill training. Thank you.
On November 15th, 2013, my dad went to the local ER because he sees blood in his stool. Now, he had been experiencing quite a bit of other symptoms too before he went to the ER. He was having indigestion, a lot of heartburn. He had been losing a lot of weight, about 20 pounds. They also found that he was anemic, meaning that he was losing a lot of blood. But the blood in his stool was the final indicator that made him go to the ER, because he was really scared, since his brother had died of stomach cancer, that he might be following suit. I get there and my dad says, Aki, I'm afraid that I have stomach cancer. Can you just please make it very clear that it's in my family history? And I remember talking to the GI doctor before the endoscopy, and I say, this is my dad's fear. This is why he's here. And the GI doctor went in, looked at my dad's stomach, and said, you know, it's not stomach cancer. There was a bit of a relief. It's not stomach cancer. So my dad ended up spending the night. They run some more tests on him. He gets discharged with diverculitis, and we celebrate Thanksgiving. There's, you know, my dad dodged a bullet. It's not stomach cancer. Unfortunately, the biopsies came back and it was stomach cancer. He told them he's 71 years old. He is Japanese. He's a smoker, had been smoking for 50 years, and that he had a family history of gastric cancer. So here's the problem. My dad went into the hospital with every single indication, every single risk factor that this is gastric cancer, and yet it was missed. So if we're not identifying it in our high-risk population, we're going to be missing it in everybody else. Follow us, join us. We've got to do something.
The prognosis for diagnosis at my stage is, it could just be literally a few weeks.
A 5% chance of being alive in 5 years, you know, that type of a thing.
I think something like 75% of cases is diagnosed at stage 4 in the US.
It's normally so
Far
advanced before it's even discovered.
Just feeling full.
A lot of acid reflux at night.
Persistent heartburn.
Having some problems with swallowing.
Well, I started having like indigestion issues, stomach issues.
I was very, very sensitive to like whatever I was eating.
I was getting a lot of fluid coming back up.
Stabbing pain at the bottom of my sternum.
Then I felt a bump like the end of a hot dog. Right near my belly button.
I got to the point where I could barely eat.
I was hospitalized with a stomach ulcer. I just fainted at school one day.
And all of a sudden I just started throwing up blood.
I was throwing up blood.
I was 230 pounds. By the time I actually got my official diagnosis, I was, I believe, like at 160. I had to contact my doctor and he said, oh, well, it's a mild case of, you know, gastritis. You know, you're probably too young for any type of cancer or anything like that.
I had been having GI issues, concerns, just problems, probably for a few years. Doctors just kept chalking it up to both A, getting older, and B, just stress, maybe IBS. This area is not known for our quality healthcare.
Indigestion issues, stomach issues. He started losing a little bit of weight. It just kind of kept getting a little bit worse and a little bit worse. And I kept telling him, you should go to the doctor. But he was an independent contractor and didn't have insurance. He didn't really want to go because it meant out-of-pocket costs.
I got diagnosed after about 2 years of having persistent heartburn. You're so young, you're in your 30s, you're not overweight. Make some lifestyle changes. Don't drink coffee. Stay away from salt, spice. And I made all those changes and nothing helped.
I ended up vomiting what appeared to be coffee grinds, and the GI still dismissed it and said, yeah, you got a bleeding ulcer. Stood up for myself and advocated, and they actually laughed at me and said, if you think this is going to make you feel better, we'll give you an endoscopy.
I think to myself, like, what if I pushed for an endoscopy sooner? Would those 6 months have changed?
I had done an endoscopy a year earlier, but I have completely circumvented this experience.
It was 6 months for them to diagnose me. During that time, I was stage 3.
I think had the doctor encouraged him to take a look earlier, he might have caught it at an earlier stage.
And now I'm advocating for early screening as well, especially for high-risk groups.
I would really advocate for an aggressive approach.
Better screening, earlier screening, more doctors aware of red flags.
We should start having some sort of screening for stomach cancer because I don't think there's screening in the United States.
My hope is that diagnostics get better to catch it earlier, because we were so lucky that our son caught it at stage 1, which is so rare.
I'm just hopeful that we can have more cancer screening younger and just more of prevention rather than treatment.
We are here because we recognize that we need a resolution to these stomach cancer disparities. We need to have definitely more research. We need to figure out why this is happening in our younger population, but we also need to start with policy change and enforcement. We need some sort of screening guidelines, and we need to be able to identify our high-risk population and end stomach cancer once and for all.
sorry about the Wi-Fi issues and the buffering issues, but this has all been live streamed. So if you want, you can go back and look through the video without any of the buffering issues. To start us off on our Advocacy 101, I'd like to introduce Mr. Andrew Scott from BMS. Andrew's work focuses on hematology and oncology, and he prioritizes mutual value creation, thinking of health systems holistically, and collaborating with diverse stakeholders to advance public policy that improves patient access, affordability, and protects innovation. You could read the rest of his bio in the brochure.
Oh, this one down here. Okay. Okay, great. Awesome. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Andrew Scott from Bristol Myers Squibb. And while we're pulling my slides up here, I just will kind of get started with some early thoughts. Really exciting. You guys are going on your first advocacy day. I know some of you may have experience advocating on Capitol Hill before, and some of you may not. That's okay. I think hopefully this little 101 guide that I'll walk through momentarily here will give some kind of tips, tricks, and tools. But before I get into that, I really want to say, and I think that video we just watched kind of highlights that, is that it's important to remember that each of you are the experts, right? Each of you are the experts of your story, your experience, and your kind of a critical voice going into these Hill meetings that you will have tomorrow. So it's important to kind of remind yourselves of that. You know, it's going to be, I know it can be a little, I used to actually work at I'm with obviously Bristol Myers Squibb now, but used to work at an advocacy organization focused on liver cancer. And I know many of our advocates were worried, you know, it's a little jitters, first time doing it. But again, remind yourselves, this is your story. This is your time to tell it. And they will listen when you go into those Hill meetings. So I really want to kind of reiterate that throughout this presentation as we're waiting for these slides to come up. And really a lot of this stuff that I'll go through momentarily here, we'll do a little government 101 as well. We'll also kind of talk about how to establish your messaging plan and kind of building all of that out. And hopefully we can get them to work here, these slides. But we'll talk a little bit about how to establish your kind of plan so that you feel organized. Obviously, as these meetings go, you'll get more comfortable as you go. So you'll get kind of your elevator pitch down. You'll come out of your first advocacy day feeling like a pro, which will help a ton as well. And then we'll close with kind of do's and don'ts of this kind of advocacy day. There's certain things that, you know, obviously if you kind of follow the guide, it'll just make it easier, make it even more comfortable for you. So if we can go to perfect. Okay. So I want to be cognizant of time too, but I also want to say that if you have a question, don't hesitate to raise your hand. Obviously, there'll be an opportunity to ask maybe some questions at the end as well. But as well, you know, I'm always happy to pause. I really want to make this a fun experience here. You know, you're going to be talking about your lived experiences, and it's going to be shaping policy. And that I think is an exciting process here. Your voice matters, as I mentioned earlier. So as I already kind of alluded to, we're going to be talking a little bit about that kind of government 101 to start. We'll then get into kind of developing your plan, your advocacy plan, mapping things out. So I mentioned kind of talking through things, working with each other will help as well, because then you're going to go into these meetings and you're going to kind of have a plan of attack that will really make this as, you know, fun and easy of a process at all. And then we'll finally get into the do's and don'ts of advocacy. So I'll also mention too that I'm going to hit a lot of stuff that's kind of broader than just your Hill Day tomorrow. I think an important theme as well is that advocacy, policy work, all of that takes time. It takes your initial meeting, your initial sharing of your story. Then it's going to take follow-up. It's going to take kind of pinging those legislative staffers and more tomorrow, reminding them of your ask, whether it's the screening ask or whatever it might be. It's going to require that follow-up. And then eventually you'll see some movement, and it's still going to take time. So I think that's an important thing that I'll walk through briefly as well when I'm talking about other ways to advocate outside of being here in Washington, D.C., which there are a lot of ways to do it. So first, we're going to kind of talk about just general government 101, advocacy 101 to start us off here. Advocacy definition. I won't go through all of these details here, but really, I just want to say that many of you have advocated before, whether you've come here to Washington and advocated in a policy sense, or you've advocated in your community, or you've advocated in your family for whatever it might be, changing, moving the day of a family get together or whatever it might be. You already have experience advocating, building, kind of establishing in your mind a messaging plan, what you are hoping to achieve, and then having that ask, right? You've done all this before. Now we're just doing it in a new setting here on Capitol Hill. So there are the three types of kind of government advocacy as well. Of course, you have your local and community advocacy, your state advocacy, and your federal advocacy that you all will be doing tomorrow. I think it's also important to understand, too, when I'm talking about time, you're going to see movement kind of decrease as you go to federal government as well, too. I think that's an important factor to keep in mind. Local is where you will see some change quicker. And I think that's also important to keep in mind, too, is that it's part of this advocacy is don't hold yourself only to Capitol Hill. I mean, it's a huge part of it, right? The federal government is critical in some of these system level changes, but it is not the only option when you're talking about, I'm just brainstorming here, but an awareness day for stomach cancer or whatever it might be. You can get that in your own city, your own, whatever it might be at the local level, in your city hall, town hall. There are opportunities there as well. So very briefly, again, I won't go through all of this. I'm happy to share the slides, but being cognizant of time, this is really kind of your legislative process. If any of you watched that old video of how a bill becomes a law, this kind of walks through that very briefly there. And it shows that just kind of the process of having a sponsor of a bill, then the bill is assigned to a committee, the committee holds a hearing on the bill, and then it's put on the Senate or House calendar. And then it's kind of goes through the process again so that you can have it move through both chambers of the House and Senate. And then you eventually get to a full floor vote. So it's a series of processes. This is one of the reasons why it takes so long. But again, I'm happy to share this later. But just kind of moving through some of this government 101 quickly. And then also outside of the federal legislative process, there is the regulatory advocacy as well, too. So some of Aki's asks that she mentioned in that video have more of a regulatory advocacy piece to it as well. And this is when you're working with agencies like the FDA or the CDC or whoever it might be to get an awareness campaign or screening guidelines changed. This is where the regulatory advocacy piece comes into play. Obviously, I'm going to move through this quickly because tomorrow you're focused on Capitol Hill. So now I'm going to shift a little bit in that kind of developing of the messaging plan. I've talked about that a few times already, but it's going to be important. Obviously, you are the ones who know your story better than anyone else, but still having a plan of attack before you go into these meetings, kind of a order that you're going to go through, potentially communicating with any teams that you're on about who's going to speak when. Maybe they are from a certain legislative district or whatever it might be. Kind of organizing yourselves in a way will make this a lot smoother because you will be restricted by time tomorrow. That is something that always happens, is that you will have a limited amount of minutes with most likely legislative staff. Hopefully you'll have time with the member of Congress. I'll mention this again later as well, but legislative staff are sometimes more important to meet with than the member of Congress because they're the ones who write the bill. So they are important to meet with, but they will be limited and they will give you, the time, but at the same time, you want to be organized so that you can actually get to your ask. You don't want to walk out of the meeting thinking, oh, I didn't get a chance to actually tell them what we want. You want them to know that. So that's where this really comes into play here, is planning your advocacy effort, really thinking of what is your primary goal as a start, coming together as a group and understanding this is our ask. Who is the target audience? In this case, it will be legislative staff, members of Congress on Capitol Hill tomorrow. And then, I will talk a little bit more of the best way to reach them. Of course, meeting them in person tomorrow or by Zoom is a great way to do that. And then, of course, also, I mentioned earlier the follow-up plan as well, because this was going to take time. This one meeting tomorrow is not going to see your goal accomplished. So it's important to think again about how you can follow up. So we'll get into that a little bit later as well. And then also thinking of how you can collaborate, thinking of your allies here in this room, your allies in other advocacy organizations. It takes a village to move the needle on some of these bills, and it's important to have allies with you. So when we're talking about developing your message, and this is really what I was talking about earlier, is how you kind of organize yourself to make sure you go into these meetings tomorrow feeling prepared. And you're doing your research on the member that you're meeting with, the staff. I think this way it's a great way to uncover little tidbits. Potentially you might, have gone to the same high school as the member of Congress or whatever it might be. It's a great way to kind of break the ice before you get into your story and what you're actually there to talk about today. Or you can talk about how, I went to a hospital in your district and I know that you've been there as well, or whatever it might be. Can be a great way to start by doing your research and ensuring that you're prepared before you go into the meeting. And then organizing your thoughts. This is what I was talking about earlier, is that the story is a critical part of this meeting tomorrow, but you want to ensure that you kind of have that elevator pitch down. You're going to be limited in time, so you want to kind of organize your thoughts, map it out. I would write it down the night before, potentially even write down your story too. Because again, you're going to think you're going to have a few minutes. And I'm sure all of you have wonderful stories that take longer than a few minutes to share. But you want to, again, ensure that you get to that ask, right? So you want to ensure that you kind of move through things in an organized fashion. If more than one of you are going to talk, kind of ensuring that you're organized and that you're kind of both dividing and conquering. Maybe one person gets one meeting, another person gets another, or one person kind of starts things off, one person tells their story this time, and another person has the ask. So all of that, and you kind of see here, I give some examples of how you kind of organize your thoughts, maybe little kind of hooks to kind of get yourself rolling as you map out your plan. And then of course, telling your story, the most important part of this, that will resonate with these legislators. It will. Your story is powerful, and it is the one thing that is going to, I will say a brief story about an example of advocate I worked with in the past in my former organization. He told a story about how his story of being impacted by liver cancer. And the member of Congress that we were meeting with immediately decided that he was signing on the bill right after hearing that story. And our advocate, was very nervous going into that. He had never done this before. And he's like, oh, the federal government, they're not going to listen to me. They don't care about my story. But after that, right, his confidence was through the roof. And I want to caution that too. You're not always going to get a legislator to walk out signing onto a bill, but it gives an example of the possibilities, right? And we kind of organize things in a way. You're not trying to cut your story short, but you want to just be aware of the time and aware of those kind of key inflection points that might resonate. Doing your research again, so you know maybe ahead of time what might resonate with the office. And of course, ending by making the ask. And then there are, I mentioned earlier how there will be many forums. You guys will be doing the live portion mostly tomorrow. There are, of course, virtual options as well. And this is what I'm talking about, how when you think about how this is going to take time, and it's going to take consistent meetings, your first meeting tomorrow is not going to lead to that. I gave that one example that, was in a perfect situation, but it's not going to always lead to that, right? And that's where you have to think of these others. You're going to want to call the district office potentially. You're going to want to build a relationship. That's why I mentioned earlier doing the research, thinking of those connections, right? Your story will resonate, but there will be other things that connect with these legislative staffs, their members, that will allow you to stick in their memory, right? Because they will be meeting with a lot of people in a day. They go through many of these staffers. They are covering multiple issue areas. So they're not only health, they're not only meeting with many different health advocacy organizations. They're also meeting with tax. They're meeting with energy. They're meeting with a wide range. So you got to think about what is going to cause your story to stick out in their mind. And then you're going to want to have these other examples of advocacy that you can kind of keep reminding them that you're here. And then there are the virtual options as well, social media, calling out there, doing an op-ed, press releases, and more, or other ways, that emailing them, reminding them, and more. So, I want to be cognizant of time here. I'm going to move quickly through. I've kind of talked broadly about a lot of this already. When you're thinking of a good meeting, I kind of gave a story as an example already, but really it's kind of mapping out your plan, having your goal, organizing who's saying what when, being sure that you're confident in how you tell your story in a short way, and then kind of moving through until you get to the eventual ask as well, and then of course ending the meeting. And I'll talk about this at the end as well, about the do's and don'ts of actual meetings, and that is thanking them for their time. And then a key part at the end here I'll just flag is the business cards, that you can continue doing some of those advocacy options that I flagged earlier. And then, again, since tomorrow is focused on the Hill Day, I'm going to kind of move through this. I'm happy to share these slides. These are some social media tips of how to potentially continue that kind of drumbeat of advocacy. So now we're going to get to the do's and don'ts. And this is really kind of an important thing to keep in mind tomorrow is when you get in there, we've mapped out the plan, you've got your ask, you've got your goal, you've practiced your story, but now it's just the small things that will ensure that these meetings go well. It's, things that you might be, of course, I got to introduce myself. Well, there's been situations where naturally people forget, or you forget to shake their hands, or you forget to do you go off topic. As another example. I mean, you feel like you're flowing, but suddenly your 15 minutes are up and you've gone off topic. So it's important to keep that in mind too. Of course, ending with the ask. I've mentioned that a few times. Telling your story, being respectful is important. I think this, and I may mention this again later as well, but it's important that this, of course, politics are involved in all of this. And I know everyone is from all across the United States, but it's important to kind of keep the politics outside of these meetings, right? We're talking policy, not politics. We're talking healthcare, health policy, but keeping the politics separate. So I think, being respectful, understanding that you're going to be meeting with both sides of the aisle tomorrow. You're going to need both sides of the aisle to accomplish your goal, right? I think in a normal, I will say, I won't get into the details of today's Congress, but in a normal Congress, both sides working together are going to accomplish things. And then some of the don'ts, I kind of talked about these already as well, but, covering multiple topics, you want to stay focused on your ask. Again, thinking about the politics and policy, you don't want to argue with these members and their staff tomorrow. Again, when you're organizing yourself, just making sure, you're going to naturally miss some points. That happens. You'll get comfortable and you'll have your elevator pitch, but you want to make sure you hit at least the big points you're trying to hit. And then the follow-up is just so critical as well. So, with that, I'm going to kind of bring it, I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might has, but, we talked a little bit of the kind of government 101, establishing your plan, making sure you're organized, thinking of your story, mapping that out, talking tonight, figuring out who you're going to be in the room with, and then figuring out how you're going to organize yourselves in each of those meetings. And then we close with a little bit of the do's and don'ts of these actual Hill meetings as well. But also, again, another reminder, the follow-up is going to be key. So you're going to go into these meetings, you're going to ask for the business card, you're going to take it home, you're going to email them potentially as well too if you feel comfortable with it. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but again, to see the actual things, these ask actually move, it's important to kind of keep that press in a respectful way. So any questions? I'm happy to answer any. Yes.
So are the meetings, you're saying kind of the meetings are probably like 15 minutes?
I would plan on 15 minutes. And I would also plan that these meetings could be standing in the hallway. They could be in the office and you have a nice couch to sit on and you're comfortable, or they could be walking, so it's important, again, to have that plan early,
How often are the legislators late? Like if they're not there when we think the meeting is, do we for a couple hours?
The meetings will happen when they happen. The staff will meet with you then. Unless it will, if the legislator can't be there, they can't be there. Sometimes, and that will the staff will say, oh, so-and-so member of Congress got pulled into votes or whatever it might be. So they will let you know. And then you might get lucky. You might be meeting in their, entry room, and then the member comes in and they're like, oh, and you can briefly say hi and, and shake their hand and then, continue your ask with the staff. But yeah, if the meeting's happening, it's happening at the time that they, maybe 15 minutes, but that's, yeah. Any other questions? Yes, in the back, yeah. Oh, no, so I will say there are a lot of ways. This was just showing all the different ways to advocate. You do not need videos. You do not need pictures. I will say, it can help, but it's purely up to you and your story. I will say I did a meeting with another advocate that was talking about heart disease, and they had a plastic heart to talk about it. So there are other, but don't feel obligated to do that. There just tell your story, and be confident in that, and you'll be fine. You'll be all good. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, so dumb question. Are we going to get to what our ask is?
Yeah, what are these talking points?
I think Aki has them, so I also, yes, we're going through them later. Yes.
Also, logistics question.
Yes.
Once we're in the Capitol, are we inside and go to these buildings underground, or are we going to have to go above ground and go to multiple buildings?
So you can go underground. And I will say, as a quick preface, it's a maze. You're going to get lost, so you want to make sure you have time. If you can get there early, you want to. You can go underground. You can go above ground. If you go above ground, you'll have to go through security in each building. The security is much faster than it would be at an airport or anything like that. So it's generally quick. But if you go down to the basement level, and don't hesitate, there are no dumb questions. You can always ask people too, and they'll point you in the right direction. But if you can map that out ahead of time, and maybe you'll be getting into that a little later.
7:30 when we go over the full prepping for tomorrow.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Are we going as groups in to talk to some of these legislators? We'll talk about that at 7:30. Yeah.
Yes, I'm giving just the help for planning out your plan of attack. You guys will get those details later. Yes, one more question. I know I'm over time too, but one more question on the way back. Yeah. That's exactly right. I mean, congressperson, representative, if you're unsure, so and then the staff, you can just call them by their first name. They'll introduce you. Go ahead. Yep.
One time the actual citizen any questions. So most of the time,
I'm sorry, I'm over time.
7:30. I'm sorry, we just have to get to our next presentation. And Cindy, you're actually leading our 7:30 discussion. So you are going to be able to answer all those questions that we all have.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And we are happy to share these slides too later. Yep.
Thank you, Andrew. Next, I'd like to call up Chul. He has a celebrated CV, MD, PhD, a master's in public health. I'm going to run through the bio because I know we're over time already, but he has founded several nonprofit organizations such as the Center for Viral Hepatitis and Asian American Stomach Cancer Task Force, and has published articles on ethnic health disparities and is currently the chair of the New York Health Forum. Dr. Hyun.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Chul Hyun. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. This is really great to see you all here this evening. I'm a gastroenterologist, and I practice, GI and hepatology in New York and New Jersey area. It's really great to be here and a part of this conference. First of all, I want to congratulate Aki and all the members of Hope Stomach Cancer for doing an amazing job in empowering and advocating for the gastric cancer patients. I think your work is crucial because it gives patients not only the ownership, but also the power to navigate the many difficult problems that there may be in the future. As a physician, I think empowering patients is actually one of our duties. The way that I try to empower my patient is trying to actively listening to their problems and their questions. I've been in practice over almost 30 years, but I must admit that I still on and off fail to listen to my patients. And I do see a lot of patients who come to me and complain that that their doctors don't listen to their patients. And in fact, today's electronic medical record system doesn't really help the matter because the patients will come and say, "Listen, in 15 minutes of sitting in the office, the guy has just looked at me maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and he or she was busy, watching the monitor. I mean, they're working on the computer monitor. So it's very difficult, and it's not as easy as it sounds. What I mean by listening is kind of like active listening, which really goes beyond just hearing the words, but trying to understand the meanings and the feelings behind all those words, and also I have to understand the context as well, with all this, what a patient's trying to say with their words and also their gestures. So this is very challenging, very difficult job. But if there is active listening, the job is half done because it not only establishes a certain empathy and rapport or some sort of like a faith with patients, but it can also help the patients to, the power to allow them to navigate their healthcare issues. So I think this is a win-win situation actually for both patients and the physicians. I think we all have to remember that all the clinical decision making is on behalf of the patients, not the healthcare providers. On a personal note, it's really great to be here in Arlington because I used to live here in this area, not too far actually from here, maybe about a half mile from here. And many years ago, I did my residency in Georgetown in internal medicine. Just ran into an old friend of mine, John Marshall. I think John was the first year, I guess, when I was a senior resident. So, but I haven't seen him for many years. This was a very nice reunion actually, and it's. So being here in Arlington actually brings back many old memories, and one of which I'd like to share. It was back in 1986. I was doing my internship, and it must have been about 2 weeks before Christmas. I got a call from my parents who were living in Miami, Florida back then. And so my mom was saying that, "Hey, your dad has passed some black melanic stool, which is Him positive, and he's been complaining of some epigastric discomfort, which has been progressing and recently, and so obviously he flew to DC next day and underwent gastroscopy, and I still vividly remember seeing a small ulcer sitting in the antrum of stomach, which had a stigmata of recent bleed. It wasn't bleeding anymore, but it was like a small ulcer. The biopsy, which came back next day, signet ring cell adenocarcinoma. So he did have a stomach cancer. Well, he was lucky because his presentation was a very noticeable black stool, and nobody can really, dismiss that. It was something that was very striking, and then he began to relate to his symptom in epigastrium, because most of the time many of you, I'm sure, we all do have on and off epigastric discomfort, right? And we will dismiss it as a reflux disease, and you go see your doctors, and they will probably treat you with PPIs. Back then, actually, the H2 antagonist, and we still use them actually. But so he was lucky, because I don't think he would have called me unless he had a black stool. So he had a very lucky presentation, and turned out to be an early cancer. I think the stomach cancer in the U.S. is a serious health issue. If we combine all the stages, you probably know about this, the survival rate for stomach cancer in this country is dismally low at 33%, as compared to 72% in Korea, by the way, and 65% in Japan. So we're really behind, all right, with respect to gastric cancer. And I think in this respect, we are really more like a third world developing country. That's where we are. The instance of stomach cancer varies between different ethnicities. You all know that. And recent studies have demonstrated that for people above age 50, the instance of stomach cancer can be 3 to 14 times higher in certain ethnic populations, such as Asian and Latin American populations, as compared to non-Hispanic whites. So in addition to the disparities in incidence and the mortality rates of stomach cancer, there is a serious and market funding disparity in stomach cancer. So if you look at the funding situations from, for example, NCI, and looking at the past 15-year records, we find that the which cancer do you think got the most funding? Breast cancer, right? You're right. Breast cancer got 550 million the annual funding, an average, whereas the stomach cancer got $13 million. So, well, I mean, you really can't compare. They're not really apple to apple, right? So, the breast cancer is 10 times more common than gastric cancer in this country. So if we look at the disparities of the funding, we have to analyze it using one of the tools that we use to analyze the disparity is what we call the funding to lethality score. That is the ratio of funding, how much money is being funded for specific specific cancer over the lethality, whereas the lethality is defined as mortality incidence ratio multiplied by a person's years of life lost. So, if you compare the funding to lethality score of breast cancer, it comes out to be like 180, whereas if you look at the gastric cancer FDL score, it's 1.8. There's a 100-fold difference in the funding between these two cancers. Not only that, if you look at the funding, there's a pattern here that the cancers that are more prevalent among non-Hispanic whites get funded more, such as not only breast cancer, but leukemia and lymphoma, whereas the cancers that are less prevalent in non-Hispanic whites and more prevalent in the minority populations, such cancers such as uterine cancer, stomach cancer, liver cancers, the funding is very low. So these, the NCI funding disparities, I mean, there has to be addressed, and there has to be something that needs to be done about this. So these are the reasons actually why we created the stomach cancer task force. Our headquarters is based in New Jersey, and we have a great network of physicians in the community. We basically have a mission to bring together the community and the physicians and the policymakers to find a innovative approach to have this to spread this, increase this awareness about the stomach cancer and this disparities. And we have two specific goals. One is to not only to increase the awareness about the stomach cancer in disparities, but we also want to be able to develop a screening guideline for the population at high risk. So these are our missions. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we have a forum. We have a flyer out there on the desk outside. Please don't forget to pick one. And we do have about 2 hour lasting forum. It's going to be during the lunch time from 12 to 2. I know you will be busy moving around from office to office, but it's a lunchtime anyway. So please stop by and grab a bite and listen to our speakers. Actually, John's going to speak in our forum again, but we'll have several other speakers. Your own Mahathi and Aki are going to speak as well. So I would love to see you in our forum tomorrow. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to address and answer any questions. Yeah.
So the developing screening guidelines, you said we're speaking, you want to speak with the Congress people tomorrow? Is that one of the goals?
Yes, yeah, eventually. I think the ideal thing would be to have Congress create a caucus on stomach cancer, through which they can, eventually develop a screening guideline, at least for the high-risk populations. The studies are out there, by the way, that have shown the cost effectiveness of gastric cancer screening by endoscopy, gastroscopy, in high-risk populations. There are plenty of data out there, and the data is very strong, and it's about time the government has to do something about it. One more question? I know we have a few more minutes. Yes.
So are you saying, okay, for example, with colon cancer, people tend to get colonoscopies, at age 50 and
45, yeah.
or 45? Oh, sorry. That's okay. Thank you. So would having some sort of encouragement for people to get endoscopies at a certain age, would that be the way to catch the stomach cancer?
Yes, exactly,
routinely?
exactly. If you look at the studies from, for example, from Japan and Korea, there's several studies in Japan where they have looked at the people 50 to 75 and biannual gastric cancer screening with either upper GI or gastroscopy. It was very cost effective. There's a big study from Korea from age 40 on. If you look at them, it is a biannual gastric cancer screening by gastroscopy was very cost effective. It saves a lot of lives. In fact, 25 years ago, the survival rate of gastric cancer in Korea was about 35%. And 20 years, it increased to 70%.
Is that what they're doing? Is that what's making the difference in Korea and Japan?
We think so. We think so. We think this is what's making difference in Korea.
That's incredible.
Yep, it is incredible. Yeah. And yep. Any questions? Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Please.
So you said tomorrow the gastric cancer task force luncheon is from 12 to 2.
12 to 2. Yeah.
Okay. Because in our program it's 11.
Right.
Right.
So,
we're joining for the program and the lunch, correct?
Yeah, we're providing lunch, and so we want you to come, stop by, and have lunch, and attend our forum. We will have a few congressmen come speak, and we'll have Dr. Marshall speaking, and we'll have another gastroenterologist from town, actually, Dr. Hong, who will speak on the screening and diagnosis of gastric cancer. We will have Aki and Mahathi speak also, and we'll have a good Q&A session afterwards.
But if you have 2 p.m. meetings or so, obviously the meetings will then come and you'll have to leave early. Yes.
So we'll look forward to meeting you tomorrow again. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hyun. I'm Mahathi, by the way, for those who don't know, so I'll be speaking tomorrow, and I'm really short. Anyways, before I call up our next speaker, I just want to point out we have Neville here from Advocacy Day. He's the one who set up all of your meetings tomorrow. I think he's staying through dinner, so if you have any specific questions about your app, if you haven't downloaded the app yet, if you don't know how to access it, I would say go talk to him. He would be a person to answer all your questions. Training late on after dinner around 7:30. So just hang tight and we'll go over the whole agenda for tomorrow. Okay, so next I'd like to call up our next speaker, Dr. Asad Umar. Dr. Umar is the Chief Program Officer of the Gastrointestinal and Other Cancers Department, and he completed his PhD in biochemistry at Hopkins. So Dr. Umar.
Thank you. First, thank you, Aki Smith and the rest of the organizing team to give me this time to talk to you guys about the advancing gastric cancer prevention as an overview from NCI. As you heard Dr. Rathmell earlier, I'm in the Division of Cancer Prevention at NCI that focuses on early detection and prevention, as well as screening of cancers. Lead the GI cancers program. However, gastric, as Dr. Hyun said, the funding for gastric cancer is really low. And that's because of the rare disease or the number of cancers, as well as I think there's also really the research community have to submit proposals that have really good research ideas to really take it forward, as well as like screening proposals. Absolutely true that in Korea and Japan, the mortality rates are way better than in the US, and screening makes the difference. It's the early detection and screening. I think it's going to be really difficult to really do a population-based screening in the U.S. because of the numbers of gastric cancer, total numbers that are for gastric cancer. But I'm hopeful that actually with the new blood-based multi-cancer early detection tests or cancer tests that have gastric cancers also included in those, there will be actually still there's a cost issue with those, as well as their accuracy and all that. But I think we will overcome those issues, and we'll get to that point. We were actually at NCI, we're very fortunate to get funding, a bolus of funding from Biden Moonshot money to actually start a set of screening trials where we are actually going to compare a number of these blood-based tests, the multi-cancer early detection tests, to actually if they are as good as they are reporting, because many of them are, actually all of them, the companies all propose that they are really good in actually detecting early or shifting the stages. We at NCI, we want to really look at head-to-head comparison of multiple tests. Which one is the best test? Which one gives you the best opportunity to really have fewest false negatives and false positives as well. So let's see how this moves. So a view of gastric as well as overall carcinogenesis. In the Division of Cancer Prevention where I am, we're focused on cancer prevention, early detection, And we see that the cancer as a really, you can target in the red zone where after cancer is the treatment setting, and that's the where you can have survival with cancer. What we want to focus on really is the cancer prevention, which is the blue triangle area. That's actually a larger area, and you can have multiple points in there where you can target and actually survival without cancer. And really the precancerous lesions, finding those early, and these blood-based tests maybe that we will actually get to that. I think I'm going in the wrong direction. Let's see. So cancer progression from normal to advanced invasive cancer takes really a long time, and it's like decades. So from normal to initiated to mild dysplasia, then severe dysplasia and carcinoma in situ, and then finally invasive cancer, it really gives a lot of opportunities to identify these lesions in between, as well as actually target them for intervention, actually do some prevention there as well. So we have done in some cancers have been much more successful where we have like prophylactic, like vaccines, for example, HPV, where we have a vaccine. H. pylori vaccine project was actually at one point was started. Many companies were funding it, but then it was dropped because really there's not a whole lot of money in for the pharmaceutical companies for making a vaccine for these, because gastric cancer actually is a huge problem worldwide. It's not a big problem in the US where the money is. So that's where really the problem is. So we try to focus a lot on interception, but maybe precision screening, where a screening based on individuals' risk and those risk factors, not only just racial, ethnic, but also family history, could also make a difference, as well as now we have genetic information as well. That can also make a difference. I think these numbers we all know. Cancer incidence of stomach cancer is both by incidence is almost 1 million cases in 2022. It's the number 5th is most common cancer. Mortality is really high, almost 700,000 of those million in 2022. The risk factors are, we all know in this room, H. pylori, EBV was more recently identified when they did the genomic analysis, smoking, as well as some genetic polymorphism in some of the genes for alcohol, for example, the alcohol dehydrogenase polymorphism has this evidence. Food preserved with salt probably is is more of a proxy for H. pylori, because where refrigeration is not there in those countries where people really preserve food with salt, and that really is actually the proxy for H. pylori in that sense. Obesity leads to inflammation, IL-6, TNF-alpha, C-reactive protein, and insulin that all make some difference. There is some evidence, not that strong, for processed meat or grilled or charred meat for many of the GI cancers. The cancer prevention, the epidemiology, as mentioned earlier, is highest in Japan and Korea and South America, as well as Eastern Europe. Adjusted rates worldwide are 15.62 per 100,000. Latin America is variable rates. It has been going down. Gastric cancer in the US, incidence has been decreasing. However, this is for overall population, but more recently in last couple of decades, in younger individuals, the gastric cancer is actually going up. So we don't really understand what's going on in terms of not only just the gastric cancer, but actually multiple other cancers. Colorectal cancer, breast cancer is also going up in younger population. Under 40, when you say younger, it used to be under 50, but now 45, as we mentioned just a little while ago, for even colonoscopy was dropped to 45 age because of that increase in now 45 is the new 50. That's where we are getting there. So prevention of gastric cancer, reducing exposure to these risk factors is really is the key that I mentioned. But actually, really secondary prevention with early detection and screening is going to make a difference. So we can't really necessarily control some of the exposure to environmental factors that we have, but screening and early detection that we can make a difference. And then tertiary prevention by treating H. pylori EBV, vaccine strategies. H. pylori can be eradicated with antibiotics, or also treating precancers to reverse the course of disease. If we can do the screening and identify these intermediate lesions, we can target that and reduce the cancer incidence. But we're not there. So I already talked about that. So there's strong data for H. pylori eradication. Number of studies. So each line here is a separate study that's showing H. pylori eradication with antibiotic treatment actually reduce. One is the line where if it's on the left side of one, the circle in the middle is the average relative risk. So generally, H. pylori eradication has the biggest benefit. Also, other cancer prevention strategies like anti-inflammatory drugs, NSAIDs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs like aspirin, is showing really a dose-dependent manner. So if you look at aspirin frequency, occasionally the relative risk is 0.96. If it is number of times is 30 plus per month, that means daily is 0.74. That means it's a 25%, 26% reduction in just by aspirin if taken daily. However, aspirin can also cause bleeding, so have to be careful in terms of use of that. There are other non-steroidal anti-inflammatories like COX-2 inhibitors also show 0.46 relative risk, much stronger benefit. These other NSAIDs also show the same pattern, so it seems like it is a real effect. And we are doing actually a number of clinical trials and looking at different cancers for NSAIDs and cancer preventive activity because they are relatively safe. There are some side effects that you have to be aware of and not take these without consultation with your doctor. The trials we are doing for cancer prevention in our at the NCI funded trials, one of them is looking at Mariva, which is a curcumin, curry, the yellow color, curcumin is the coloring in the curry. Mariva is a nanoparticle formulation of that curcumin. Curcumin has been shown to be an anti-inflammatory, and it is really pretty safe. But we have done actually a number of clinical trials with curcumin alone, have not seen any clinical benefit for colon cancer or other cancers where in animal studies they show benefit. So in humans, they didn't show benefit. We have some interest in looking at this liposome nanoparticle because it seems to give more blood concentration of curcumin, so it's get absorbed better. So it's a company research is actually, I think it's available. We get that from, and doing this in Puerto Rico and Honduras, where much higher rate of gastric cancer. So we have actually fully recruited this study, 60 participants. These are small studies, but they are proof of concepts. If they show us positive signal, we can launch larger studies with the NCI community oncology program, and the cooperative groups can do further studies. Another study, very similar design, we are also working with again in Honduras and Puerto Rico, where there's a larger number of gastric cancer patients, is looking at difluoromethyl-ornithine or DFMO. Difluoromethyl-ornithine is actually was originally a chemotherapy candidate drug for treatment of cancers. It targets one of the enzymes that is important for cell proliferation, polyamine ornithine decarboxylase. It reduces the polyamines, and ornithine decarboxylase is important. However, it didn't really pan out for treatment. Its side effect is a reversible hearing loss of certain frequencies, but it reverses after you stop taking it. It still is a drug for sleeping sickness, schistosomiasis in African countries. So that's actually made by pharmaceutical companies for those purposes. So it is available in our repository as for cancer preventive, and we see actually very strong signal for colorectal cancer. So we're looking at actually based on animal data that DFMO has an effect on H. pylori as well as in the gastric intestinal metaplasia to reducing that metaplasia. Again, if this is going to pan out in humans, we will find out actually pretty soon. That trial is complete, but we don't have the results from that. We also just recently funded as a push on our part from my group for funding more gastric cancer research, a precision cancer prevention program for gastric cancer. The project is a multi-year project where they're going to look at genomics in individuals, their genomics in the stem cells of stomach for individuals where there's a resistant clones after treatment of H. pylori. The H. pylori comes back, so they are going to actually target those individuals that are resistant to that H. pylori eradication with, again, specified interventions. That trial will be designed based on the genomic information. So that's actually is a big program project grant that's close to over 20 million over 5 years will be funded for that. So that's actually more than doubles the GI gastric funding in our program in that sense. There's also an ongoing EBV vaccine at the NCI, and as well as others are also developing it. But I think actually prevention approaches or vaccine approaches, really NCI have to do with themselves, because companies are not going to do these because there's not much profit for them in that sense. So I think that's the end of my slides, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much. Yes.
You quoted quite a few statistics, but one that I didn't hear or I missed was, do you know what percentage of the gastric cancer patients in the U.S. are from ethnic communities or
exact number of majority of cancer patients are from Hispanic background. I mean, that's why we are going actually in Puerto Rico to do the trial with the gastric cancer prevention, because we can't really find enough patients in other places. So you need to have, also in Latin American countries where there's much higher incidence, you can get those patients. So Latin American countries is where we're going, and the Latina population in the US have a higher numbers as well, but I don't know exact numbers what they are. Yes, in the back.
Of people that have had H. pylori that becomes malignant into gastric cancer, I've read anywhere from 3% to 90%.
Yeah.
What is your estimate?
Yeah, so it is actually very, it varies, and H. pylori is one of the microbiota, or one of the organisms that evolved with humans. And the study that were done for H. pylori in Panama and in some of these countries, so there's like a altitude enigma, where all the people have actually the same number of same percentage of H. pylori positive, but the people that live on the coast actually have a higher gastric cancer than the people that live on the mountains. And it was an enigma, and until they actually sequenced those H. pylori, so they are either from like your itself, like differences. I don't know if it really works. That I've seen in the research they have done, really videography with the fluorescence, that actually you can see H. pylori going into the cell and coming back out and go and hides there when there's a treatment is given, antibiotic treatment. So it's really fascinating, but we still fully don't really understand the differences.
I've heard that H. pylori can actually hide in the gastric lining, especially, I mean, with endoscopy, it doesn't always, because there's not a lesion, it might be hiding. Is that true?
Yes. So the strongest data that I've seen is with the last bullet on my final slide was that precision cancer prevention, where they actually have treated the patient, and before treating, they sequence the H. pylori. When they after treatment, H. pylori treatment, the H. pylori was gone, but it came back again. When they sequenced second time, it was exact same sequence. So it wasn't really even a different H. pylori. So it was hiding somewhere, and then back exactly that. Yeah.
And a colonoscopy. And in the endoscopy, they did find that I had gastritis and H. pylori. So my husband had to get tested. My kids had to get tested. We all tested positive. We went through the treatment. My husband, my oldest daughter, and I tested negative after the treatment, and my youngest tested positive again. So she just finished the second round of antibiotics. So I'm still waiting 2 more weeks because I have to wait a month to retest her. But through that time, now I'm afraid that we all got it again because we're still in the same household.
Yeah, so that's the very common theme happens throughout for everyone. So that's what the last these researchers they are trying to do is actually target treatment for H. pylori based on once they find that it's not going away, maybe there's another drug is needed there. So just add something else based on the sequence of H. pylori. So it will be targeted for each individual in that sense.
So, is this on? Yeah. So I have a question because of H. pylori. My daughter, who does not have gastric cancer, has H. pylori, but my daughter, who has gastric cancer, we don't know if she had H. pylori because she was just diagnosed with cancer. But my daughter is cured, quote unquote, from H. pylori. But now I'm wondering, like, is there some protocol? I mean, should she be tested regularly? I mean, this has me concerned. And they're not related biologically. They're adopted from Russia, Eastern European, and Asian. Yeah.
Yeah, there is no, program, but that's something is going to, this research that I was mentioning is going to lead to that maybe we need to come up with some strategy for that. But I mean, the H. pylori is very common in the world. Less common in the U.S., but it is very common in Eastern European countries, in Asian countries, Latin America. It's very common. Not everyone get cancer, also, so it's not necessarily. But again, is connected with this. It is a class 1 carcinogen by WHO.
Do you usually get it as a child? Because my mom just had H. pylori. My dad has gastric cancer, and when they did his endoscopy, he tested negative, but my mom tested positive for H. pylori. So I guess I have two different questions. So is it possible that he had it and at one point?
Yes. So usually people get that in their childhood, and it's like really decades. Or I mean, again, maybe nothing happens to majority of the people, but some individuals do get like pathology with that, the gastric intestinal metaplasia, and then further, that's what leads to it next steps. But we don't really know what is there another hit or something else is needed for that? We don't know that.
So is it possible that my dad had it and because he tested negative for it when he got diagnosed, but was it possible that he did have it without?
Hard to tell. But usually within the family, it stays within the family. And I mean, often either it's just that it's hiding, but again, if it's not hiding, people just get like fully treated. In many of these countries we've done in Latin America, it will be the same strain that will come back. When you sequence those H. pylori, they are the same one that just suggests either it was hiding or just like got again from the same family environment, you're getting it again, exactly the same one.
And because my parents live with me and I tested negative, should my children get tested for it?
Probably.
They should.
Yeah.
Is the breath test sufficient?
I'm not so sure about these tests. Actually, what is the best test? So that would be somebody else can answer that question.
So I saw one of the factors for stomach cancer you listed was the Epstein-Barr virus, and you said that is like a new finding.
Yes.
What's that mechanism exactly?
So that was actually it was new finding was when gastric cancer was sequenced in part of the Human Cancer Genome Atlas, TCGA. When NCI did that effort, they found that EBV was associated with gastric cancer as a new infectious agent. Before that, we didn't know actually EBV can cause gastric cancer. So now EBV and H. pylori by itself, like over 90% of gastric cancers are due to EBV or H. pylori. But EBV is probably easier one to to develop a vaccine. So because I think the efforts are pretty strong, it looks like actually NCI have some candidate vaccine that could be available. That EBV is the same virus that causes mononucleosis.
So should people, like, for example, my husband has gastric cancer. Should our family be tested to see if we have Epstein-Barr or H. pylori? I mean, and does that affect treatment? You know, whether you have that or not.
I'm not aware of any impact on treatment for that. It's more, I'm not sure if EBV positive would be treated differently. That probably would be a question for Dr. Marshall or Dr. Yun.
But so you're saying families of the gastric patients, should we get tested for those things or not? Like to see if we've had Epstein-Barr at some point or if the H. pylori is in our system.
So I think EBV test is pretty easy. It's available to do. So that's not, I think the doctors are doing that anyway.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't have a test if you didn't have symptoms, right?
Right.
For Epstein-Barr.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just curious. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amar. And finally, I'd like to call back up Dr. Marty Taylor, who gave us his presentation in the afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Hi, everybody. Long time no see. I guess I can. Does this thing still work? I don't know if I can. Okay, I'll try it this way this time. So, so we already did this disclosures part. So I'm gonna do a little bit more of a deeper dive into this transposable elements dark genome stuff that we do in the lab. I'm going to talk about transposable elements in the dark genome. I'll tell you why it's called the dark genome. What is it? Why should you care? And this is really all future application. So none of this is quite yet at the clinic, but I'll go through just a little bit of what we're excited about here and a little bit of genomics and some things that you might not think about normally. So human transposons and the dark genome, it's named after dark matter. And it was called actually junk DNA by the famous biologist Sidney Brenner, recently passed. And it actually got kind of put in the corner because of that and largely marginalized because this huge portion of the genome was just some junk, whatever. And Brenner eventually recanted as more and more people showed that there was something here. And he eventually said that I called it junk DNA, okay, not trash DNA. You put the junk in your attic and you take it back out when you need it. The trash you throw out. Anyway, you know, the sort of joking and the history aside, between 1/2 and 2/3 of our genome are actually these same few sequences repeated over and over again with very little differences, whereas only about 2% of the genome are genes. So these DNA sequences that get mutated in cancer that we're very interested in and otherwise actually are a much, much smaller portion of the genome and a really small portion. And so this big piece of the pie, so the protein coding genes is that little gray bit in the bottom. And all of a bunch of the big gray part on the left is actually also probably derived from these repeated sequences, but has changed so much over evolution that it's a little hard to recognize. And of these transposons, these mobile elements, these are virus-like sequences that can be understood in 2 classes. It's really quite simple. If you've used a computer and a word processor, you should get this. The first one is called cut and paste, and the second is copy and paste. And all the sequences want to do is make a new copy in a new place in the genome. Cut and paste or DNA transposons, these were how transposons were originally developed. Barbara McClintock won the Nobel Prize for this because this is how corn, if you've ever seen those corn ears with all the different color kernels, that's how that works. It's also how our immune system makes antibodies and T cell receptors that are really, really specific and potent. But the actual transposons that are trying to cut and paste themselves in the genome are no longer active in the human genome. They're still in fish, they're in bacteria, but there aren't any in humans. In contrast, humans have 2 classes of copy and paste transposons. One is called endogenous retroviruses and one is called line 1. And both of them use an enzyme called reverse transcriptase, which is the same key enzyme that's active in HIV. Now, endogenous retroviruses look almost exactly like HIV. And shockingly, this is a huge portion of our genome. About 10% of the genome, 8% of the genome are these essentially dead copies of these endogenous retroviruses. That are no longer active. And they went dead around when we were in a primate lineage about 15 million years ago. And so we call them dead in humans, although all of the pieces of the program are in the human genome, they're just not all in one place. So in cancer, actually, sometimes some of those pieces get turned on, and that's a thing that people are interested in and I'm interested in, but it's not most of what I'm going to talk about. The piece that I'm going to talk about is line 1, which is active and is still moving in the human germline, and there's 100 active copies potentially in every one of our cells. So I'll go through this a little bit. So pardon the molecular biology diagram, but hopefully I can walk you through this and this will make some sense. So 500,000 copies and fragments of line 1 has written about 1/3 of the genome, and that itself is about 15 or 20% of the genome. And we've been evolving with these virus-like sequences since we were single-celled organisms for about 2 billion years, maybe even longer. And so it's a really complicated relationship over this long. We fight them, and they have ways around the defenses. So in normal, healthy tissue, they sit in the germline, and our bodies keep them silent. But in certain disease states, including cancer, they break free. And the biomarker that I showed before is derived from line 1 called ORF1. So why should you care about it? Well, it's pervasively expressed in cancer. it appears that it could be a useful biomarker. And the enzymatic activities, this reverse transcriptase activity, we think is a key part of cancergenesis. And sorry, my fonts, something happened to my fonts. Anyway, we knew very little about how these work, and we're starting to be able to crack into it. And that's allowing us to make new kinds of therapies. So the way this works, the copy and paste, is that the copy just sits in the germline and it makes an RNA copy. This is how genes are made too. And the RNA goes out into the cytoplasm where, like a virus, instead of just making its proteins that go do its business, the line 1 proteins, like a virus, bind back to the same sequence that made it. And what it wants to do is take that back into the nucleus, where the ORF2 protein, the business end of the transposon, is going to copy and paste a new version of it in a new place of the genome. If that seems bad, it's because it is. That's causing a mutation in a new place in the genome. Our cells really don't like this, and this is the outcome they're trying to fight. So 2 things can happen. First, the transposon can win, and it makes a new copy in a new place. And if that lands someplace important, we have a problem. And about 2% of colon cancers, and a little bit less in other cancers, are initiated in this manner. Now, this seems to actually be the vast minority of outcomes. And what seems to happen most of the time is that the cell is able to fight this and something else happens. Sometimes we win and we go back to where we started. But if the process gets started, it can scramble the genome and it can cause rearrangements and lots of damage. And we've also started to understand that the virus-like elements can do something we didn't expect, which is that they can misfire too soon in the cytoplasm, and they can make double-stranded nucleic acids in the cytoplasm, which then the cells think they're infected with a virus, or maybe it's a conserved response between the virus and the transposons, and that we think causes inflammation. So we've animated this. So I'll walk through it. The human genome contains approximately 500 million copies. A detailed high resolution understanding of the transposon, we may be able to develop new effect cancer prevention. That's the very expensive animation that we generated with a really fabulous company called Visual Science, who helps us kind of share the message. So I hope I've explained this sort of very esoteric and previously weird, and people thought, why are you working on this kind of part of biology? But now I'm going to tell you just a little bit about why we think this is actually interesting and where we're going with this. So going back to the 1990s, it had been known since Bert Vogelstein's lab at Hopkins found a line 1 that had landed in a tumor suppressor gene causing a colon cancer that this might be involved in cancer biology. But it wasn't until about 10 years ago that we made these antibodies that we could use to stain the line 1 proteins in cancer that we realized that this wasn't just a rare thing that was happening. We were shocked that in most cancer types, the majority of cases were positive. And in the intervening years, as we've repeated the studies, as we've gotten better at the immunostaining, as other groups have done this, we've learned that this is a really pervasive part of epithelial cancer biology, carcinoma biology, especially gastroesophageal cancers, where in the recent paper, 52 out of 52 cases we stained were positive. So, and as I mentioned, as I showed earlier today, the normals are not positive. So this is a binary thing that's on in the cancer and not in the normal, and that creates some really interesting and unique opportunities. So the first one is that we might be able to make a better diagnosis. And so you guys probably in this room, Barrett's esophagus needs no introduction, and intestinal metaplasia needs no introduction. But I'll just say for any who don't know that this is a high-risk precursor. Well, it's a precursor anyway that is increased risk, and depending on the kind of Barrett's, you go from non-dysplastic Barrett's, which with obesity could be in as much as 5 or 6 or 10% of the US population, to precursors of cancer called dysplasia that are much higher risk, especially high-grade dysplasia. The problem is that the food and the reflux and the Barrett's are all in the same place. and inflammation and cancer can look very similar on the microscope, making it hard for pathologists to make a diagnosis. Sampling is also very challenging for the endoscopist. So we're not great at managing this clinically, and what we would really like to be able to do is to prevent esophageal cancer by finding people with Barrett's who are at higher risk earlier and doing the correct interventions. So we just tested them on the tissue level for the protein, and what we found was that the high-risk precursors, high-grade dysplasias, were pretty ubiquitously positive, as were the cancers. And then what was interesting is the patients where pathologists couldn't agree, that we call indefinite, 5 of the 9 ended up positive for either the protein or the RNA marker that we had, and all 5 of them went on to later have the high-risk, high-grade dysplasia in a subsequent biopsy. So what we think this means is that this is a marker of high risk, and that if you're positive for this, that the lesion, at least for this level of expression that we can detect here, is something that needs to be treated with higher risk. So we need to do more work to understand this. And as I showed before, we can actually see this in the stomach as well, in precursors of both the diffuse and the solid type. And we think that this means that line 1 expression is on in carcinogenesis, and there's other data in the colon that support this idea as well. So these cancers are evolving in the presence of line 1, whereas the normal tissue doesn't have it. And actually, one of the reasons that I'm still working on this, and that a number of labs are still working on this, is that we observed that if you put this on in tissue culture cells, some of which are derived from cancers, the cells stop growing and die. They really, really don't like it. But these cancers are evolving in the presence of this. So how does that work? How are these cancers tolerating this, and what is it doing to the cancer? I'll get into that more in a moment. So some of the science and understanding how these proteins work, we've been able to detect in one. This is all the one protein, the one that the shadow looks like. It's really fancy that I won't go into in detail. We were able to model of what, and with some real technology going into detail, we were able to trace it gets into the blood in a similar way that the circulating tumor DNA does. So we were able to take these assays and show potential clinical utility. And I showed this earlier, that we can see a patient responding or not responding throughout a clinical trial intervention, a therapeutic intervention. So I talked about this earlier, so I won't go through this now, but I'll just point out that it was true in both gastroesophageal cancer and colon cancer in our patient population, whereas this identified a higher risk group if you were high for this marker. But the other piece that I wanted to talk about now in the context of prevention and early detection is what it looks like in healthy people. So I didn't have time to talk about this before, but we ran 400 healthy controls from our biobank. And of those patients, 1 was very positive and 3 were intermediate. And then the other 390 or 402 or something like that are sitting all on that flat line at the bottom where we couldn't detect the protein at all. Now that guy at the top up there thought he was healthy when he donated his blood to the biobank. And 6 months later is found to have an advanced prostate cancer that it's up his back and in his bones. Some of you know what that's like. It's awful as I understand it. I hope I never find out. So this got us really excited because this is the point, right? Is that we might be able to run these tests on people and find somebody who's sitting there at home with an advanced cancer or an intermediate cancer that we could do something about. And now those other 3 dots, I'm worried about them. We don't know what's happened with them in between, but we're worried. And the reason I'm worried is that across about 1,000 cancer patients with different diseases, with this first generation assay that we developed, and this is all published in Cancer Discovery now, we had between 20 and 30 and up to 70% detection of this protein in their blood. And we knew that in the tissue, when we had the tissue from the patient, that actually we could detect between 90 and 100% of many of these cancers. So we thought we could do better. So we went back to work and we made a better test by combining different capture and detection reagents in that assay in different ways. And we spent a lot of time on this, and I won't go into the details, but we did a lot of engineering together with a really talented group in David Walt's lab and Kathy Burns' lab, a really fabulous person named Connie Wu, who now has her own lab at Michigan. We developed a series of these tests, and what we were able to do with an ovarian cancer cohort, where the first generation assay that I just showed you, in a group we got from Rowney Drapkin at Penn, detected about 50 or 60% of the patients. We were able to increase the sensitivity to pick up most of the patients, or nearly all of the patients, including some stage 1 patients that were in the cohort. We were able to get to 5 of the 6 with a test that detected very few of the healthy controls. And this, when we added it in a multi-analyte panel with other markers for ovarian cancer, and basically a very baby MSED test, like we were talking about earlier, was able to shift the area under the curve up and help us discriminate better cancer from normal. Now, this is just proof of concept, but we're excited about the potential of this to be added with a Guardant test, to be added with a other, methylation tests. There's many other really exciting tests in this space. So we're hopeful that this will turn into something, and we're working on it. We're also able to do better in gastric cancer. So Dr. Klempner at Mass General had a really nice cohort of patients, and we took 10 patients where we couldn't detect them in our early assays using our first platform, and we ran them on a separate platform that had just been developed in the Walt lab that is even more sensitive still, and we're able to detect 9 of the 10 that we were missing. We've also been able to keep doing the engineering since it worked the first time and push the concepts and detect more of the gastric cancer patients that we had missed in the early tests in the old platform. So we're excited that we think we can keep making these tests better, but at some point we also just have to start rolling them out. So we're trying to do both of those things. So that's the biomarker story. So we're interested in that for a couple of applications. The last thing I want to just talk about is this carcinogenesis story. And this is a slightly simpler version of the slide that you just had up before, Dr. Umar, that basically, this is often called the Vogelgram after Bert Vogelstein, who drew the first one up in colon cancer. The exact same pathway isn't true in gastric cancer most of the time, but the same principle applies, which is that as you go from normal to cancer, there's a series of alterations that happen genetically, some of which we understand, many of which we don't. And the key mutations that we look for in the sequencing assays define the different stages of polyp in the colon. So as you get more and more mutations, you get a bigger, worse polyp, and eventually you get an invasive cancer. This pathway is called the chromosomal instability pathway in the colon, but what's really interesting is that the source of the chromosomal instability is unknown. And if you make all of these mutations in the lab in colon cancer-like cells, you can make things that look like the patient lesions in how they behave for metastasis. They're not chromosomally unstable. So we have a lot of data that suggests that line 1 might be doing some of this chromosomal instability by getting into the genome and mucking it up, as I was mentioning before. So we're working on testing that going forward. But we think it could be a target for chemoprevention because if we're right, we could do a trial and there's drugs that we can use. So what are we thinking about? So this trial was published in Cancer Discovery last year. So the HIV reverse transcriptase inhibitors that Dr. Marshall mentioned earlier, HIV in line 1 looks similar enough that many of those drugs are actually quite effective against line 1. And David Ting at Mass General, my colleague and mentor, said, look, if we could just give these patients this drug that's safe, they've failed all of their other options for colon cancer, maybe we can slow it down. And the trial failed its primary endpoint, but you can see from the waterfall plot there that all of those patients in blue had stable disease for some time. And a couple of the patients had biochemical responses that we could measure by reduction in markers like CEA in the blood. So this is published. We don't understand who it worked for, why it worked exactly. And we're more interested in general in the genesis than the advanced cancer. But this is a safe drug that can be used in established disease. And I was just having a conversation with somebody earlier about maybe we could think about compassionate use of some of these drugs in people who actually have advanced cancer because they're so safe. So, wow, that font really does make it hard to see what I tried to say there. But this is some biochemistry that we've done in the corner. These are inhibition curves. Basically, the point is that we've taken and we've published this now. Basically, all of the existing HIV reverse transcriptase inhibitors, and essentially all of them inhibit line 1 to some extent or another. And the ones that are used for PrEP, for example, like Truvada, are incredibly safe and are actually in combination quite effective against line 1. And interestingly, epidemiologically, if you can find HIV patients who are stable, where their HIV is not progressing to the point that they're immunosuppressed, it appears in a number of studies that they have a really marked reduced risk of cancer. So we're very interested, and I was supposed to have dinner tonight with somebody at the NCI named Dr. Castle, who we've been collaborating with to try to do a trial in chemoprevention. Unfortunately, Dr. Castle's sick tonight, so I get to hang out here with you guys a little longer, which is awesome. But I'm really excited that we might be able to get a trial off the ground at the NCI to see if we can prevent cancer in high-risk patients by using these drugs. So that's really, the last thing I was going to say is that we've got some this binary nature where line 1 is on in cancer and not in normal. I've talked about detecting it. I haven't talked about killing the cancer. So we don't think that usually the reverse transcriptase inhibitor will kill the cancer, but they might help slow down some things the transposon is doing. What I want to develop in my lab, and one of the things that we're just starting to work on now, is can we develop a new strategy to use the fact that this is in cancer cells and not in normal to kill the cancer? If we could, it might make a new universal cancer therapy. Of course, it's all pie in the sky until something works. but we're thinking about this day and night. We have 2 projects going to make a new kind of vaccine and also to make a new kind of small molecule. And I'm really excited to try them in mice first. And if they work in mice, then I guess I'll get to talk to the FDA and everybody else and companies about trying to turn them into a real drug. So that would be the dream. My hope is that through this kind of basic science, we can learn things that are important in cancer, and we can develop new treatments and new tests that will make people's lives better and may prevent people from developing cancer in the first place. So that's the pitch. So I'm really excited about the advocacy you guys are doing tomorrow. We need more funding. We've done most of this on a shoestring where we borrow from Peter to pay Paul to do the science we want to do, or we do it in our spare time because we have a lot of that. And so, you know, I'm really, really just deeply happy that you guys are doing this and moved that you guys are really making a push to get more money for this kind of work. We try to use whatever money we can get the best we can. And we are also trying to advocate for more. So thanks very much, everyone.
What kind of funding do we ask for that you would be using?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing is I'm trying to apply through foundations. You know, for this kind of work to specific gastric cancer underlying biology, there's 2 sources essentially, right? One is an NIH R01 type grant, where you essentially convince another group of scientists that this is really exciting and innovative and great. And as we heard earlier, the pay lines for those are around 10%. So you have to have a really good grant. So we're trying to start doing that now. We have tried in the past and it's not been generally successful because it was unproven, because it was new. The other major source is foundations, where people who, for example, the De Gregorio Foundation and others often support this kind of really innovative work. The Kless Foundation has supported some of the work we've done. Stand Up to Cancer has supported some of the work we've done. But so as far as advocacy, I think the 2 places are, you know, it's hard to advocate to increase the NIH budget, but the Moonshot may be a source where we can get it. I mean, I would love it if the NIH budget would be like what the director said earlier today, was going up in the way that they were asking. That would be enormous for us. I can't tell you how many people I know who have quit doing this kind of work because they can't get grants. And they're tired of writing the same great grant over and over again and not getting it funded. So it's a really difficult situation. So the advocacy is amazing. Yeah.
Good question. Superb presentation. Very exciting. Thank you. 2 questions in relation to the ORF1 protein.
Yeah.
First, does it need to be phosphorylated to be active? And second, you did show a pictorial depiction of its structure.
Yeah.
Does it look like it's druggable?
Well, we're trying to drug it. It's not druggable in the conventional way, but we're trying to use some new techniques to do it. Our own mass spec data showed it was phosphorylated going back 10 years, and there is a paper that's saying that phosphorylation is important for its activity. I'm not sure that that really matters that much in this case. It may or it may not. A lot of the residues that are phosphorylated in humans are not that conserved, and the ORF1 protein from a whale can complement the one from a human. But those PTMs may or may not matter. What we think matters more is that the ORF1 protein likely hides the transposon from the cell in a particular way. And we think we could break that. We also think that if we could drag it, like turn it into a degrader, if you're familiar with those ideas, that we could make a degrader that would just destroy the whole thing.
I think Dana-Farber has an actual center for protein degradation that's working precisely on that.
Yeah, there's lots and lots of people who are really good at making PROTACs and all of these different, there's about, I think every month there's a new strategy to use it now that we know that it works. So the first step for that is making a binder. And so we have some, and we're making proof of concept degraders actually in the lab right now. So we're excited about it.
Thank you.
Do we know a physiological activity for line 1 besides just, keeping transposons around?
Yeah.
And then other question, do you think that it's maybe more likely that it's more like a harbinger of chromosomal instability as opposed to has any, anything more than a side effect role?
Yeah, these are great questions, and they're both controversial. The first question is, why do we still have this, right? Why do we still have this thing? The simplest explanation is it's just a good enough parasite that it's copying a little faster than we can get rid of it. And actually, some organisms have killed it. The megabat, you know, those big giant bats that hang from trees, they don't have any more active line elements. They won. We killed HERV-K, right? The endogenous retroviruses are dead. So that's the simplest explanation. And now there were some papers that suggested that line 1 was important in the brain, in development, that new insertions happen at some rate and they create some mosaicism. The normalizations were all wrong. And actually, one of my colleagues at Rochester has a mouse that has a genetic system to knock down the line 1 elements. They just have longer health span. They live on average 30% longer. They're neurologically intact. There's nothing apparently wrong with them. So, and the mice have been evolved for a very short amount of time, and they actually have 3,000 lines that are active, whereas we have 100. So the argument is that this is a thing that is essentially causing problems after we've reproduced, and so we've essentially not selected it out. Right? It's just a weak enough problem that it doesn't kill people, but enough of a problem that now we're not living in cave people anymore, right? We live a lot longer and it's becoming a problem. So that's the first point. The second point was not, does it do something, but is it a canary in the coal mine, basically, right?
It's only a canary in the coal mine, basically.
Yeah, so I love this argument, which is that we've kept it around because it gets turned on when the epigenome gets messed up. Right? Because the epigenomic state is what keeps it down. And so it's a sensor of that. It's a really cool idea. It's hard to test it exactly, but we're interested to do so. The argument that we have is that it gets turned on with epigenetic dysregulation, and probably most of the time between the fact that cells really don't like it and they go into what's called a p53 mediated arrest, and the inflammation that they induce together basically cause that stem cell to stop dividing, and it probably gets pushed out of the epithelium. The problem is 1 in a million times, it doesn't. And when that happens, you've got a real problem because it can help select for a p53 mutation, we think, and now it's going to be pro-inflammatory and change the whole tumor microenvironment. I think I've gone way over time. Should we take one more?
Quick, silly question, perhaps.
No silly questions.
So what happens when you have a hiatal hernia in Barrett's? Does it all look the same in the hiatal hernia?
So when they send it to me, because it's been taken out of the patient with an endoscope, it looks very similar to me. The endoscopist doesn't think it looks the same. And hiatal hernia is a treatable high-risk condition that causes reflux and increases risk of cancer. But the carcinogenesis process is essentially the same in a hiatal hernia Barrett's versus reflux Barrett's. And actually, there's ligation models in the rat where you can basically like tie a suture around a part of the bowel or the stomach and cause bile to reflux. And when you do that, you can create esophageal cancer that looks a little bit like human. So the thought is that obesity and reflux together are a high-risk situation, along with H. pylori that we just heard about. Both are now modifiable with drugs, right? Obesity was really, really hard to treat, and now we're in this crazy time where people can get skinny with medication. So that's been really exciting from my perspective. Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for both your presentations and for spending your day with us. This now concludes our live streaming portion of the meeting. For those of us who joined us, we hope you found the summit informative and powerful. And those of you on the live stream, we will not have dinner for you. I'm sorry about that. We do have dinner for the people who are here in person. It's out there. And after dinner, we'll be back here for our final program tonight, where we'll be talking about the agenda tomorrow and advocacy. Yes, the live stream's over. All right.